Hello and welcome, everybody. It's TCHLive Thursday edition. It's Aaron McAvoy, your host for the show. Joining me tonight, we got David De La Pena.
What's up, guys?
And we got a very special program for you guys here tonight. So joining us on the felt, we got Brad Owens and Andrew Neeme, as well as a very familiar cast of characters that you will recognize from lots of our previous episodes as well. So a lot of excitement here tonight. Really looking forward to it. Hope you guys are ready for some action. We're going to get things fired up here in just a few seconds, but just really want to say thanks to everybody for joining us, and we'll welcome in all of the new faces in the viewership as we get moving along. So T minus just a few seconds, and we'll get cards in the air. Got one heck of a lineup here. Really going to be exciting, an exciting show here tonight. We got Greg Potter, our TCHLive commentator from Dallas, going to be coming on down and joining us here on the felt to do battle with these big-time bloggers. And we've got some other exciting characters here as well. We got E, we got Chaz, we got DQ joining us here from San Antonio, Dante, Josh, Mosquito Josh, and Mark. And they're going to start things off with a $25 PLO bomb pot. So let's see how things get started off here.
Aaron, I've been so excited for this lineup when I first heard that it was come out. I mean, the cast of characters, the action that we're going to have on this game. It's almost like a Monday stream here, you know, in Austin for sure. So it's going to be fun, to say the least.
Absolutely right. And while this is usually a 2-5, 1K max buy-in with a match the stack after that, we are playing 5-5 uncapped here tonight on TCHLive Thursday. So very special show here, and much larger stacks with a lot more action to be had. Taking a look at our first flop here, a couple of 9s and an ace rainbow. Get all of these cards scanned in. We'll take a look around the table, see what these players are working with. We do have a bet of what looks to be 100 here, and just going to get everything loaded up here.
I think it's actually a $25 cap, $2,500 cap to start.
Oh, so I'm sorry, $2,500 cap to start things off. All right.
And then
well,
match from there.
There you go. So you learn something new every day. I just remember that yesterday we had, like, every table, literally every table here at TCH Austin was full. We had players coming in from all over the place to come and hang out for the meetup game with Brad and Andrew. And we were playing 5-5 uncapped, so I had it in my mind that that's what we were doing. But indeed it is 2.5K and match the stack after that. And just about everybody buying in for the max here. And I did hear from Dante earlier. He said he was going to buy in for 1K, play the bomb pot, and then he was going to pull out the remaining 2.5K. So just didn't want to get stacked for 2.5 on the first.
Like getting stacked for 1,000 is okay, but not 2,500.
That's right. All right, big shout-outs here to Alden Boosie, Brendan Nelson for joining us in the subscribership. Thomas Jackson as well. Thank you very much for joining the team. If you have not subscribed to TCHLive yet, now is the time. Reach on over, grab that mouse, slide it on down, and hammer the subscribe button. That will keep you up to date on all the things happening here on TCHLive, as well as give you the opportunity to earn TCHLive loyalty points.
And it looks like we just hit recently 30,000 subscribers. I think the last time I was in the booth with you, Aaron, was back in May, and we were barely at 19-something at the time. So over the next 3 months, another 10K in subscribers. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it has been, it's been a very exciting ride here at TCH. All right, let's take a look at this flop. We've got E here flopping second pair with a backdoor royal flush draw. He does have the best hand at the moment. Got some checking happening. Looks like checks over to Chaz in the 10 seat. He's going to check as well, and now Andrew here. Going to go ahead and fire out a bet on the button here. He's got just queen high, but with checks to him, figures why not. Let's see if we can take this down. DQ going to look him up, and both players going to turn a pair of queens here. Andrew with the superior kicker, but now we've checked. Yeah, check, and a river 8 is going to give DQ 2 pair and the best hand. That hand may or may not make the vlog. We see here Andrew here loading up the phone. And for those of you unfamiliar, perhaps, there may be 1 or 2 of you out there unfamiliar with with our bloggers. Yes, Andrew And Brad, go and find their YouTube channels. You can find them, Brad Owen and Andrew Neeme, out there on the YouTubes. Lots of fantastic content, tons of poker videos chronicling their poker travels, and yeah, just a lot of really good entertainment value out there. So definitely check that out if you haven't had an opportunity to do so already.
Yeah, and they are the OGs of the vlogger world. I mean, they essentially kind of started it all with all the vloggers that are coming out now. I did a little bit of research because I was curious. So Brad's first vlog was December 2nd, 2016 is when he first started. And now he has, I think, the most subscribers of any other vlogger out there, 463,000 subscribers. And several of his videos are hitting over 2 million views.
Hell yeah.
So it's a crazy what's happened in just the past 5 years. And now it seems like everyone's vlogging. And it started with these two guys for the most part right here.
Absolutely right.
Very good ambassadors of the game.
No kidding. Yeah, and really friendly guys. Like, had the pleasure of playing with both of them yesterday. Doug Polk was in here for a little while as well. I know you got tangled up in some pots playing at the same table with Doug.
I did.
I did not have that pleasure, but did get to play with Andrew and Brad. All right, let's take a look at this one as we've got Chaz and Greg here on 8-8-7 two-tone flop here. Chaz was the 3-better pre-flop. Has flopped the best of it, 2-pair, and puts out a C-bet of what looks to be 55, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, 80. And Greg just going to let it go. 2 overs and a gutter. Definitely a spot you could see some peels, but out of position there. Greg not going to go for it, and on to the next one.
Yeah, yesterday, as you were saying, Aaron, was completely packed. Every single table, every single seat was full, and there was at least 20 to 40 people on the list. I've never seen, I mean, it was by far the most fun I've personally ever had at TCH. The vibe, the energy, everyone was having a good time. Obviously, you know, Brad, a lot of people came to see Brad and Andrew. And then once they heard that Doug Polk was here, man, just more and more people were coming. And he just came out of randomness, you know what I mean? He knew that Brad and Andrew were coming.
Yeah. It wasn't part of the meetup,
No.
but yeah, he wanted to come and hang out, and yeah, that was exciting. So very cool stuff. And if you're looking to go play some poker here this evening, tonight is the night. Come on down. You'll get to hang out with everybody here at TCH Austin, and grab a picture or say a few kind words to Brad and Andrew while you're here. Lots of 2-5, 1-2 tables going. We'll spread pretty much any game you want to play. So if you want to come down, play some PLO, some mixed games, something of that nature, come on out to TCH Austin and let's fire it up. Looks like we're going 3 ways to a flop here. Brad, the initial raiser, ace-6 of diamonds. Dante calling out of the straddle position. DQ, I believe, limp calling on the button. Queen-7 deuce checks through on the flop. 5 on the turn. Dante picks up a pair to go with his spade flush draw. Is going to go ahead and lead out for 80. DQ has the best hand, pair of 7s. He's going to call in position, and Brad will dip out of the way. Heads up to a river. DQ out in front and holds through a clean 3 of hearts on the end. Dante will check, take his pair of 5s to showdown, and find out that he is beat.
He's like, you show first.
Pair of 7s.
You show first. And DQ there with his standard cowboy hat and his own chair that has DQ James on it right behind him as well. He's always wearing that chair anytime he's in a stream, from what I've seen.
Yeah, he takes it with him, and I love the style. That man, look at him. He's got the sleeves rolled up just a little bit, got the sunglasses on. Hell yeah, DQ is here to rock and roll.
Yeah, he always comes ready to play. Sometimes I've seen him play where he doesn't even look at his cards, and he'll just call bets, call bets, call bets.
Did you
just
just
call 3
raise
barrels?
me?
Yeah.
I call.
That would be funny if he like raised and still didn't look at his cards. You know, I wonder what.
I'm sure he's done it. If anyone's done it, it would be that man right there. Big shout out to Sam Steep for subscribing, as well as Lawfern. Thank you guys very much for joining the club. Eclipse as well. Welcome to the team.
And Marty, this is Austin, Texas. Trick, he plays in the Dallas stream, so he will not be playing in tonight's stream.
All right, King 9 of diamonds going into the muck there from Greg Potter out of the small blind. One of those hands that could go either way.
Oh, let's get a 7 on the flop here.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, sure would. Dante and Andrew both playing pocket sevens. Mark here with a couple of threes.
And a 3.
And he is going to 3-bet with the threes up to 135. I think 3 threes and a 7 on the flop would really be
that would be
ideal.
cool.
Yeah. All right, Andrew going to call, Dante going to call. So if we see a 7, something has gone wrong. Mark looking to find a 3. And what do you know? Jack, Jack, 4. Check from Dante. Mark.
I think Mark will
Three
continue
better
here.
pre. Yeah, absolutely. Not a terrible board for pocket threes.
And he is not a scared player, that's for sure. Mark loves to put the chips in. He's very, very fun to play with. When him and Chase are at the table at the same time, man, it gets wild. How much does Chase have? I got to match him. I got to match him.
Yeah.
He's from London, too, so he has that accent that makes it even more fun.
Yeah, Mark, very fun player, great guy, and he's going to bet 265. Andrew not going anywhere, and Dante with tie for the best hand is going to go ahead and dip out. Facing this action, it's not unreasonable at all to let go of the 7s. You are going to be out of position for the remainder of the hand, and seeing this kind of aggression and a call, 7s just really shrivel up. Another 4 on the turn. Neither player feeling particularly great about that. Mark, in particular, has just been counterfeited to 3 high, which is never going to win anything. So he's going to keep betting, though, and he's going to
Look at Andrew.
put Andrew to the test.
Oh, man. I wanted to see a showdown so you could see Dante be like, I had 7s, too.
Yeah. Well, if Mark wanted to show a bluff, that would have been a pretty good one. Just to be like, oh, yeah, the 3 kicker, that's pretty good, right? But decides not to turn those 2 cards over. Totally understandable. Gets one through as Andrew did fold the best of it there. All right.
It looks like Dante did he not add on yet? It looks like he's still just rolling with the 1,000. He lied. He lied to all of us. He said he was going to buy in for 1,000 after the bomb pot, and then after the bomb pot, he get 2,500. Oh, Dante.
Yeah.
I told Dante, too, today, I was like, Dante, you can't limp. You can't limp whatsoever, Dante. He's like, okay, I'm going to try.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's see if he holds true.
If you limp, then we're gonna kick you out. No, I'm kidding, of course. But
Dante's a great guy to mess with. I love Dante.
All right.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
E here, early middle position, raise up to 25. King 10 suited DQ. Next position over, he's going to make the call. That's going to lead to a cascade of calls all the way through the big blind. We're going 5 ways to flop DQ's cards, not scanned in, but bingo, bango. Top pair for E, top 2 pair for Brad. Not much else that we can see here. Mark does have a pair of 9s, but a little 6 kicker there. Not going to be too inspiring. And now we do have DQ's cards scanned in. Oh, hey, King 3 offsuit. Why not? E will continue 75 bucks here into 125.
Good raise.
Get a fold and now a raise from Brad. Definitely a pretty wet board here. No sense just calling and letting your opponents get to a turn for cheap. So he is going to raise it up right on the flop. I like that. E is going to go for the call with the top pair. And that's not the card that E thinks he wanted to see, but it may actually be good for him as he checks over. Let's see how Brad handles this dynamic turn card. He's going to continue going for value. 575 in the middle, and this is a bet of 400, still going for full value. And this sizing, while it can sometimes get you into trouble, like your opponent very likely to fold out hands that you're beating, but that might continue and you could get value from, certainly a hand that beats you is never going to fold. But Brad is just going to turn it over and be like, yeah, I mean, I had the best hand. I was trying to get you to pay me. But E will get sort of bailed out there. Doesn't have to put any more chips in the middle.
Yeah, and I love the continued aggression there by Brad, because typically right with the flush gets there, that can easily kill the action and go check, check, and then it gives E the opportunity to bluff off the river representing a flush. So I love the fact that he continued to barrel there and take it down.
I agree with that, and of course not throwing any shade or anything, but I think that I would have liked a little bit of a smaller sizing.
Yes.
Because when you bet the 400 into 5 and a quarter, I mean, that's sort of a polarized sizing. So while he did have a strong pair with a strong hand with the top 2 pair, you're going to price out a lot of the hands that you want to continue, that you are beating, like the hand that that E had. So I would have preferred something like a bet of 225 because you're still building the pot, you're still maintaining control of the hand, but you're not going to get those sorts of hands to fold out.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's just the tip here, or just my take in any case. All right, Greg Potter here, a couple of red 10s, going to raise it up out of the cutoff to 35. Mark, 9-8 of diamonds, going to come along from the small blind, and Josh goes for a squeeze. Pretty small sizing for the squeeze here. I would have liked something a little bit bigger with king-queen offsuit from the big blind. Easy call here from Greg, and that will price Mark into a call as well. So Josh going to be playing this one as the man in the middle, king-queen offsuit. Let's see if he can find a pair and the lead. 3 ways to a flop, $310 in the middle. King, 9-6, 2-tone. Pair for Josh, pair for Mark. Still effective second pair for Greg here in the hole. Checks to Josh, has the pre-flop lead. He is going to continue for 175, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
He's got red hair.
Greg has a hand that can definitely continue here, but now he is the man in the middle, so he will just release. And Mark, with a little bit of backdoor equity, drawing to 2 pairs, is just going to let it go as well. So Josh will take it down uncontested, and we'll move on to the next one. Hey, Josh turns it over. He's like, yeah, I had it.
All right, let's see what we got going on in the chat. If they have any questions, I'm going to go back and through that. But like as we were saying yesterday, we had every single table full. We were even playing in the private areas, and then we got so packed.
Wait, you were playing in your private areas?
No. No,
Sorry, I thought I heard something.
The private
Continue.
rooms, yeah. And then I think we even had a 1-2 game start on this table, the live stream table, simply because we had so many people and interest that wanted to play yesterday. So it was definitely a great time. And playing with Doug Polk, that was very entertaining to say the least.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I was like hopeful. I was like, maybe he'll catch wind that like there's a live stream tomorrow. Like, well, catch wind. I mean, he knew that the meetup game was happening. He knows that this was coming. I was like, maybe he'll want to play in this game, and then we'll just have a jolly good time. But
I asked him yesterday if he wanted to play, and he was like, "Nah, man, I got stuff to do." But if he did want to play, one of these players would be very unhappy because they would have probably got kicked off. Like,
oh,
sorry.
I think they'd be just fine with it. I know I would be if I got bounced to let Doug Polk pop in there.
Yeah.
But in any case, it was not to be, and Josh here going to raise it up. He's got a couple of 9s, DQ. He's like, I play any 2 cards, so I don't have to scan them all the time. And you know what? It's 100 to go, and he's going to give his table mate a little bit of table talk before he does make the call, I believe. Out of the straddle here, I would not be surprised if this was just what you were talking about earlier about, you know what? I haven't looked at my cards yet, but let's take a flop.
Probably. Sometimes I think he does it on purpose, that he doesn't scan his cards just to keep everyone in mystery, and then he does it later.
Yeah, well, I think it's like he hasn't looked at him, so why do we get to see him?
And now he does it. Now he does it, unless someone told him. Yeah.
Alrighty. On the flop here, DQ in position, gets checked from Josh, and DQ says, oh, well, if you can check this flop, I can bet it. Josh goes for the check call with the effective second pair. Backdoor, nope, he doesn't have anything. Backdoor, DQ with a spade. It's 4 on the turn. DQ picks up a little bit of equity. He can make a superior hand with a 5 or a 6 now. Josh goes for a check. DQ, same bet. No, this is a larger bet. No. It was same bet, 65. Josh goes for the raise. Interesting move right there. And DQ snap called it just about as quickly as Josh could announce the bet. DQ's chips were across the line. Checky on the end, and 9s win. Josh going to profit the old New Mexico area code, 505 on that one.
And Arthur, to answer your question, the game started, it was a 2,500 max, and then from there, it's a match the stack after that. Thank you for your comment. If you guys haven't hit that like button or subscribed, we're at 122 likes, it looks like, and almost 1,000 people watching. So if you're watching, hit that like button. Definitely helps out the channel.
Hell yeah, absolutely right. All right, 5, 10, 25. Get things going here. I suspect that it won't take very long for us to get a pretty consistent $25 straddle.
Is this the first one that we've had so far?
No, I think we've already had one or two, but we'll see. It may just be a function of sort of like what players in what positions the straddle is sort of going through to see if it really sort of kicks off. But I know that, players like E, DQ, Chaz not going to be afraid to put that straddle out there, and I suspect that Brad and Andrew could be convinced, as well as a good chunk of the remaining players here as well. Let's see here. We had.
Well, especially when we got Mark, Josh, and then Chaz all right next to each other. I can see that definitely being a 25, 50, 100, or maybe with Chaz 300.
Oh,
Who
yeah.
knows?
Heck yeah. Let's make it happen. All right, taking a look at the chip counts, Josh, there up at 3.2K. Looks like a couple of the players have pulled out a pink chip or two. Maybe they found one on the floor. Maybe Sai walked by and, sort of sprinkled pinks, and they found one, put it on the table.
Do you leave those in your pocket or your backpack or something? I don't do it because I feel like I would do that. I'd lose it. Do you ever have
Well,
extras on you?
I'm just making fun of Sai because he lost a pink chip.
Oh,
a
he
couple
actually
weeks
lost
ago.
one?
He says, and I hope for his sake that it turned up somewhere after the fact. But yeah, he was fully convinced that he had lost a pink chip the other week. And so I've been giving him a hard time about it.
I
for a
did
little
get
while,
like a
'cause it's
lost
funny.
and found flyer on my car when I was walking out and said I lost a pink chip. Call Sai. So maybe that.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Have you seen this pink chip? Its name is Fluffy. All right, we got two players here, Brad and Josh, both with suited hands, headed to a flop, and both of them going to pick up just a little bit. Josh has the superior hand here with the top pair of aces. Brad does have a gutter, backdoor spades, and as he was the pre-flop raiser, he's going to go ahead and continue. This is going to be a favorable board for him, and he has a hand that would love to win right now. It's not going to, but he will get to see a turn card. Let's see if it's a spade or a 7. 7 would be fire. It is a spade, so Brad has reason to continue here. And if he's going to continue, he should go for a larger sizing, somewhere north of 100. It is going to be a full pot size bet plus a tickle. 150 now to go. And Josh facing this large polarizing bet with 2 flush draws out there. Could definitely be enticed into a call. Let's see how he handles it, though.
I definitely see Josh calling here with top pair. He is definitely not one to fold. And with that bet sizing, he may put him on a flush draw or straight draw, trying to take down the pot now.
Yeah, I think that's right. For a lot of players in this position, they are going to sort of get a little bit squeamish about their kicker and perhaps feel inclined to run for the exit, but they are going to be folding a little bit too frequently. However, Josh is going to get blasted by the backdoor spade flush that Brad backs into. And now, once again, 440 in the middle. Brad going to go for a large polarizing sizing here. And let's see if Josh finds the sort of hero call, which it is at this point. He is losing to a ton of hands. Even a bunch of the bluffs that were like front door hearts have just sort of like backed into either a straight or 2 pair. So there's just a lot of stuff that isn't great for you. And if you were going to make the call, you might rather have the 10 or the queen of clubs rather than the 7, just to ensure that you blocked a few more of your opponent's value hands. Let's see if Josh does find the call button as he tanks this out. I'm going to take a look here as we got a $4.99 super chat from Elite Scaper. Says DQ is a beast. Absolutely right. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate you.
I think Josh is going to find the fold here based on Brad's sizing. I think if it's like 200, he like snap calls that I got top pair. If you got it, you got it, and there goes the fold. I had a very similar situation with Josh about 2 days ago, and I backdoored into a flush, and I made it about a quarter to a third size because I wanted to make sure that he called, and he goes, "You got it," and he calls automatically. So obviously they haven't played together a lot. I play with Josh all the time, so I can know I can get that thin value out of him. But good play overall, getting that back door.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is the value of having those sorts of hands in your range. And it's not to say that like 10-6 suited, you got to always open that one from UTG. But, the value of having some of those like 2-gappers and such in there is that you'll make these sorts of hands that can continue betting to go along with your strong value hands, like your made hands up front. Like, you would have flopped aces with a king kicker or something, right? You're going to want to bet. in a lot of those scenarios. And yeah, backs into the flush, makes the best hand, and doesn't quite get paid on the end, but still ships a nice pot. DQ just going to go ahead and raise up from the big blind, take this one down.
I'm definitely a sucker for backdoor flushes. It's amazing when they hit, and when they do hit, that your opponent doesn't think you have a flush, because they're like, there's no way you're going to float a backdoor flush there, and you float the flop, and then you catch more equity, as Brad did on the turn there, and then boom, you river it, and so, a lot of times you can get paid.
Oh, yeah. No, the backdoor flush, it is always something to pay attention to, but it can be very tricky to put your opponents on that particular draw. Magnus Bergson, thank you very much for subscribing. Appreciate you joining the team. Anna T as well. Welcome to the club.
We got Nick from Yuma in the house. Who's that guy? I've never heard of him before. Have you, Aaron? I don't think any of us have ever heard Nick from Yuma.
Yeah, some chat noob probably. But, welcome, Nick from Yuma. Welcome. To
That guy has stamina. He is in every stream all over the country, no matter what day it is. He is. I don't know if he has a team doing the same the same YouTube channel, or is it just him? But that guy got stamina.
Oh yeah, dude. All right, DQ and Chaz heads up to this flop. Chaz going to make top pair. DQ, 2 overs and a gutter. Chaz has the same gutter, but it's on the dummy end. Would be no good if the 7 comes in. Going to c-bet to 40, and DQ going to go for the check raise here, taking it up 125 more to go. And Chaz here with the top pair, gutter, and backdoor hearts. He is going nowhere.
And these guys are very familiar with each other. They're both from San Antonio. They both play at a club down there, and they are both buddies. So it'll be interesting to see them play hands throughout the night.
Yeah, Chaz, of course, is going to make the call off to a turn. It's a board pairing 6 and another heart here. So Chaz going to improve his equity advantage even further. Checky, and a free river card coming. It's an ace of diamonds, so DQ not going to improve. Chaz will finish with the best hand, but DQ with just king high here, he says, let me just fire 130, 1/3 pot, and see what happens. And Chaz going to go ahead and snap it off and take it down.
A little too small. Maybe if he made a pot size bet there, he may get Chaz to fold, but Chaz can also be a little sticky, you know, with the pair of 9s there. So.
And when you check back the turn, I don't think you're really telling a very good story if you go for a big bet there.
Especially
on the
when you make it so small on the river. He probably should have continued barreling on the turn, and then you just got to make a big one on the river in order to take that one down.
Yeah, could have been the ticket. Daniel Zaleson, thank you very much for the subscription. Thank you for joining. Stephen Tixay here in the chat. What's up, dude? You've got some issues with my quals there, buddy? No, I'm kidding. Love the troll, and happy to see you. Looking forward to seeing you out in Vegas here in a couple of months. WSOP coming up. Gonna be hanging out with my boy Stephen Tixay, Bryson Bird. We're gonna be out there taking down some tourneys, man. It's gonna be legit. Looking forward to it a lot, and hoping that everything goes smoothly. So you know what? We're gonna keep our fingers crossed and see how it shakes out. All right, Mark here, going to raise it up from +1. King, queen, offsuit. Andrew in the hijack, going to make the call. Ace, deuce of clubs. Mark going to flop gin. He's got top trips with a queen kicker and a pretty solid hammerlock on this hand. I like this. He's going to continue betting, goes half pot here. And when a lot of people would either bet really small or just check a hand as strong as trips, when you bet like this, your opponents will sometimes discount your best made hands because you bet them, and usually people don't do that, so I like it. Andrew does pick up some equity here on the turn. Mark now checks it over, being like, nah, okay, you got me. I had ace high or queen high or something. I was just betting for fun, see if I could win, and I don't really have anything.
Yeah, Ray's coming.
Yeah, Andrew sort of takes the bait. And
wow.
Yeah, this is a spot where he can just go for the check call. The problem is that so many rivers are going to go check that it is going to be tough for Mark to get maximum value. However, if he does check here, Andrew could think, like, I can push him off of an ace-jack type holding if I bet a polarizing size. Instead, Mark is going to go for the lead, and Andrew now has an easy fold. So if you're going to go for the check call on the turn, I think it's imperative that you go for the check on the river. It is going to be checked back a lot, but by taking that line, you kind of have to stick with the story of like, well, you know, I've got not very good hand. You can
Yeah.
bluff me off of it. Give him that opportunity. right?
Yeah, I thought for sure he was going to check raise there to get value from potentially a smaller king or protect his hand against the flush draw there. But since he didn't check raise, he probably lost a little bit of value because I can see Andrew making the call with the check raise as long as it's not too big with having the nut flush draw to make it on the back door.
James, thank you very much for subscribing. David Marlat as well. Welcome to the team. John Shimono as well, just hopping into the subscribership. Excellent. We got Amber Daniels here. She's checking in on her boyfriend, Jay. Jay is
J-Stack?
not at this table. He's up there mixing it up probably at the 2-5 game.
Oh, he's
don't-
first on the list. He's first alternate.
First
So
alternate.
he's
All right.
trying to get in.
All right. Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed for Jay's stack, but at the moment he's going to have to grind it up on the not-so-featured table.
Gordon's trying to get in too, but he's like 25th.
Ah.
So I don't think he's going to make
I
it.
won't cross my fingers for that, man. It's I'll cut off the blood supply and my fingers will fall off. But let's see here. We've got Greg Potter dropping in a 3-bet with the ace-10 offsuit from the small blind. This is Brad on the button. And that nice little 3-bet squeeze is going to get through. Well played, Greg.
So how long are you going to be down in Vegas? Are you going to go the entire time? Are you play the main event, or what events you plan on playing?
Let's see. So the plan is to go out there and play. It's like the first week and a half of the schedule. It's basically the reunion through the Millionaire Maker. There's a pretty good run of tournaments there for about a week and a half, and reasonable buy-ins with large fields, and it's probably going to be insane. So I'm hoping to get in and go through the process of getting my credit card on file with them. Like your first time through, you have to actually stand in the line and go and be like, this is actually me, right? And prove that it's not just like somebody's credit card I stole. And then you can go to the kiosks. You can go online, you can register for the tournaments you want, and then you can print your tournament tickets at the kiosks. And you save yourself from standing in those stupid lines that stretch for miles.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get there early. I'm going to sign up, go through that process, if at all possible. And then hopefully that'll make my stay there a little less awful. Because anybody that stood in those lines 2 years ago, you know what I'm talking about. Anyways, I'll get back to that in a moment as we've gone heads up to a flop. Brad here with a couple of 9s, overpaired to the board and the best hand. Josh took off a flop with Jack-6 offsuit from the straddle. He says, I won't orphan my little straddle babies out there, but didn't find a hand to continue with on the flop and does release.
Josh will pretty much always protect his straddle as long as it's not 3-bet, 4-bet with a large sizing he has to call. But he pretty much will always protect his straddle. And then if he hits some random board like with Jack-6 like he had there, and it comes out like Jack-6, and then you get to the river with like top pair, top kicker or something, and it's like Jack-6, and his response is, I got to defend my straddle.
You got to, yeah.
Got to defend it.
Jobel is here. Hey, what's going on, man? Welcome. Let's see, RDN22 dropping us a $5 super chat. He says, just a shout out for how baller DQ is. Absolutely right. Thank you very much for joining us here tonight, RDN22, and thank you for the tip to the stream. Snow Monkey, Ace Okanam, Manny Perez. Thank you guys for subscribing. Welcome to the team.
And Marty was just asking, how do people play Jack-6 unsuited? Well, kind of like what we were just talking about. Josh straddled in that hand, so he already had some money invested in the pot. And was it Brad? I think Brad raised, so it wasn't that much more for him to call. And he's pretty much always going to defend his straddle with any 2 cards there. So that's why he was playing. He doesn't typically open with Jack-6 offsuit, but he definitely will defend in the straddle with it.
Yeah, absolutely. JT Rounders Live dropping us a $4.99 super chat. What a great lineup, great show. I'll sit back and enjoy. Please do. Thank you very much for the tip, and thank you for joining us. All right, 3-bet pot here. Dante taking it up to 275 pre-flop with the ace-king offsuit on the button. Gets called by DQ out of position. Ace-6 of hearts, and DQ outflops his opponent. not going to feel super inspired by
Puts the glasses on.
those 2 overcards. But yeah, Dante, he says, oh, that's right, sunglasses game engaged. Check from DQ. Dante continues for 300. He's got about 800 behind. If DQ makes this call, this pot is going to go up to just about 1.2 thousand. Dante has 800 behind for somewhere around a 3/4 pot size bet.
DQ is going nowhere
Sorry,
with a pair.
3/4? 2/3. Okay. Jack of spades pairs the board. Check and a quick check back.
Chop.
And yeah, counterfeit 3 pair here. These players are going to chop if we get to showdown, which we will. And DQ, the unfortunate actor in that one, as the board runs out, a better 2 pair, and has to split the pot there with Dante.
I told Dante that he needs to get a shirt with, you know how Anderson has he has like that suit, you know, that kind of replicates like what he wears and whatnot.
Oh, you're talking about the his tattoo?
Yeah. So like Dante with like the hat, the sunglasses, the beard, and just make that like a little right there.
Oh,
like
his
a shirt that
t-shirt,
he
yeah.
wear, yeah.
No, absolutely.
Because that's how people recognize him. He tells me he'll go to Vegas and people know who he is because he sees him on the stream and he'll get autographs and pictures, stuff like that. I mean,
Yeah.
nobody has a beard like that, you know?
Yeah, Dante has facial hair unlike any other person I've pretty much ever seen. It is a very unique and stylish look, so he knows how to make that thing work, that's for sure.
Well, you got to blow dry it. You got to blow dry for like 30 minutes.
Wait, is that, did he walk you through his routine?
No, he told us earlier. He's like, yeah, I spent 30 minutes to blow dry this thing.
He's got a pick like in his back
Yeah.
pocket, you know, they're combing it out.
It's great, though. I love it.
Yeah, it's got great highlights or whatever going on there too. Anyways, enough on the beard fashion. Let's take a look at this poker hand because DQ is flatting kings. Sorry, limping. He's limping kings, and now we've got a raise to 50 from Brad. Queen 5 suited from
300.
early middle position. Dante and Mark make the call, and now DQ going to come in for the back raise squeeze.
320.
365 here, back raise from DQ with the Cowboys, and that's going to get the job done. Nobody wants to go for a ride. DQ kind of shows him, he's like, well, you know, I don't know, I have a couple of good cards, and shows him to the table, and everybody knows what he's up to. All right, Brad here, Mark, both sitting on 3.1K. Several other players not too far behind. Everybody's sitting on quite a few chippies. As we continue here, TCHLive special Thursday 5-5 edition with our favorite poker vloggers, Andrew Neeme, Brad Owens here, TCHLive. Thank you guys for coming along. Do make sure you are subscribed to the channel and logged into your YouTube account so that you can accumulate all of your TCHLive loyalty points. Let me peep my points balance here.
Can you explain the loyalty points for some of our users that have no idea what that is and how they get them?
Yeah, so if you are logged into YouTube and subscribed to the TCHLive YouTube channel, you can accumulate TCHLive loyalty points. You'll see there in the chat that I have 5 of them. Very exciting times. Jeff there, he's got 55 of them. And you accumulate those points. You can chat and earn extra points, all of those things. And with those points, you can gamble them. You can do fun things like gamble them. You can also enter into raffles for all sorts of TCHLive gear. You can get T-shirts, jackets, hoodies, things of that nature. And we are still sort of developing the Streamlabs, the loyalty point system here. And we hope to have better and better gear and opportunities and fun things for you guys to use those loyalty points for. So start accumulating them now by being subscribed, chatting, and joining us each and every broadcast. And yeah, then you'll be able to use those points for all sorts of cool stuff.
So pretty much subscribing, and the more active you are involved in the stream, the more you kind of accumulate over time.
Absolutely right. And then the
You should
best
be the point
way,
leader.
What?
You should be the point leader there.
I know, but there's some issues that we're still working out. It's like if
Okay.
you're watching on a tablet or your phone versus watching on a desktop. There are some things like whether it's an app or in a browser that aren't exactly worked out yet as to why some people aren't accumulating points as fast as they think they should be. So also do want to apologize to anyone who feels like they've perhaps missed out on some of the points that they think they should have. I know that my balance is not as high as I think it should be. So we are trying to get those issues resolved. Please do bear with us. We're just getting that system sort of up and running and trying to work out all the kinks. So
Yeah.
please bear with us.
A lot of folks are asking about that. Like, how do I see my points? Like, do you know? Like, do you go through like your YouTube or something like that? Like, how do
So
you see
no,
yours?
it's just exclamation point points. You'll see people doing that in the chat. So yeah, emulate your friends in the chat. You will be able to see sort of how people are interacting with the loyalty points. So just pay attention, scroll up, and see what other people are doing. That'll help you get a handle on how it all works. And I do want to give a shout out to our most recent subscribers. We've got Rod's Barbecue, Paul Gibson, and Nolan. Thank you guys very much for joining the team. Leo Miller, Matt Williams, hot on their heels as well. Let's take a look at this hand. DQ, Big Daddy Chaz, both players representing spades. Big Daddy Chaz has flopped a gutter ball. Picks up a pair of sixes on the turn after a check, bet of 80, and a call from DQ. Check, check on the turn, and a 10 on the river. Going to bring home DQ's hand with a rivered pair of 10s. Don't see a ton of money going in here, but DQ is going to go for value. 320 in the middle, and looked like a little tickle. No, it was 130. Okay, 130 and a call from Big Daddy Chaz, and DQ's like, yeah, I got there. Pay this man his money. And Chaz is like, oh, okay, cool. Well, six is no good. Here you go.
I feel like Chaz plays with DQ enough that he's just going to call him down at any pair that he has because it knows that DQ is very capable of bluffing.
Yeah, not only that, but also the dynamics of how that hand played out. Like, yes, an overcard came, but like a pair of sixes is just going to be too strong given the action there and the bet size. So 100%, like Chaz may be like, okay, DQ is going to be bluffing here a lot, but also just a pair of sixes is going to be a little too good to fold most of the time against most opponents. So that one kind of played itself. All right. Deuce of Hearts not coming as that card gets flipped up.
You think the WSOP will break the record this year as most overall?
I think it's going to be hard to break any records this year just because of the whole COVID situation. Like, one of the main things is that there are a lot of dealers that have found other jobs.
Good point.
Right?
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, and well, we've experienced it already with some of the big poker series that have happened this year already. We've seen the dearth of poker dealers, and it has led to tremendous backlogs, really long lines. As let's go ahead and take a look at this flop. As Josh has just flopped the stones, Greg here, pre-flop aggressor with the ace-queen offsuit. Doesn't have much, just two overcards. So he is going to check and give up as Josh bets, and also going to show that he flopped the stone, so why not? But yeah, so it's going to be tough just to get enough players into these tournaments to break any records. And then also there's going to be a lot of international travel that just isn't going to happen because of the whole coronavirus situation. So yeah, that would be my take, but I also think that it is going to be off the hook. I think there's going to be a ton of people out there, and that's why I want to get there early, get signed up so that I can do the online registration and try to not deal with all of that crap.
Yeah, you make a lot of good points. Even on the international travel, like with the Little League World Series, with the the kids playing baseball right now, there's no international teams that are here in America simply because of that. So they have double the teams from the United States in the Little League World Series right now.
Oh, okay. All right. I do know that that was on earlier. So enjoying watching the youngsters out there battling away.
Hey, on that previous hand, would you like a check back from Josh having the stone cold nuts there? I mean, I believe there is a flush draw on the board, but would you like a check back to see if Greg will bet something on the turn?
No, I think you want to bet all of your best made hands to build the pot, and that is a perfect example of, like, your opponent was the pre-flop aggressor, and that is not a good board for them, so they are going to do a lot of checking, but they have a lot of check call hands like pocket aces, pocket kings, queens that are like just not interested in checking, or sorry, in betting and having a raise come in.
Yeah.
So there's tons of value to be had. I think you definitely want to continue, or not continue, but rather bet and build the pot. Josh here has a lot of fours. Brad just ace high. Checked down on the turn, and Josh tries to get paid on the river, but it doesn't come through. Andrew Hickman, thank you very much for the $5 super chat, says, here's the deal. Always get dealt aces, but got a micro peen. You taking that deal? That's a tough one. But also imagine how boring poker would be if you just got dealt aces every time. Like, I mean, yeah, it would be great, like, in terms of your win rate. But at the same time, like, if you just got dealt aces every hand because of this micropene deal that you made with the devil or whoever it was, everyone else would know that you had aces every hand. And then they'd stop playing with you. So I don't know. I don't think I'm taking that deal. Micropene might be a deal breaker to begin with.
Eric said, why isn't there a Little League poker? Because it's illegal. That would be interesting.
That's pretty funny. Jonah, thank you very much for subscribing. All right, Brad's got a playable hand after this raise to 40 from Andrew in the hijack. Will make the flat call out of the small blind. It's a hand that you could either call or 3-bet. Dante wakes up with a hand that is definitely 3-betting variety. Squeeze up to 175. I like this sizing. It isn't large enough to get Andrew to lay down the king-jack suited. And after this call, I think Brad is priced into a call. Plenty of good flops for Brad's hand. And if he wins, then he can just go ahead and check fold. So 3 ways to a flop. Diamonds, spades represented. Dante with the best hand, pair of 10s. Holds through the flop. Pair of 10s still best. Brad does pick up a pair. Backdoor straight and flush opportunities for him. Andrew has backdoors as well with an overcard, but not enough to go with. So he will fold to the continuation bet from Dante. 200 to go. And Brad has a hand that is definitely capable of a float. The biggest problem for him is the stack depth behind for Dante. If he calls here, the stack to pot ratio is going to go to 1. He does make the call, but you really have to improve your hand significantly on the turn and probably take the lead if you're going to continue in this hand. Check calling another street is pretty much out of the question. But he does check it over to Dante, and Dante will check back. So an opportunity perhaps to take this away on the river. However, he does have some moderate showdown value. It's just sort of a strange hand with a stack pot ratio at 1. But let's take a river card. It's a board pairing 4. Doesn't change the texture in any other way. And Brad with 8s and 4s is going to try to get to showdown and win that way, but no good. Pair 10s. We'll take it down. And Brad, you can see the look on his face. He's kind of like, yeah, maybe I could have bluffed there. But the thing is that it's really tough to take these sorts of hands that have moderate showdown value and turn them into a bluff when you beat a lot of your opponent's give-ups. And if they do have a hand like ace-queen and they just like check for pot control on the turn and you go and bet 450 there, turning an 8 into a bluff, and they just call, like you hate your life even more. So I think you played it just fine.
Yeah.
Arthur Shin here got a question in the chat that just popped out at me. He says, how does a viewer go about playing on the stream? Well, that's a very good question. Take a look at the bottom of your screen. Scrolling along there are the instructions for how to try to get on the list. You shoot an email, TCHLiveList@TexasCardHouse.com. You can also drop a text to 512-843-1971. Let us know when you'll be in town, what stream you would like to play, and please do it well in advance if you would like to be considered to be in the lineup, as there are always lots and lots of players that want to play under the lights.
And this is Austin, Texas, guys. Some folks were asking if this was Austin or Dallas, because it's actually the exact same table that play, but this is Austin, Texas.
Yeah, so yeah, that is something to keep in mind. All right, Greg Potter here. He's got the suited wheel ace, putting in the 3-bet out of the small blind. I like this squeeze. Andrew has a very similar hand here, and he was the original opener with the ace-4. So if he's going to go for a light 4-bet, this is a very good candidate to do it with. Once again, stack-to-pot ratio is the determining factor. So if he's going to continue here, he's going to need to go somewhere like 550 or 600 and then be prepared to do some piling. He's going to go for a little bit larger size, which is the other way to go. So he's going to take this up. Oh, I guess this is basically what I was saying, right? 680. Yeah. Okay. And then be prepared to pile it in if you do get called. But it is going to get through, as it was sort of a battle of the suited wheel aces, and I always love to see that battle go down.
Yeah, I love ace 5, ace 4 suited. Such a pretty hands. Great hands to 3-bet, 4-bet.
All right, $9.99 super chat from our OG JTN 1968. What's going on, brother? Says pulled over to get gas, listening to the stream while driving home from Kansas City, and this stream makes driving through the scary towns in Missouri easier, LOL. Well, thank you very much, and we're happy to help on your journey there, good sir. Make it home safe. Carollos Skianis and Alec Reed, thank you guys very much for the subscription.
I don't know how to say this name, but I'll read your comment. My apologies. But shout out to Aaron and David D for making this stream more interesting with their awesome commentary.
It's okay. Words are hard.
Right. Words are hard. Exactly. I did that just for you.
Yeah. Welcome to the booth, my friend.
Thank you very much for your comment. We appreciate it.
We absolutely do. And thank you to everyone else joining us here tonight, as we've got just about 1.7 thousand of you fine folks watching tonight. That is awesome. Blasting tonight on TCH Live Thursday edition with Brad, Owen, and Andrew Neeme joining us here on the broadcast. 323 likes on the counter. If you like what you're seeing, help us out. Smash that like button and help us get this program out to ever more fine people on the interwebs.
Yeah,
all right.
Carlo is correct. If you're watching, you're liking.
Watching and liking. All right, PLO bomb pot time, as we've had a dealer change come on in. And let's see who gets a piece of this one. Ooh, ace 4 deuce, all spades. Take a look around, get these cards scanned in. Dante will be first to act.
Yeah, the PLO ones always take a little bit longer to come in. I don't know if it's because it's more cards or what in terms of seeing them.
Yeah, I mean, you have to select it in the action tracker software and everything. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs. We got junior producer Seth doing a fantastic job of running the show on the production side here tonight, and he could tell you better than I as to what all goes into making these things work. But
I think we all think they just magically go in there, but they don't. Seth and Carolyn are definitely doing a great job of that.
Indeed. Dante here has flopped the jack-high flush. Checks it over. Mark with top pair, gut shot to the wheel, and the queen of spades blocker. Does bet 80. DQ going to make the call with the flopped wheel, which is no good. And Greg Potter has flopped the 8-high flush, and he's in there as well. Meaningless 6 of clubs here on the turn. Dante's hand is still best, and Greg does pick up a little bit of equity as he now has a set of 6s to go with his 8-high flush. We're going to check all the way through. Wow. And a free river card coming off. Will it pair the board? It appears that it may have, because now we've checked all the way through once again, and Greg is betting, so it looks like we may have a board pair here on the end to give Greg 6s full, but that is just a guess, as we don't quite have the river card scanned in, nor did I get a good look at it. Can you see what it is? Is that another 6? What is that over there?
It's a club of the, I think that it didn't get to the river yet. He bet on the.
Oh, he's
yeah.
Sorry. I see. So Greg had not acted on the turn. Once he does, he bets, and the jack-high flush, which is the best hand, folds out, and Greg will turn his hand over and be like, yeah, a flush and a set. And I was behind, but still win the pot.
I had the king of spades. I saw yours in the queen of spades.
All right, all right. Dun, dun,
Someone had
CJ
a-
Sarno and Ryan G7, thank you guys for subscribing. Brandon H as well. And I cut you off, David. What were you going to say?
Oh, someone had a funny comment that I was trying to look for. It said something along the lines of the most used phrase of this generation. Oh, here it is. Justin. Most used phrase of this generation. Smash the like button. Sad, but funny.
Smash it.
Smash that like button.
Unleash the fury upon. Seth is a big fan of that phrase as well. Seth loves smashing. Hashtag.
The like
Yes. Ops champ Bobby Matson, thank you guys for subscribing. As we've got Mark here calling the open from Brad and the cutoff. Ace-6 offsuit. Josh going to complete as well. Won't orphan those straddle babies out there. He's got queen deuce. He's going to make bottom pair, but Brad has top pair. Mark has backdoor heart draw and not much else. Checky, checky. Brad will continue for a little under half pot. Puts 50 bucks out there. Mark has a hand that doesn't continue well in this spot, but he may float, which he does. He's like, yeah, it's backdoor and kind of doesn't have much else going on, but I'll tell you what, if I get there, I know it's the nuts.
Yeah. Heart. Nope.
Oh, it's a pair of nines for him, so everybody has a pair now. Brad's still best. Checky, checky. Brad may just check this one back. Yeah, as he does very quickly. Off to a river, doesn't change anything. Brad's still with the best hand. And now, since he checked the turn, if it checks to him again, he could go for good value and expect to get looked up light. But instead, Mark is going to bet his 9 for value, question mark, 210 into 260. This is a polarizing sizing. So Mark going to go for a merged range bet on this one, and this is a little bit of an awkward spot to do it in, but it may actually work. We'll find out if Brad will release because of the bad kicker problems, which would be fantastic for Mark. It also looks a little bit bluffy, like maybe some missed diamonds, and so he could actually get called by a worse hand like 9-10, Jack-9. So Mark's merged range bet is going to get the job done.
Nice.
He shows them and is kind of like, I don't know, did I have the best hand? And he'll find out later that he didn't, but he got it through.
I could hear Mark explaining that at the table the other night. He's like, sure, I got the best hand. Everyone check. No one has an ace here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think he totally thought he had the best hand. I don't think he was bluffing. He was value betting.
Yeah. Well, it was a pretty good size and ended up working out.
Jeff had a good tip here for everybody. People who aren't sure what city the stream is, if the table doesn't say the city on it, it's Austin. Otherwise, the table will say Dallas on the table. That's true. The Dallas stream does have Dallas on the table.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit different setups between the two in terms of the table layout and the graphics as well. So, yeah. Another way is to just go by the day of the week. So Monday and Thursday come out of Austin. Tuesdays and Wednesdays come out of Dallas. And then Fridays, we've been sort of bouncing back and forth. So that one you will kind of just have to check in and figure it out for yourself. Then we've got the final tables of the tournaments on Saturdays and Sundays, but we may be changing that up before you know it. So anyways, plenty of new things always coming down the pike here at TCH. Andrew here with a couple of 6s. Does still have the best hand. Was the pre-flop aggressor. Will continue. Ranged bet on the flop, and Mark will release the 2 overcards. Andrew's pair, and nice little result there, taking that pot down uncontested.
And also for guys that just, or viewers that just came in for the Dallas stream, if you guys watch the Dallas stream, the main voice that you hear in the Dallas stream is sitting right there in the middle, Greg P. So if you listen to that stream and you hear his voice, that's him in the flesh. That's how it looks like when he's, well, I guess you can see him now because they got a video camera up there too, right?
Yep.
But that's Greg down playing. Played with him last night. Great guy, fun guy to play with for sure.
Yeah, absolutely right. Welcome to Austin, Greg Potter, and we'll see how he does here.
He did
throughout the
scoop a
remainder of
bomb
the
pot
evening.
last night against Doug Polk, and he was pretty stoked about that.
Oh yeah, dude, that'll pump you up for sure.
And Doug was ready to go. He was stacking his chips. They were in the rack. He's bomb pot, one more. And he's like, okay, I'll play the
Oh,
bomb
we
pot.
got him out of the racks too?
Yeah.
Oh my god, there's nothing better, dude. Getting Doug out of the racks. Oh man. That's something you tell your children about for sure.
It was a blast playing with him, I will say. I got to play with him for about 3-4 hours yesterday. One of the most hilarious, entertaining people I've ever played with at the poker table.
Hell yeah.
And he puts you in 6 spots as well. And he always had it. He had quads, trips, a set against me. He had it every time.
All right, let's take a look at this as very interesting hand here as Big Daddy Chaz was the pre-flop squeezer. DQ managed to get in there with queen. Ace high flop. Big Daddy Chaz outflops his opponents. E has a queen high heart flush draw. And DQ still sitting on the disguised pair of queens over here. He bets out what looks to be 250. Yeah, 250 here. Big Daddy Chaz with a pair of aces. Gonna go for the check call. And now E with just queen high, but a pretty good flush draw. Getting a good price. He's gonna go for the check call as well. Try to win the old-fashioned way by just making the best hand. 9 of diamonds on the turn gives Big Daddy Chaz a gutter to the 9 high straight, as well as his top pair. Check, check over to DQ, and DQ's like, oh, things aren't shaping up very well for a pair of queens at this point, so I'm going to go ahead and check. And Big Daddy Chaz will hold with the best hand if we make it to showdown. E just queen high, but pretty rough spot to go for a bluff. Against 2 opponents, he does just give it up. DQ shows pair of queens. Chaz shows the aces, and it's going to drag the pot. 1.4K. Moving over to the 10 seat. Well played, Big Daddy Chaz.
I didn't see the pre-flop action on that one. Was did DQ, did he 3-bet that pre, or he just called a 3-bet?
If the graphics were correct and I read them correct, then Big Daddy Chaz was the 3-better. So I think it was an open and a flat from DQ. E opened, DQ flatted, then Chaz squeezed from the small blind or big blind, and then it was just call. So DQ playing that one a little bit tricky trappy, if what I read was correct.
Got it.
Eddie B, thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the team.
And someone said in the chat earlier that people have been talking about that E and Brad apparently don't like each other. That is not true. They're cool with each other. Victoria responded and said Brad and E are friends. So
yeah, they all went out to dinner.
Yeah, they
like
all
the
went to
other
dinner
night.
and hung out. So no, there's no bad blood here, guys.
Somebody
Everyone's
trying to
cool.
stir the pot.
Yeah.
I heard that that Aaron guy hates David too. I mean, I don't know.
I know.
Think
They just
should fight
force
each
us
other.
to sit next to each other for 4 hours.
Tuan Wen, Jeremiah Paler, welcome to the team, guys. Thank you guys for subscribing.
DQ with the nuts here, but against E's 7-3, not going to get paid.
Yeah, that hand ended pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Straddle on straddle violence, and short-lived was that violence. All right, Big Daddy Chaz, the biggest winner of the night, up almost 1,000. Mark up a little over 500. We'll continue to keep an eye on those cumulative winning numbers. Do see quite a few Pokemon out here tonight. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, E brought a bag.
6.
Do you see the bag that E has? He has like 40 or something Pokemon.
Yes,
They're
in
real
fact,
tiny, though.
I know. My little Graveler that I've been using as of late, I received as a generous gift from E the other day. So yes, he does have a very nice little goodie bag.
He wants to get people involved in the Pokemon game. I mean, it's not personally my thing, but I support it. I think it's awesome that they're going for stacks and they're trying to steal each other's Pokemon and stuff like that. I don't know anything about Pokemon. Do you? Did you do the card thing when you were younger, or play the game or anything like that on the?
I did
the
not.
App? Okay.
Did not.
The only thing I know about Pokemon is the word Pokemon.
Yeah,
I literally don't know anything about it.
Yeah, no, that's just about the same for me. I
You had me beat.
never got into it. Don't really know that much about it, but like I also really just enjoy the fact that there are these sort of like meta games that have
Yeah.
spring up, right? And it's a way to keep the game fresh, especially when you end up playing against a lot of the same players day in and day out, right? And
Yeah.
it's just kind of like,
Like a side bet in a way.
yeah, and
Bragging
it's
rights.
just, it's, yeah, exactly. It's the bragging rights, being able, like, for example, yesterday during the meetup game, right, like I had the pleasure of sitting at a table with Westlake Matt. And
He had like 5 of them in front of him.
yeah, he brought them all out, and he was telling stories about like, oh yeah, I got this one from blah blah blah, right? And it was, you know, it's fun to be able to relive those experiences and have like a little bit of a totem to show, you know, to your friends or whatever, and be like, yeah, this is how I stack yo ass,
Yeah.
you know. But anyways, it's just good fun. All right, Greg here with a couple of aces, going to raise this up to 35 from +1. Dante, king queen offsuit, going to make the flat call. Mark going to come in as well. This is setting up a squeeze opportunity for someone down the line with all of this money going in up front.
There's a good
And
squeeze. Hank.
speak of the devil,
Nope.
but Andrew just going to flat. He says, you know what? No reason to get blasted off of this equity by raising and having it get raised again. So he's going to call in position, and this is amazing. We
Wow.
are going bomb
7
pot
ways.
style here, and Greg has aces. This is like the worst feeling in the world when
Yeah.
you have pocket aces.
If
but-
he doesn't flop ace, he's going to flop there. Not a good, decent
No,
flop for
he flops clean. I mean, it's not going to feel great necessarily with this many players, but you're still in a position to c-bet and sort of thin the herd and find out kind of where you're at.
Yeah.
So he is going to go for the continuation. I like this, and I like the size, 85. No need to go huge and blasty. Like, if nobody has anything, they're just going to fold.
Mark got the pair. He ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
Andrew got the backdoor flush. He's out. He's got, nope, he's out. Brad, nope.
Yeah. And there you go. Just bet 85. You get a call from an inferior hand that makes a
Ooh.
full house on the turn, and life is great.
Look at Mark. Look at Mark. Just sitting there eating. Like, hurry up and bet.
Yeah. He's got some sort of delicious snack there. Oh,
Beef
yeah.
jerky, I think.
Nice.
Yep, exactly.
Beef jerky, delicious. Greg going to go for the check now. He's like, if you could continue on that board, then that's probably not a great turn for me. He does still beat some hands that would call. Things like 6s, 5s, etc. that have now just gotten counterfeit. So not necessarily a spot where you should just go for the check fold immediately. I think this is a spot to go for the check call and see how things develop on the river. But if they do continue then you're very likely just going to have to let it go. So kind of a tough spot. You can also sort of size your opponent up and decide, you know what? I'm probably just not going to be good here enough of the time to even put in these chips. But I like the way this is going down. Greg is going to go for the check call, even though he is way behind and does not catch up on the river. He's going to check it over. Mark will just go to showdown. He's a little bit too worried about pocket jacks and an 8, so he's just going to go ahead and let that go. And we are going to get a fine look at our face back here in the booth. What's going on, everybody? So, yeah, so far, this has been a pretty good game. I would say, taking a look at the chip counts there, Mark, Big Daddy Chaz E, up over 3K. A lot of big stacks, and these stacks are just going to continue building as it is match the stack. So
I'm actually surprised. Oh, sorry for cutting you off there, but I'm actually surprised most, if not all, haven't matched the stack and got a much bigger game going on so far.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a 2.5K buy-in max, and then some players had gotten up to 3, a little over. So not the biggest opportunities to build these stacks up, but I do think that as soon as we see a big pot go down, somebody ships a real big one, that we are going to see the stack matching happening. So, all right, let's see how things continue here. TCHLive Thursday edition, hand number 31. Josh, you're going to open from early middle position, King Jack of spades. Big Daddy Chaz going to put in the 3-bet from the hijack, Queen Jack offsuit. Definitely a hand that is too weak to call, so if you're going to play it, putting it in as a 3-bet is the way to go. Big Daddy Chaz, the master of mixing in these offsuited broadways into the 3-betting range. DQ going to release from the small blind, as will the remainders of the blinds and straddles. It'll get back over to Josh, who will complete and heads up to a flop. Queen 9-4, a couple of diamonds, 1 heart. Big Daddy Chaz out-flopping his opponent. 270 in the middle. He's going to go for half pot size, continuation bet. And Josh does have an overcard and a gutter to the king high straight. He'd feel a whole lot better about his life if there were a spade out there, but he is going to go for the check call nonetheless. See if he can improve on the turn. Ace of diamonds brings in the front door flush. Big Daddy Chaz does control a jack of diamonds. This is a card that he will continue with sometimes and check back others. With his hand in particular, I think a check back is in order. But small continue wouldn't be the worst thing in the world either, but I do think that his decision to check back is the good one, the best one. And now Josh, with just king high, going to check and take it at showdown. Big Daddy Chaz now with an opportunity to go for thin value.
Oh, he hasn't checked yet.
Super producer, junior producer Seth had preemptively hit the check button, but it was not to be. Josh now going to lead out for 400 into 550. A polarizing bet, basically saying I have a flush or a strong two pair. And I think Big Daddy Chaz with the diamond blocker here has a pretty good candidate for a bluff catcher. Pretty much the only two pair that would go for this size is like ace queen and ace nine, and they do exist, but there's not very many of them. So it's sort of pigeonholed down to a flush, and Jack of Diamonds, fantastic card for you. I think Big Daddy Chaz. Gonna go ahead and find the call and take this one down, but let's see how it all pans out as I give a little shout out to KC Christ here for subscribing, and Jiggy22. Thank you guys very much for joining the team.
He made the call.
And Big Daddy Chaz with the call and shipping it. Well played, Chaz.
Nice,
and yeah, it's always tough to play against Chaz, like no matter what, but when he's in position and you have to tell some funky story like the one that Josh just tried to tell, like that dude's gonna eat you up, man. So yeah, fantastic stuff here on display from Big Daddy Chaz.
He will definitely take his time and look into your soul, as he did a couple of times there, Josh. He's trying to get him, trying to see if there's a pulse. You know, did he make any type of movements or anything like that? But good call by Chaz there. Adrian says, like the commentator cam. So that is a new addition that's been added to the stream. What, about a month or so ago, or something? A couple weeks ago.
Yeah, in the last month is when we've got everything up and running here, and yeah, glad you guys like it.
Yeah.
Please do always feel free to drop your comments in the chat. We will do our best to read those if we don't actually shout them out. But let us know what your feedback is. If you like what's being done, if you'd like to see some additions or whatever, we will do our best to improve upon the stream at every given opportunity. Josh here. Going to go ahead and open it up to 35. Queen 10 offsuit from early position, a little bit speculative, trying to spice things up. Andrew, 10, 9 of spades from the hijack, facing that early position raise, just going to flat, 10, 9. And DQ on the button is like, no, this will not stand. Going to put in the 3-bet to 180. And Andrew with a strong connected hand is going to go ahead and peel off a flop out of position. Ace, king, 4, no spades. Terrible flop for Andrew's hand. Going to check it over to DQ, who should range bet this and likely just take it down. Let's see if he goes for somewhere 145, 150, but he's going to check back. Interesting decision there from DQ. 6 of hearts here on the turn. I suspect Andrew is just waiting for his opponent to bet anything so that he can fold.
Yeah, he looks very uninterested in his hand. He's ready to go.
There it is. And that's the way it goes, right? Like, this is such a clear-cut version of it. It's like, it doesn't matter that your opponent checked back the flop, right? Like, they're going to do that with enough hands that are better than yours that are going to go for the delayed C-bet that you just like, dude, I'm not even interested in trying to rep a hand
Yeah.
when I have no spades, no straight draws, not even a gutter. Like, just no. I'm done.
And where's the lottie line? Is it 20 or is it 15? I forget.
15%.
It's 15. Okay, so everyone's. I thought it was 20. Did we downgrade it?
15%. It's always been 15%, but only on VPIP, right? Like PFR, no. It just
Yeah,
just
only on VPIP. Okay, I always thought it was 20 for some reason. So I thought E was below the lottie line at 18% here.
Well, he's getting dangerously
getting
close
close.
to it. Yeah. If he does fall below the Lottie line,
You
then
gotta
he
shock him,
will
right?
be replaced by Will Lottie on
J
the
Stack's
table.
next on the list. He'd be in the 40s right now for sure.
I kid, of course, but that would be actually really funny if we just had Will Lottie like sitting in a cage in
Yeah.
the background, and then if anybody like after 20 hands or
Subs in.
something, yeah, falls below the Lottie line, then they go and they swap him out, and the other person goes into the cage. That would actually be really funny.
Yeah, like that poker show. What's it? Shark
Cage
or something like that.
crap. Yeah. All right, Mark here with the King 8 offsuit, not orphaning his babies. He's going to find top pair 8 kicker, which is the best hand on this flop out of the straddle position. E with the Ace Jack offsuit has been turned dead. DQ here, bottom pair. Mark turns top 2 and bets out 60 bucks. To a pot of 115, I suspect this will just go fold, fold, and it does.
Ted Gomez, my buddy Ted Gomez in the chat, just typing my name, David. How you doing, Ted? Thanks for watching. Subscribe and like if you haven't, sir. Appreciate it. Been playing with a poker with Ted for several years now. Very, very great guy. You'll always see him at the poker scene, pretty much everywhere.
Hip Hop Anonymous, thank you very much for your subscription. Welcome to the TCHLive team.
What movie is that from? You remember? Hip Hop Anonymous.
Hip Hop Anonymous. I know Hip Hopopotamus, but no. What's it
Oh
from?
God, now I forgot what it is. It's the Adam Sandler one when he takes care of that kid. Big Daddy.
Big Daddy.
Big Daddy.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
All
yeah.
right. Well, there you go. Got some movie trivia for you up in here. Andrew Ace Jack offsuit from +2 is going to raise it up to 40 bucks. DQ. He's got an ace and a 3. He's going to call. Josh, out of the straddle position, is going to complete 3 ways to a flop. And there's a couple of diamonds out there for Josh, who does flop the queen high diamond draw. Checks it over. Andrew, 2 overs and some backdoors, is going to check, and DQ with a whole lot of not much is going to check as well. 8 pairs on the turn. Doesn't change anything. Andrew's hand still best, but Josh, after checking through on the flop and being in the straddle position, he is going to have a ton of 8s and 10s that will bet here, as well as his diamonds. Maybe even some flop straights with 7-9. So he's going to bet. DQ looks him up, and my goodness, DQ, if we make it to showdown, we'll have the best hand here. And indeed, Josh just gives it up. He's like, nah, I'm done with this. And DQ will proudly show the ace high and ship this pot. Fantastic.
He's nodding his head like, yeah, I got you.
All right. Bruce 213 and Nicholas Jones, thank you guys very much for the subscription. Welcome to the team.
Everybody in the chat, Big Daddy, Big Daddy, Big Daddy, Big Daddy, from the movie. And it also happens to be Big Daddy Chaz, who's in the game as well.
Heck yeah. Taking a look over at the like counter, we're 1 thumbs up away from 500. If you're watching and you haven't had an opportunity, please rear back with the force of 1,000 warriors and obliterate the like button for us. Thank you guys very much for helping us out. We do appreciate you very much. And if you would like a special shout out and to throw a couple dollar bills at me, David, junior producer Seth, and everybody else that helps make this show go round, you can drop a super chat in the chat.
And
super chat in the chat.
And Hip Hop
Words are
Anonymous responds to the movie trivia. Glad y'all got it.
Hey.
I love that. You've seen that movie, right? Big
I mean,
Daddy?
it's been a long time.
It's been a
right?
really
I
long
mean,
time.
I think I saw it when it came out and not since. So.
Me neither. But that was just like my favorite part of the movie.
Okay, yeah, I don't remember anything from that film pretty much
I
at
think
all.
he's like
so.
teaching him how to read, and it's him versus a kid. He's like, "Damn you! You give him all the easy ones because a kid can read and he can't."
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, Josh, you're gonna flop trips. Who else has a piece here? Big Daddy Chaz, club flush draw. Oop, no good. Full house on the turn. Josh has a lock on this one, and nobody has pretty much anything to go with it. Big Daddy Chaz's club flush draw going to go ahead and shrivel up to nothingness with the double paired board. He will just release immediately. And yeah, nobody else with any reason to continue. This should just be a bet of 75 and ship it. And that is the way that one goes down.
It always sucks when you effectively have the nuts and no one has really anything to get value from.
Yeah.
It's always a sucker. It's really hard to get a full house and then you get one and nobody has nothing to continue.
Especially on those double paired boards, it's just like, well, cool. I mean, I guess I'll just take what's in the middle. Horatio Ursa, thank you very much for the subscription. Appreciate that. Dun, 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 dun. Cody Ulabari says, hey from Los Alamos. Dude, hell yes. My peeps in Los Alamos, man. I haven't been back to Los Alamos in how long? I did used to work at Los Alamos National Laboratory. Seth with a very curious question there, but I did indeed. And it's been probably a couple of years since I've been up there. Is that true? The last time I went up there, let me make sure that we don't have a real hand developing here. Let's call this out here really quick. Because we've got E raising to 35 from UTG1, a couple of sailboats, DQ, next position over 3 bets the Jack 7 of diamonds. I love this. DQ comes to play, and he loves to just like have a good time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like he's just like, let's see what happens. You know, why not?
Yeah.
And he's actually in a pretty good position, all things considered, as E calls with a 4s, but no, there's a 4 on the flop, and it's all clubs as well. Check and a quick check behind. There's a full house for E as the 9 pairs the board. E is going to go for big value. Bets 300 and DQ. Snap folds it. But yeah, last time I was there, so the Jemez Mountains and the Jemez Forest are just to the north and west of Los Alamos, New Mexico. And it's beautiful, absolutely beautiful terrain up in there. And there are wild hot springs that you can go out to as well. You know, not developed. It's basically just rocks and, you know, the water just coming out of the wall, out of the side of the mountain. And you just go and sit in the warm water and enjoy the scenery. So it is pretty amazing. So I think the last time I was up there, I was going to soak in the hot springs for a little while.
Hot springs.
Yeah.
Something I still need to do.
Dude, it is so awesome.
And they're all year round. Hot, right?
Yeah, so
Even
the
when it's really, really cold outside?
Yeah. Specifically the wild ones up there in the Jemez, there are 3 of them. So the least popular one, it's very shallow and the temperature doesn't get up much above the mid-90s. So it doesn't really feel like a hot spring. It's sort of like a warm spring. And it's, you know, kind of muggy or a lot of moss and algae and stuff in there. So that one's not very popular. The second most popular one is parking lot right off the side of the road. Anyways, I'll get back to that. As Brad here going to flop top pair, DQ, bottom pair with top kicker. Check, bet of 100. Brad was the pre-flop aggressor. Bets 1/3, gets called.
He's always talking to the person he's in a hand with.
Meaningless deuce of clubs peels off on the turn. DQ checks again, and Brad continues for value. And DQ now with a decision. Pretty dry board here. Your opponent is repping pretty much a top pair type hand or not much else. DQ does block some ace-king type holdings, but for every ace-king he blocks, he also blocks an ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-10 that may continue as well. So he is going to go for the call and makes his own change. I mean, this is a big table, so I mean, it's actually kind of appreciated at times.
He got there.
And indeed he does. DQ checks, hoping that Brad will bet again, but no. And yeah, DQ is going to back into 2 pair and drag a nice little 1.1K pot. Chip on up to 4.9 thousand. Throw some tip chips at the dealer and on to the next one.
Everybody was. Oh, sorry to cut you off
Yeah,
there,
yeah,
but
go ahead.
everybody was talking about because they found out DQ was going to be on the stream, and they've seen him on other streams, and I think people follow his Instagram because he goes to Vegas and he plays really really big games and stuff like that. And so they were telling Brad and Andrew like, hey, this guy DQ, he comes to play. He'll play any 2 cards, and he'll get there sometimes on the river, and they're like, all right, well, we're looking forward to playing against him. And there's one case right there.
Yeah, absolutely right. Cody here in the chat says, if I'm ever in town again, come say hey. The poker group would love to see you again. Hell yeah, I will definitely do that, and I would love to see you guys. So I was part of World Tavern Poker. It was a cool little free bar league.
Okay.
Shout out to them. They run all over the country, different places, and really cool thing. You know, you accumulate points based on how well you do in the weekly tournaments, and then there's an annual mecca out to Las Vegas, and they always have a really fun gathering out there where you play in like the national tournament, whatever, where the winner gets a free seat in the WSOP main event.
Nice.
So really cool value, very exciting thing. You can go check them out on the interwebs, and that was the group that Cody was referencing there. 3 ways to a flop. E here with the best of it turns a wheel. Nobody else with that much though. Dante here with just a pair of 7s could be convinced to continue. But yeah, DQ does have a gutter to a superior straight, so he could get there. Dante facing a bet and a call in front is going to come along for the ride. Maybe thinking that there are enough draws out there that 7s will be good enough often enough. We can see, though, that he has a stone-cold hammerlock on this hand. He's going to bet half pot, see if he can get called by a queen. Or even a deuce would be ideal. But Dante with just 7s will release there on the end, but E going to ship a 1K pot.
Are there casinos out there in Los, what'd you say it was? Los Alamos?
Los Alamos itself, no. So, but there are a number of Native American reservations throughout the state of New Mexico, and all of them, okay, I shouldn't say all of them, but a lot of them have casinos. So just down the way from Los Alamos, in between Los Alamos and Santa Fe, are 2 Native American reservations that each have big casinos. And yeah, you can go play poker at Buffalo Thunder. That was the one that I played at mostly. The other one didn't have a poker room.
Sounds like a chicken wing sauce. Buffalo Thunder.
Buffalo Thunder, yeah, no, it's delicious. Yeah.
Can I get the Buffalo Thunder, 6 of them, please?
Yeah, you just got to be careful for the spicy spices. They'll go right through you. Air Grifo 1989, welcome to the team. Thank you for subscribing. Raise to 35 here from Greg in early position, 5-4 suited. Josh, DQ, and Brad all going to take a flop. Josh here, still best with ace jack high. Nobody finds a pair or any real significant draws. Checks all the way over to Josh, who decides to go ahead and bet his 2 overcards. Just see if he can take this pot down right now. And this may just get the job done. Brad, still with a player behind him to act, is going to go for the check raise, though. He says, you know what? I've got double backdoor and 4 high. Let's do it. Put the foot down. Raise to 250, and indeed, this is going to be very difficult for Josh to continue. He does release, and Brad should just show this one? Question mark. Nah, that's one for all YouTube
for the vlog
to see, and not for the people on the table.
So some folks were talking about what you were saying. They said a lot of card rooms closed down, and the only one to play is in Albuquerque. That was from Cody. And then Chris Man said the Buffalo Thunder hasn't reopened poker room. Hasn't reopened the room.
Yeah. I'm not surprised about that because New Mexico got hit very badly by coronavirus, and so yeah, there was a lot of impetus to just sort of shut things down and be very cautious about reopening. So I'm not surprised about that, but do hope that you guys get your poker back here soon, because yeah, there's nothing better than going to your local casino, card
Ooh.
room, whatever, and firing up the old Texas Hold'em. Lenio Perez and Zek114, thank you guys for subscribing. Welcome to the team.
We got a hand brewing here.
Seth wants to know if I
Secret-
work on secret government projects, and the answer is we've got ace-7, pocket jacks, and ace-queen offsuit going 3 ways
the
to
answer.
a flop. 9-9 deuce rainbow. Dante with the overpair. Checky, checky. Check. And there's an ace on the turn. DQ and Big Daddy Chaz both improve. 2 aces up. Big Daddy Chaz with this superior kicker, but DQ going to go ahead and fire at this. 2:55 to go. Dante releases the Judies into the muck. Big Daddy Chaz, of course, going to continue. As we've got the bottles of wine and other such consumables coming out of the bucket in the background.
Game should be loosening up soon with the alcohol starting to pour in.
All right, bet a 255 and a call. 3 of spades on the end changes nothing. It's aces up for both players. Big Daddy Chaz with the queen kicker will win if we make it to showdown. And DQ looks to be lining up more value bet and chips. He's going for a down bet this time. And gonna get snapped off by Big Daddy Chaz. Chaz sensing that there's no real sense in raising there. Not a lot of value to be had from a raise. Might just be betting into the nuts and opening up a position for his opponent to 3-bet him. Doesn't want that to happen, so he's just going to take that pot and moves his cumulative winnings up to 2.4 thousand. So Big Daddy Chaz the big winner right now. And so far, Mark, 1.1K in the black, is next best.
Oh, so Seth had a question for Aaron. Would you recommend 4-betting there with jacks after Chaz 3-bet with ace-queen, or just call?
So honestly, I didn't pay close enough attention to the action to really have a good answer for you. But jacks can play as a 4-bet against certain opponents, and playing out of position, you may be a little bit more inclined to go for a 4-bet with a hand like that. However, because your opponent is going to get to play in position, it's also totally fine to just keep the pot manageable and see how things develop with a pretty strong hand like a pocket pair of jacks. So I think it can go either way, and I would have had to pay a little bit closer attention. Apologize that I can't answer that one better. But Mark and DQ getting tangled up here as DQ going to drop in a 3-bet on the button, Jack-8 offsuit. He seems to like this hand. This is maybe the second or third time we've seen him playing Jack-8 off in an aggressive manner. So maybe that's the DQ special. Mark is, of course, going to call, play this one out of position, but gets a favorable flop. 10-3-3 rainbow. I'll check it over to DQ, let him continue if he wants, and he does. Grabbing pink chips, then thinking better of it, sticking to the greens. Oh, going back to the pink. That's what he said. Okay, he fires out the pink chip, 350 to go. He announces Mark check calls. 1.2K in the middle.
Boat again.
Hey,
How many boats has Mark had today? 3? I think this is his 3rd boat.
he's had a few, and it's going pretty well for him. So getting some shooters passed around the table, but Mark going to check it over. DQ checks back, and this a good river card for DQ to bluff, but Mark may not be letting him do said bluffing. He's reaching for value betting chips, and a lot of them. He's going to fire out a chunky bet. 1.4 thousand, slight overbet of the pot, and really just hoping that his opponent has something like ace, king, ace, queen. But DQ has Jack-8. Will not be calling any wager.
Yeah, that's his third boat of the day. And I think going back to the previous hands with jacks versus ace-queen there, if you put player dynamic in there, with Dante playing against, Chaz, who is very aggressive, maybe Dante out of position, 4-betting there. Chaz can easily 5-bet and try to play for stacks. And I'm not sure maybe with jacks that Dante would want to play, all in with jacks there, especially out of position. So I think that's more of a reason. Also, too, to your point, why he maybe just called versus 4-betting. What do you think?
It's definitely possible, and one of the other things that I didn't really pay too much attention to is stack size, right? So, what the 3-bet size was, and what a reasonable 4-betting size would have been in relation to Dante's stack. Just it may have been like an awkward sizing, and so he may have just had to decide like it's a 4-bet jam now for something that's like 6x your bet, and I don't really want to do that.
Yeah.
And so I'll just go ahead and call out a position. Again, I didn't quite pay close enough attention to have all of the information to make a really good analysis, but did have a couple of subscriptions that I'm going to go ahead and get back to, as we do have a hand developing here. Josh limping the ace-9 off. E going to go ahead and raise it up ace-7 of hearts. DQ has suited 7-5 and going to go ahead and 3-bet once again. So putting his foot firmly on the gas is DQ. Josh out of the way with the ace-9. We're going to go heads up to a flop. 8-7-5. 2 pair for DQ and a pair and a nut flush draw for E. This is going to be exciting.
Let the fireworks begin.
Check from E. DQ continues. 225 and E goes for the quick call and maybe an action killer here as the 4 of hearts brings in a one-liner to a straight and completes the front door flush. E checks once again, and DQ now has a hand that very much benefits from getting to showdown without building the pot any further, but he flicks a pink chip in there. Pseudo bluff. As what are you trying to accomplish here? All worse hands will mostly fold out. My goodness, we have a 6 of diamonds on the end, puts the one-liner on the board. There is straight to the 8 on board. And now E can make it look like he's attempting to push his opponent off a chop, fire out a big bet here. Probably more than 1K. Maybe even a little bit more, 1.3. 1.1 it is, and DQ now has to decide if he wants to put in 1.1 to get 2K back. So it's 1.1 to get your 900 invested back, and DQ's going to turn his hand over, and it looks like he is letting it go. And E going to show him. It's like, yeah, I had you from the beginning.
Aaron had a question. Not Aaron. Ed had a question. Who is at the booth with you, Aaron? Hi, my name is David. In the booth with Aaron today. And someone else had a question. A lot of people are asking for Trick Time. Where's Trick Time? Where's Trick Time? This is the Austin stream. Trick Time plays in the Dallas stream, but we do have the Dallas commentator in Greg P sitting in the middle seat here on the stream today. So if you like that stream and you like listening to Greg, he is in the stream playing today.
Heck yeah. All right, getting caught back up in the chat a little bit. Quartz, Amanda Hilbrand, thank you very much for subscribing. Appreciate you guys coming along. I almost dropping us a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you so much for that. He says, been watching the streams over the last several months. Just want to say thank you for providing great commentary over the play. Love from Australia. Hey, thank you very much, man.
Awesome.
We really appreciate you. And thanks for tuning in from Australia. That is awesome.
It's definitely on one of my lists on countries I'd like to visit for sure.
Oh, definitely. Quick shout out, Jake Turner, Robert Page, thank you guys very much for subscribing. Ed Burrich here says, good to hear your commentary. Howdy, Aaron. Hey, what's going on, man? Thanks for coming along. And let's see, Wrecked AF, Matthew Owen, thank you guys for the subscription. If I missed anybody, I do apologize. Just trying to get a quick look through, and then we'll get back to the action. What do we got going on here, David?
So E flopped the nut flush. No, yeah, flopped the nut flush draw, bet 25, and then DQ raised him to 125, and E called. Check on the turn. And now DQ is value betting with his 5 of 300.
River 2 pair as well. So DQ,
5-7. Didn't even see the 7.
Gets there against E's bottom pair, top kicker, and the nut flush draw. And E is going to just go ahead and get rid of it and DQ will take it down without making any additional money. Definitely a frustrating situation when you flop a pair and the nut flush draw,
Yeah.
and then it just goes like brick, and you're like, wait, how did I not improve on this hand? But E, of course, disciplined and just realizing that pair five probably no good. Let's go.
That's where DQ is like the king of random two pair. Like he always has some kind of random two pair that he turns it, he rivers it. It's every time I watch him on a stream, he always has some random two pair. Sometimes against a really good premium hand that gets paid off as well.
Oh yeah, that is the thing that like J Stack will do in addition to DQ, right?
Yeah.
Is like play these weird hand combinations that most people won't, and then you're very unpredictable when it comes to your two pair combinations. You could also get yourself into some really funky spots because of that, but by and large, it makes you very unpredictable, and you can come up with two pairs in spots that your opponents really won't be able to see very well. So if you can navigate those funky streets to a high level, then you can make a lot of money in a lot of situations that other players just won't find themselves in. Let's take a look at the VPIPs. Greg now dipping dangerously low to the Lottie line. We'll have to rattle Lottie's cage here in a little bit, make sure he's ready to go in if required. But I think these players are all going to mostly stay above the Lottie line here tonight.
Yeah, we got to see J Stack versus DQ one of these days. That would definitely be some fireworks for sure.
Yeah, J Stack against pretty much anybody is always exciting to watch. The stream, gosh, it's probably been a month or so, where it was basically just JC and J Stack, just like going at it the entire night. That was such a fun stream to watch and to commentate. So. Yeah, J Stack, very entertaining guy. We still haven't opened up a spot for him, but we still got time.
Yeah, we're about an hour and a half into the stream. We got about 2.5 left. He may get in there maybe in the last hour or so.
All right, Mark here folds to him. No, I take that back. We had a couple of limps in there. Mark raised to 50 and 2 calls. So Dante has broken your rule and limped the 5 deuce. Goes for the limp call. 5 deuce suited, so trying to mix things up. Checky over to Mark here, who continues with just king high. Dante has the best hand with bottom pair and a gutter backdoor flush draw, and is going to go for the check call after DQ gets out of the way. King of clubs here on the turn, brings in the front door flush draw. Also pairs Mark's king and gives him the best hand, but it goes check. Dante going to need some help, and he gets it. Picks up 2 pair on the end. Quick check. And Dante will turn over a hand that probably not many people expected him to have.
Yeah, it's like Mark is like, what the hell is that? That was a DQ hand right there.
Yeah, Dante Q impersonation right there.
So we may have to, in the future streams, you may have to add in the description Austin, Texas or Dallas, Texas, because I think that's the #1 question we get in the chat. Is this Austin? Is this Dallas?
Yeah, I understand that if you don't watch
lot.
every broadcast all the time, or if you're new to the channel, that it can be a little bit like, wait, where is this coming from? But just a reminder to all of our new folks, or anyone who is wondering, the TCH Austin streams are going to be on Monday and Thursdays, TCH Dallas Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and we alternate on Fridays. Saturdays and Sundays have been for final tables of our tournaments in both locations, but we are going to be mixing that up as well. So trying to bring you guys 7 days a week of awesome free poker content here on TCHLive YouTube. Also doing some live streaming on the Facebook and some other streaming platforms as well. We are always trying to bring new content to the world on every possible piece of bandwidth.
And the Friday changes every Friday, right? Like, what is it this Friday? Do you know?
We've been bouncing back and forth between Dallas and Austin, but this Friday, honestly, I don't remember what we're doing tomorrow, but I know I'm not. PLO tomorrow? Okay.
5-5? 5-5 PLO tomorrow?
All right. Is that here or in? Oh, well, there you go.
Inside the park, it's right underneath it, looking up. And there's
Okay,
this thing
excellent.
where I mean, you can't, like,
well, I'm
yeah, you
not
can't,
sure
like,
who's
climb
going
up
to be
to
doing the
where
commentary.
all
I
the
will be
water
headed
runs.
down to Houston. Be headed down to Houston because there's a big old tournament happening down there this weekend and next. So, Aaron gonna go try and win some dollar bills in the tournaments.
I was an all-state tuba player. I was one of the top.
Says you should do it while you're plugging. Just as you hit a button, just say what you're hitting.
Why would I lie about it? He's got a point.
All right, let's get into the action here because we did miss some pre-flop and flop action. Now, Brad raised to 150. We did have a multi-straddle pot to start things off. Big Daddy Chaz put in the 3-bet to 450 with a couple of Judies. Brad called out of position for 300 with pocket threes, looking to find a set in the hills.
Whoa.
And after this bet of 250 on the flop, Brad here in position, going to raise to 700. And this is a little bit of a curious choice. Brad just going for a move. He says, you know what? You're going to c-bet this flop all the time. And for that size, I don't think you have much. I'm just going to raise and see if I can take this down right now. The interesting thing is stacked pot ratio, right? Like, Brad has left himself 1,000 behind. And so Chaz looking at a call of 450 and then another 1K behind. So this is basically like, does Chaz want to play for 1450 at this
There
point?
he goes, all in.
And he says, you know what? All right, if that's what we're doing, that's what we're doing. And yeah, the story doesn't make enough sense for him to let go of the pair. He's going to show it. And Brad says, yeah, you got me. Well played. Lets it go. And yeah, I think this is another case of Big Daddy Chaz sort of understanding the mechanics of the game to such a high degree that he's like, you just wouldn't raise me with a strong value hand. Like, if you had a strong value hand, you'd be like, all the money's going in, whether you bet it or I bet it, like, it just doesn't matter. So whatever cards peel off on the turn is not going to change anything. If you have, like, a strong king or something, right? Like, you're just going with it. And if you flopped a set, you might raise, but it's a little bit of a curious spot. Once again, with the stacked pot ratio, what it is, you'd probably just be like, all the money's going in. Like, let's just call in position and see what happens. But when he goes for the raise, Chaz sniffs it out. All right,
Looks like
we
the
appear to
video
be
paused.
frozen.
Yep.
But junior producer Seth, after a string of, and now we may just be offline. So I'm just going to continue yammering
Podcast.
away in case you guys can hear me. Please do let me know in the chat if you guys can hear me. But I think we just had a crash, and that may not be coming right on back.
So, remember what you say the first time. Can you guys hear us? It says no signal. I'm curious if they can hear us or not. Stream broke, system crash. Oh, that's you.
Oh, they say that we can be heard. All right. Okay, very
Okay,
good.
cool.
All right, thank you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for telling us because we were trying to figure out what was going on. But if you guys can hear us, then awesome. Let's just continue. We got Busa Nation. We got I Came to Shred. Thank you guys for subscribing.
So,
And
what would you say is the reason why this happened today? I think you know what I'm trying to
yeah, it's because E is
E
here.
is here.
Yeah, we should have known before we allowed E on the table,
Oh,
but
man.
that's what you get. E shows up and everything gets mushed. So
Yeah. I think
we do have super producer Carolyn back here going to try to do a rain dance for the or an internet dance or whatever kind of dance may be appropriate to see if she can resurrect the stream. But thank you guys for coming along tonight. It's been a hell of a ride already. We've seen some fun pots. We've seen a lot of full houses for Mark in particular. Oh, hello.
Oh, are we on?
All right. So
Okay.
Carolyn has put us back on to at least some video. So you guys will get to look at us for a little bit. I don't see us popping up. Hey, there we are. Hey, hey. Excellent.
What?
All right. So, and
There's
it's
my head.
it's a tiny little view over in the corner. That's what you guys get for now. But
Oh, there you go.
hey, we've been upgraded to a larger screen. So, we're just gonna hang out. We're gonna chat. If you got some questions for us, drop them there in the chat, and we'll just kind of make things happen until we do get the stream back up and running for y'all.
That's so
momentarily.
funny that this happened and that E's on the stream, because I think the very first time I did this stream, with you guys, that was like the running joke. Every time E's around, something happens. If he's in the chat, if he's playing, if he comes back here, the stream just boop.
Yeah,
And he's in the game, and this is what happens.
This is absolutely right. He has a way of making that happen.
Someone needs to take his Pokemon. Aaron.
All right, Kyle Hardrick, Nolan Wright, Melissa Hubner, thank you guys for subscribing.
You see what Matt said? Matthew Farmer. Faces for radio. Just kidding, guys.
Thanks, man.
Here's a good one. How did you guys get into poker? You wanna go first?
Sure. I've told this story before, but happy to tell it again. So, got into poker originally in undergrad. So, freshman year of undergrad at the Colorado School of Mines back in Golden, Colorado. We had a little common area down at the sub levels, not quite a basement or whatever, of the dorms, and we had a ping pong table down there. So we used to play a lot of ping pong, and then somebody one day just decided, hey, let's play some cards around the ping pong table, and we all started bringing our buckets of nickels, dimes, quarters, pennies, whatever, right?
College?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep, an undergrad freshman year, and we just started playing nickel, dime, quarter at first. And then it wasn't too long after that where we started being like, everybody put in $10. Let's play a tournament style. Actually, so you could actually win some real money by the end of it instead of just like $7 or whatever. So.
You never played before that? Like high school or as a kid or anything like that?
I mean, my dad taught me to play 5-card draw. And I understood what beat what. But no, I mean, what you were playing in high school? Did people
a little bit? I played some games when I was a kid, and I obviously did craps with some of my friends in the laundry mat.
Obviously did craps. Okay.
I had to throw it against the wall. I played poker again. In college with some friends. Some of our friends would kind of get together and we'd kind of play all night. But I didn't understand the ins and outs of the game at all. I knew a flush, beat a straight, and so on and so forth. But position, 3-bet, 4-bet, stack to pot ratio, pot odds. Knew nothing of that whatsoever.
Oh, yeah.
And I was always trying to, why do I always lose? So my friends would always
I asked
beat
myself that to this very day.
My friends would always beat me in high school and college, and it just, so I pretty much focused on grad school after that, and then started my career, and then didn't really play poker for about 11, 12 years, at all.
Okay.
Because when I went to the casino, I played what I couldn't play. In Texas, that was blackjack, crap, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then randomly, one of my buddies, who was best man in my wedding, invited me to his house for just a poker tournament. And he's like, "You play poker?" I go, "I haven't in a long time." And I went, and I kind of fell in love with it all over again. And so, guys like this were on YouTube and showing. I was like, "Oh, this is cool," and learned more and more and more. And then I found out about card houses. I had no idea they were in Texas, just because I wasn't in the scene. Mm-hmm. And now I'm here all the time playing with you guys and meeting a bunch of different people, and it's been really great.
Yeah,
so
heck
far.
yeah. Yeah, no, that is pretty cool. And I think a lot of people, that has been their experience being here in Texas, right? Just sort of seeing them around or hearing about them or whatever. It's wait, there's poker houses? You can just go and play poker. And it's really cool. I think it is a fantastic thing. I'm so happy that the state of Texas has legal, above board poker rooms like TCH Austin, where people can go and experience the game. I mean, it is a fantastic chance for people to go out and meet one another, to learn something new, to have a nice social atmosphere, to win some money, right? I mean, it's a good time. And I think it's fantastic that we are able to do that here.
And because there's no
Texas.
rake, and you just essentially you're paying for your seat, you're renting your seat out. I think that allows the games to be a little bit more fun, a little bit bigger, because you're not worried about the rake and so on and so forth. But yeah, it's been great, man, and I'm glad I found that there's poker houses in Texas, especially in Austin, where it kind of started it all with TCH. And it's great. And then you get guys like Doug Polk and Brad Owens and Andrew Neeme, who are all coming here, and then everybody follows them, and the whole place is packed. you know. So yesterday was awesome, that's for sure.
Hell yeah, absolutely right. Wanted to do a quick shout out. Where did my last subscriber go? Lurking a boot somewhere. Bill K, thank you very much for subscribing. Appreciate you joining the team. And then let's see. Here was a question. Where did it go? Oh, well, not a question, but an observation that we are up over 700 likes, which means that you guys have earned yourselves an extra 10 minutes after the show. It's regularly scheduled end time. So we will be doing an extra 10 minutes. If you guys help us get up to 1,000 likes, you'll get an extra 20 minutes of time as well. So we are still working on the technical issues. We're going to try to get the live stream feed up and running. Super producer Carolyn has shown up, and she's giving you the hello. What's the word?
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
T-minus 10 minutes to things being fixed.
So this is like on a delay,
that's
so it'll come in a minute.
Okay. All right, bye.
All right, bye. All right. You heard it here first. 10 minutes until things are fixed.
This one's funny. Wonder Egg, guy on the left, that's me. Guy on the left is trying to undress me with his eyes. I guess because I was looking right into the camera.
Nice, nice,
That's
nice,
funny.
nice.
What do you guys like most about broadcasting? And there's Caroline. Go ahead. You want to start with you again? What? Let's see who asked that question. Sam. What do you guys like most about broadcasting?
Well, I think so. I enjoy the experience of getting to see all of the action, like from the bird's eye view, right? Because like I play this game all the time, so
Yeah.
I'm constantly out there trying to navigate these spots for myself, and I love it. Like I love the game and I love doing that, but it's all this internal thing, right? Whereas when we get to sit here and we're watching 9 or 10 people just like duke it out hand after hand after hand and being able to get the insight as to like what did they have and then try to deduce like what their thought process was. Like that whole thing is just so fascinating and enjoyable for me. So I really enjoy that. I think it's a lot of fun. I hope that you guys obviously appreciate that and enjoy it as well. So yeah, being part of the action along with all of you guys and walking through it. That's what I like.
Yeah, and obviously my first watching poker on TV, which is probably everyone's first, I would think, is like the WSOP on ESPN. You know, when I was younger and I would watch and I listened to the commentary and then they have the equity and their cards and you're saying you got to make that call there, but the other person doesn't see the cards. You know what I mean? So just being on the opposite side of that and being behind the scenes and seeing the action and be able to talk about it's been really cool. I remember when Aaron first asked me, he's like, "Do you want to be on the stream?" I jokingly said, like, I guess everyone else said no if you're asking me. You know what I mean? But it's definitely been fun. I think this is my third time that I've joined you in the booth, and it's I think this may be the second time that the video went out. Because didn't the video go out the very first time? We had like a podcast.
Yeah, we just ended up chatting for a while. So maybe you're the mush. I
Maybe
don't know.
it's me. Maybe it's me. We're back on in 10 minutes, guys. So thank you. And look, our likes are going up. Now we're at 738. I think we got like 150 likes just since it shut down.
Yeah. I mean, we appreciate that for sure. We do know that a number of you have gone off into the ether world and found other things to do. But for those of you that have stuck around, you will see that timer counting down. We are T-minus 10 minutes and counting to getting everything back up and running. So had a little bit of a hiccup there. The hamster tripped, did a full face plant into the wheel and really got messed up, teeth everywhere. And honestly, we had to go and swap out for the other hamster. So yeah, we'll get him back up there. He's warming up right now, doing some stretches. We don't want to just like throw him in there cold. You know, we could have a repeat of just the face plant. Yeah, so we don't want that. So anyways, bear with us as hamster number 2 gets warmed up. We'll get ready to go here in a moment.
Adrian asked the question, is Texas expensive to live in? Well, that's a yes and no question. So it depends on what city that you're talking about. I would say like 95% of Texas is very, very inexpensive to live in. But Austin is definitely the most expensive currently, followed by Dallas, then Houston, then San Antonio. But you can live on the outskirts of Austin about 20, 30, maybe even 40 minutes away and still get a somewhat affordable house. But the rent has been climbing and climbing ever since I've been here. I'm born and raised in San Antonio, but I've been here. I came to school here in 2004. And, I mean, that's almost 20 years, and it's just changed dramatically. I mean, how long have you been in Austin now?
I've been here for 2.5 years now. and love it here. But yeah, I mean, I came from places that were expensive to live as well. Like Los Alamos is just a very niche like location with not a lot of housing, so it's very expensive to live there. Then moved from there down to Santa Fe. Santa Fe also mostly. I mean, I guess it depends on where in town, but a lot of, more expensive places to live there as well. So the change coming here was not like dramatic necessarily, but just sort of at the same level where it's like you're in these places where it's just like property values are just high. So you're going to pay higher rents. And yeah, that is just sort of the way it is here. And yeah, obviously a lot of people moving here, prices will continue to climb, but awesome place as well. I very much love it here, and I'm proud to be a local now as of 2.5 years. So
Max had a good suggestion. You guys should go to the table and announce what's happening. That would be really cool if we have these cords that are attached. So maybe if they're like 200 feet, we can make it happen. But unfortunately, they're not cordless, so we wouldn't be able to make that happen.
yeah. Plus, not having the cards up on the screen would be a little bit, it'd just be like, all right, well, Chaz is going to open. We don't know what he's opening with. And then this guy's going to call, and we don't know what he's got. But, Anyways, we are just under 7 minutes until we're back up and running. So thank you guys for sticking with us. We'll be back up and running momentarily. Brad, Owen, Andrew Neeme joining us here, TCH Live Thursday for 5-5 Match the Stack. All players starting off 2.5K, except for Dante, who started off a little light, and then we've been chipping up since then. So several players up over 3,000, and I don't know, nothing too super crazy here for anybody joining us at this stage and sort of getting caught up on what's going on. Do a rehash here. We've had Mark make several full houses, didn't get paid off in each of the spots, but was able to drag some nice pots. So he's sitting up a healthy amount, and then let's see here. Got my alarm going off here because this was about the time of the broadcast that we were going to bring Brad back here into the booth, send David out to go hunt down some snacks and beverages, and hang out, sort of get Brad's take on how things have been going. We will get that taken care of. We'll have Brad come on back with us here in a little while, but because of our little technical issues, we'll probably push that back a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But,
yeah. I'm interested to know where do all you guys live? Everyone that's watching us out there, type in your city, your state, and even your country, because it'd be actually really cool to see like where everybody is. Like I'm actually curious to see if the majority is like locally in Texas, or do we have a lot of people from like literally all over? I know we had someone from Australia. Obviously, we have people from like California and Florida and New York and stuff like that. So I'm very curious to know like where everyone is at and watching this stream. So that'd be interesting to know. Any other countries? We got Leander. Why don't you bring? We got Atlanta, Georgia, Buda, Texas, Mesa, Arizona, Leander, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Austin, Florida, Wuhan, China. I think that's a joke.
You never know.
You never know.
No.
Downtown Austin. Do you guys prefer cash or tourneys? So I can start with that one, Matt. And I think I may know Aaron's answer too, but I personally prefer cash. I mean, I play tourneys. I enjoy tourneys. The very first tourney I personally ever played was here at TCH, and I final tabled, and I made the stream, and that's actually where I met Aaron. But I wasn't really someone that wanted to play for, 10 hours straight and maybe not even cash. Whereas I just played 2 hours before this stream and made like $500-600, because the games are good. So I personally enjoy cash. I'm kind of like a 3 to 5 hour session type of player, so I don't play all day like some others do. I would assume you would say tournaments. Is that or no?
I mean, so cash games have definitely grown on me, but I do come from like tournaments. Like that was sort of my initial exposure to the game. Aside from the nickel dime quarter, we rapidly moved on to playing, the $10, $20 tournaments, and then after that was what I did. Is I would go to casinos and I would play tournaments, and then I would leave and go, do my job and live my life. But like I went to the casinos to play the tournaments, never to play the cash games. Mm-hmm. And so that was just pretty much my experience with it, was like I go to and I play tournaments. And the exciting thing for me is that like whilst you can certainly make a living, you can make a lot of money playing the cash games, and there are lots of really good cash games out there. It's like it's very much a grind, right? Like
Yeah.
you go and you play, and you sort of eke out your hourly, and you just try to play as many hours as you can because then you just maximize your winnings that way. Whereas with a tournament, like it's still a grind, and there's a ton of variance. So you're going to get run over, you're going to get wrecked, you're going to get bounced out of tournaments left and right in
Yep.
sick, nasty ways, and it's going to suck. But then the clouds will part, that ray of sunshine will come down, and you'll run good at the end of a tournament.
Yeah.
You'll make a final table, and you'll win money that would take you
Forever.
months
Yeah,
or
yeah.
years to win playing cash.
Yeah.
And
That's the great thing about
there you
playing
go.
both.
Like you just made your year or whatever. I mean, that's the dream, right?
Yeah, definitely. And if you could bink a tournament, I mean, most of the guys you see on the top on the cash list, or even if they hit like anywhere from 5 to 10 million, if you go through, usually one big tournament is like 30 to 40% of like their entire thing, and then you got a bunch of little ones over and over and over. So yeah, I think that's the dream for anybody that plays poker is to run good for 1 to 5 days, depending on what tournament that you're playing, and try to bink a tournament. And it could be life-changing money for some, and that can be in disproportion, right? Sometimes $30,000 is life-changing money for some people, and sometimes $500,000, and sometimes, if you hit $1 million, that's great.
Oh,
you know.
yeah. No,
And-
I would love to have a six-figure score, let alone a 7. So
I
we'll
know.
see WSOP. I'll be there. Maybe I'll make a bracelet run and come home with a big score.
Well,
That
you-
is the goal.
Even in Texas, it's changing now. Like, we never had $1 million guaranteed tournament just a couple of months ago, and now we're going to have $2 or $3 million guarantees that are probably going to hit $2 million in the next 3, 4, 5 weeks.
Yeah.
You know,
Really
you-
looking forward to that.
You playing in some of those, I assume?
I will be for sure. Going to go down to Houston, play in one this weekend, then next weekend another big tournament, and then TCH Dallas running a big $1 million guaranteed tournament coming up next month. So check out the website. Go to TexasCardHouse.com, and you will find the details for that at TCH Dallas here next month.
Are there satellites for that here? Or do you have to go straight there?
No,
No, they're
but
not. Okay.
you'll be able to probably do some satellites up in Dallas. What's up?
Yeah,
All right.
I mean, why not? Yeah, so more and more folks can play here, and then they make it boom. Oh, you're going up there?
Seth will be playing. Excellent.
I need
All
to
right.
go to TCH Dallas.
Indeed, you do. Well, we're just about 30 seconds away from going live with cards. Again, I want to give a couple of shout-outs. John Perez, Matt Burt, David Miller, Kevin Kennedy 105. Thank you guys for subscribing. Welcome to the TCH Live team. Kevin A. as well. Let's see here. 04 Miami Canes. We are getting lots of new subscribers. Thank you guys for joining. And, yeah, thank you guys so much for sticking with us. I know this has been a little bit of a hiatus, a little pause in the action, but we are getting back to it right now.
Boom.
And for all of you that stuck with us, thank you guys very much. Let's get back to the action here at TCH Live Thursday. As we've got a new dealer sitting on down. Maybe the same old dealer. I'm not sure exactly from the top-down view, but we are going to get the cards in the air here. 5, 5, 10 to go.
Amber wanted to know, Aaron, have you ever won any big tournament?
I have won a couple of tournaments that I would say were big, but, to each their own. Have I ever, scored in the 6 or 7 figures? No. The answer to that is no, but I have won a couple of World Series of Poker circuit events, so I have a couple of rings under my belt, and I've made a couple of deep runs in some other tournaments as well. So I'm proud of my results, and hopefully I'll have some more added to the list here before too long.
So do people wear those, or is this something you put like in a?
Nobody wears them.
Nobody wears
I will
them?
say that. Shout out here to Damian Papajani, Kappa Kid 83, and a special shout out to Battle Snipe for the 199 super chat. Says love the content. Hell yeah! Thank you very much. Let's see. We got Scott Stone, Jeff Hua. Thank you guys for joining us. No, so to answer your question, the rings thing is it's almost like a little bit of a I don't know what the right word is, but it's funny. If you see someone wearing their WSOP ring, it generally means that that person
No shame.
isn't the best tournament player in the world, I'll just say, because they're sort of like, check out what I won, you know?
Yeah,
And I'm sort of saying this in jest because it's just kind of a funny thing. But if you were to go and ask, like, Josh Reichert or, like one of the guys that just has like a bunch of rings, like, hey, put all your rings on and then go play. Like, they would laugh in your face. Be like, I'm never fucking putting all those rings on and like going and playing at the table. Like, it would be absurd to them to do it. You let your play sort of speak for itself. You don't need to show off the hardware and be like, yeah, that's why, I'm a baller. And so anyways, that's just sort of the long and short of it.
yeah. It's kind of just fun to be somewhat anonymous too. Like if someone says your name, they can always go look you up and see, what, how much you have, quote unquote, in winnings. But that only says tournaments. It didn't say like the high stakes cash games that people are playing in the back scenes as well.
Sure. All right, checks through on this flop multi-way. Dante will bet the turn with pocket nines. He's got the best hand, and he's just going to take it down. So a little pot, but a nice one there for Dante. It's our first hand back.
So I'm actually curious to know, because we got some much bigger stacks now. Chaz, Mark, E, DQ. I wonder if we can find out if these guys added on, or were there some big... We missed some big hands?
Big hands went down very clearly because you couldn't just like reach into your pocket and be like, I'm going to add on. We did make this a match the stack format. So someone must have won a big pot and then some players then reached into their bag, backpack, or neighbor's wallet and added on. But yeah, some nice big chunky stacks out there. Now that is for sure. And maybe when we get Brad in here, I think since we had that little bit of downtime, maybe we'll push that back to like 9:30 or so. But we will try to get Brad in here, and we can ask him what transpired during the Dark Ages and get a little bit of insight. Josh here waking up with some ladies, 2 red ones. He's going to go for a 3-bet to 150 out of the big blind, as Greg Potter was the opener from the cutoff. DQ cutting out calling chips. He's going to put him across the line. Don't know what he's working with, but Greg going to come along as well in 3 ways to a flop. Josh out of position first to act here with the only known hand. He's got 2 red queens, and there's a king, 5 and a deuce, couple of clubs out there. We see Greg now has ace 4 of hearts. Josh will continue a little under half pot. That's 200. DQ cutting out calling chips. Still don't know what he's working with, but he will call. And Greg here, gutter to the wheel, closing the action with a backdoor heart flush draw. This is a spot where I think he can safely peel in position. Try to pick up some equity and see if any of his opponents sort of slow down on the turn. Front door clubs completes with a 9 on the turn. Josh checks, DQ checks, and Greg is like, it's not a great card. Maybe I can hit a 3 on the river, but it's not to be. So unless DQ is working with a king under there, Josh will win this at showdown. DQ lining up a big bet, 700. Greg out of the way, and now Josh. Does he put on his cape and hero call this? What do you think? Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
DQ's
10-6.
cards have scanned.
I think Josh is calling because just from some of the hands that DQ has already played. No, he's not. Completely wrong.
Gets it through.
Oh,
DQ
and he shows it.
Snaps it over.
Nice.
Yeah, that is a tough spot.
I mean,
with
flushes
queens.
out there, straights out there. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
No, I agree with you. I think there's maybe too many draws and too few value hands, especially you hard block the nuts, which was queen 10 on that run out with the 2 queens. So I think you actually have one of your better bluff catchers that isn't a top pair holding. So I do think that that's going to need to be a call from like a GTO standpoint of like, not folding too far up into your range. And like you said, sort of against that particular opponent, it is sometimes you're just going to pay them off and other times you're going to catch them bluffing. So I would have liked to seen a call there, but I do understand Josh folding there as well. Ricardo Soka, thank you very much for subscribing. Appreciate that.
And we're up to 808 likes now. You said, what, 1,000? You do extra 10 minutes or something like that?
We'll go up to 20 minutes of overtime if we get up to 1,000 likes. And, yeah, we are well on our way to that. Gabriel and Nasrallah, thank you very much for subscribing.
Is there a record? Do you know what the record is for at least the Austin stream?
Oh, the like record?
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know. It's over 1,000. I don't remember how much.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Multi-way to the flop. Josh absolutely smashes it. Top pair queen kicker with a king high diamond flush draw. Checks over to Greg Potter. He's going to 3,500 likes is the
Oh, wow.
record. So
For
yeah.
Austin or Dallas? Oh, that's
That was
Dallas.
in
okay.
Dallas. All right. So Greg Potter going to go ahead and probe out here with second pair. See if he can take this one down. The answer is no, because he bets 1/3 pot. And Mark, next to act, is going to go for the raise to 310 with the up and down straight draw. Josh here going to go for the check call. Top pair, queen, kicker, and king high diamonds. And now back over to Greg. His hand has really shriveled up after getting raised and called, cold called. Even with closing the action, getting a reasonable price here, your hand is so unlikely to improve to a hand that's going to win at Showdown. It is just best to get out of the way. I like the fold and heads up to a turn. Josh in a commanding position. Safe turn there. And Josh does this check. Mark now, does he continue or does he take off a free river card in position with the draw? Jonathan Stone, thank you very much for subscribing. Mark here.
575?
Yeah, looks
600?
like it.
575.
Josh, once again, going to go for the check call here. His hand is just absolutely smashing. It is losing to certain hands, but nothing to be afraid of until the 9 of clubs peels off on the river and Mark gets there. And this is the cleanest 9 ever. It's not a diamond, it's not a heart. And not only that, but Josh now leads at this. This is a funky little block bet. Trying to get called by King 10, I guess, or something. It's a little bit of a curious spot now, but basically Josh trying to set his price and be like, just call. If you beat me, you beat me, but I don't want to pay more than 500. And Mark says, we're going to play for all of it. And this is the problem with betting the 500 there, is that he's only got 1,200 behind. So if you were ever going to fold, you should go for the check and your opponent puts you all in, then you can find the fold maybe. But now you've really committed yourself, I think.
Yeah, and the fact that he hasn't folded yet, I think he was making a small value bet versus maybe even a blocker bet, because he's actually seriously thinking about this here.
Yeah, and I know that the pot size has really been inflated by Mark's all-in. This is really just an additional jam of 1.2K, so you could take a good chunk of that off. But Mark is going to get called. Josh will put the remainder of his chips in with the top pair, queen kicker, and no good. Straight to the king, going to take it down. All of Josh's chippies will move over to Mark, and Mark chips up to 9.2K. Ballin' out here tonight on TCHLive Thursday 5-5. Man, made all those full houses, and now Rivers the straight. Pretty good run here for Mark.
What are your thoughts on that river bet and then call the raise there? Do you think that in that situation that Josh should get away from that, even though he only had 1.2 behind, and obviously he was getting a decent price to make that call with top pair?
Well, I would say that I probably wouldn't bet the river.
Agreed.
But even without betting the river, you'd have 1.7K, and the pot had ballooned up. Stacked pot ratio was well below 1. I don't know that you could even really fold. Well, maybe you could. You check, and he just puts you all in. You might just be able to fold there. I'm not exactly sure, but like so many chips have been committed, which is why I may have even contemplated going for a check jam at some point in there. With the amount of equity that he had and a really strong hand, it's like he could get a lot of inferior hands to call him. And if he's behind, then he's got a ton of equity before, you know, that sort of brickish or very brick river card for the diamond draw. In any case, kind of a tough spot there, as Josh had a very strong hand on the flop and just couldn't maintain the lead.
Yeah, I don't think he saw that straight at all. Or maybe he just really didn't think he had it whatsoever.
It was just, he'd put so many of his chips in there. He
Yeah.
had 1K behind. I think if you're going to bet there, you can't be folding. But,
Yeah, well, that's what I was talking about. I was talking about like making that 500 bet originally. You
Yeah.
know, I would like to see a check in that situation.
Sure. All right, check on the flop. DQ now betting 225 on this deuce of clubs turn. He's got queen high and hardly anything else. Josh looks him up with the ace high and a queen peels off on the river, which gives DQ the best hand, and he continues betting. 250 now, and Josh is like, all right, I mean, I don't know what you're up to over there, but like, I guess I can't withstand rather another bet. So look at the chip counts. Mark DQ sitting up at the top. Big Daddy Chaz not too far behind. E and Brad. Middling stacks as well, all the way down to Josh and Andrew.
Have we seen the
There's
cumulative
bottom.
winnings yet? Oh, it's not. Oh, yeah, that's right. Because we missed about 20 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
so do keep in mind the cumulative winnings graphic will not be correct, as we did have all of that dead time and lots of chips moving around while we were down. So that's just the way it goes. Loki, thank you for subscribing. Ethan Riddle as well. Jonathan Stone, I think I already called you out earlier. And then Samadins1, thank you very much for subscribing.
Eric Downs had a question. How do they know the cards that they have and make updates so fast on the delay? Well, everything that we're watching happened, what, 15 minutes
10,
ago?
15 minutes
10,
ago,
15 minutes ago. So we're talking and watching it live while the actual action had showed 10, 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, in other words, we are seeing the same thing that you are seeing in real time, but all of this was recorded in the past in order to maintain the integrity of the game. E here flops a gutter to the queen high straight flush, checks all the way through. DQ does have the best hand with two pair jacks and eights. Josh has a whole lot of nothing. He's going to fold, but E will be the aggressor on the turn. Bets out 125, gets called off to a river, six of spades, Brick City Knights. And E now with just queen high. Does he go for it or does he give it up? He gives it up. DQ will take the pot.
Surprised he didn't river a 10. Yeah, always getting two pair in some way. So if you guys have, again, if you're watching, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. If you have any questions, throw them in the chat. For myself, David, here with Aaron. Be happy to answer any questions you have about TCH or poker in general, or the live stream, or if you want to come play for the first time and you want to know about that. Someone had a question earlier of how much is it to rent a seat and come play here at TCH. It is $12 an hour, so you could pay a daily pass of $10 or a monthly pass of $30, and then it's $12 per hour if you want to play. Also, it's always appreciated if you tip your dealers as well, because they work hard for you.
Absolutely right. Crandy, Mr. Molecule, thank you very much for subscribing.
Push our chips forward.
Thank you.
I remember.
As we've got a dealer change, Carly into the box.
Carly.
And firing out a PLO bomb pot, 25 bucks a piece here for you all. All right, Bad Beat Boys, thank you for subscribing. Carly will get all of the chips dragged in and pitch the cards here. 4 cards, PLO bomb pot on the way.
Have we ever played something outside of the PLO bomb pot on the stream? Has there ever been Pineapple or someone suggested Hold'em? I do
No.
not like Hold'em bomb pots. No racehorse? Well, I think I've seen the Monday one, right? Or the Dallas one,
Yeah.
those racehorses?
Yeah, they've sort of gone back and forth between racehorses and bomb pots, but yeah, here at TCH Austin, we pretty much exclusively run
PLO's
the
king.
PLO single board bomb pots. All right, Ace Jack 7 two-tone. E here has a pair of aces. Not much else. DQ has the King of Hearts and not much else. We're checking. Nobody really interested in trying to take this pot down. We do have a board pairing 7, also brings in a second club here on the turn, as not everybody has adequately fanned their cards over the scanners. We do have Josh betting out on the turn, though. He's got the King High club draw. And redraw to fours full if he can find the sailboat. But everyone's just going to fold, and he's going to take it down with King High. I guess technically a pair of fours, so there you go. All right, taking a look at the chip counts. We are doing our best to keep these updated appropriately, but I'm sure these will be off by just a smidge here and there. But there you have it.
So Nick had a question, and we've had this question on the stream before. Says, does this place ever think about getting an auto shuffler deals way faster in hand? So I think there's a reason why that I don't think would ever happen. One, they're really, really expensive. Two, yes, you can get more hands, but since this business model, you're not taking a rake or anything from the pot. From a financial standpoint, economical standpoint, doesn't justify the means of actually paying for these things and having the maintenance on them as well. So, yes, it would get more hands, but from the business model standpoint, it doesn't make as much sense as it would a casino who's taking rake from every single pot to get as maximum revenue as they can.
Yeah, the other thing is, too, that with the RFID cards, using an auto shuffler is just an extra layer of complexity. It's not to say that you can't do it, but just another layer to it. Josh, Big Daddy Chaz heads up to a flop. It's queen high. Josh flops the best fit, bets 50, and Big Daddy Chaz with effective second pair and backdoor club draw. Definitely a hand he can take off a turn. It is a king of diamonds, and Josh looks to be continuing for 125, and now Big Daddy Chaz has a hand that doesn't perform very well. If he's behind, he's only got 2 outs to improve, and he is still going to take one off, though. Find out if Josh will continue trying to sell him a bill of goods on the end or not. He's not going to look at the flop. He's like, no, I don't want to see it. But Josh bets 200 with his rivered 2 pair. Also brings in the front door clubs. Interesting card. Interesting bet. This is just under half pot. And Chaz does have a club. He could consider turning his hand into a bluff. But given his sort of antics, I would say, throughout the hand, is sort of just like, let's see if I'm going to hero call you on the end or not. And no.
Yeah, and the dealers here are pretty fast, too. I mean, obviously, the more hands that they get out, the more money that the dealers personally make because they get a tip pretty much every single hand from the generous players here at TCH. So they definitely work hard, and that's why it's cold in here, is because they are going and going and going and going. I've seen a dealer that has one of those. It's like a fan around their neck, and it blows air like at their cheeks and stuff like that.
Oh,
That's
lovely.
pretty interesting.
All right, folding, and more folding. Everybody waking up with rags over and around to E on the button. He's got a couple of playable cards, so open to 40. King, queen, offsuit. DQ has 2 cards, and he is 3-betting. He says 10-3 is pretty good. And the usual chatter as well, maybe telling his neighbor something like, yeah, my hand's real good over here. You should just fold. And Greg Potter now waking up with a hand that he could think about squeezing with. However, that little head shake and his body language seems to indicate that he's not particularly pleased with his options.
That's a really big 3-bet, too. 270?
It is out of position
Oh, yeah, it's
here,
out of position,
so like, yeah, you're gonna size up, but yeah, that is pretty large. It's a 7X. As E folds and 10-3 face up on its back, DQ is just like, why not?
You had 10-3?
Josh at 75%, DQ at 60.
Well,
wow.
so we did have a reset, so I noticed that our
Okay,
hand
okay.
number
Oh,
is
Andrew's at 0. Yeah, this is,
Yeah.
yeah, that's accurate.
yes.
Okay.
So pretty much everything except for stack sizes is for sure going to be wrong, and the stack size is very likely going to be off by a little bit as well. Jack Coffee, Riker B, thank you guys for subscribing. Racer Dude 03 as well. Appreciate you guys. Let's take a look at the likes. We're up to 922, just 78 to go to break us up and over the 1K likes mark. That is going to earn everybody an additional 20 minutes of overtime. So we've already met our initial goal at 700 likes. We're just a little ways away from hitting our goal for 20 extra minutes of overtime. Help us out. Hit that like button if you like what you're seeing. Thank you. All right. 3-bet here from Big Daddy Chaz in the +3 position. King, deuce of diamonds, and Josh going to look him up after being the initial raiser to 40 with Queen Jack offsuit, and Big Daddy Chaz flops a pair. Deuces.
I don't make it on. It's a Pokemon Tornadoes.
Josh and Chaz having a good time bantering. Chaz going to go ahead and fire out here. 1:30 to go. Josh.
I'm really wondering what's said here because everybody's laughing at the table.
With a name like Tornadoes.
Josh can definitely be sticky, and
Yes.
the fact that he is cutting out calling chips and putting them across the line proves that. So, and this is why he does it, because I've seen this man float with all kinds of random stuff like this and hit it on the turn like so many times.
Yep.
Chaz just gonna check back, and another jack. runner trips. Why not?
Oh, man.
5:30 in the middle. Josh goes for 3 1/4, just about 2/3 pot. And Chaz has a pair. Like, what bets like this, right? I mean, there's a whole bunch of whiffs. There's missed hearts. There's just random 2 overcards. Ace 10, Ace Queen, King 10, like of spades, right? That could just like float and try to back into something. You never know. I mean, Big Daddy Chaz definitely capable of sizing up his opponent, getting a little bit of information, and just finding the fold, which he does. Also wouldn't have hated or been surprised by a call, but he does let it go.
Yeah, for those joining us, because we've had about 1,000 more people join since we came back. We had a little hiccup where we were offline video-wise for at least like 15, 20 minutes. So some of the graphics may not be 100% accurate in terms of the cumulative winnings, VPIPs, and possibly even the stack sizes. So just bear with us. They may not be correct, but it just it is what it is at that point.
Nicholas
thank you for
Bird
joining us.
and Michael Smith, thank you guys for joining us. Tony M here in the chat says that they are all talking about how Brad's ex-old lady stole his cat. Yeah, he was telling me that story
Cosmo.
the other day at the table about how he doesn't have visitation rights, and it's really sad.
Yeah. He has a new one, though.
He does.
Marvin.
Yeah.
Marvin's his new cat, so he doesn't have Cosmo anymore. But he has Marvin.
Sad pandas. All right, Andrew here doesn't have Cosmo, but he does have Ace King, and he's going to raise to 40. Greg P, King Queen offsuit. Going to put in the 3-bet from the small blind. Squeeze to 155 on the smaller side here for the 3-bet size. And Andrew with a hand that can definitely go for a 4-bet. Shuffling his cards back and forth as he goes into the tank to try to pick a number for his 4-bet size. And 425, if I'm not mistaken.
Based on Greg's body language, I think he's folding.
Yeah, I think that's right. As is very often the case, you take a hand like off-suited broadways, you use them as a 3-bet because you block some of your opponent's largest, strongest pairs, and your hand doesn't play well as a call because you're going to be dominated some of the time, and the remainder of the time you are just going to be at a significant range disadvantage, and are going to just have to like check fold flops. So you take those hands, you put them into your 3-betting range, but when you get 4-bet, your hand is just like pretty much always a fold. Like, I mean, you're not getting a good enough price to go up against your opponent's 4-betting range with a call out of position like ever, and turning your hand into a 5-bet bluff is pretty ambitious. So, yep, you just go for the 3-bet, say 4-bet over the top, and you fold.
Yeah, I think it was a good play all the way around. Good open, good 3-bet, good 4-bet, good fold.
Serious.
Absolutely right. All right, ace of clubs turned face up, and now everybody turning their cards over and being like, I don't like mine either. So
I could have swore Chaz like just threw the 7 back out there. I didn't see if it hit his hand or whatnot, but it looked like he just threw it back out.
yeah, it may have flashed on the way out, but in any case, we're just going to hit the reset button, blow on the cartridge, and try again.
He flipped his eyes.
So do you watch vlogs? Are you into them at all? Have you seen them? I assume you know these guys are before they came here, and when they've been here in the past. But
Sure,
do you
like
check them out for entertainment?
I'm aware of not only, of course, Brad and Andrew, but some of the other guys out there, and so to be honest, like I enjoy watching some of the content from here and there, like every once in a while, but it's not something where I'm like, I'm always going and like
Everyone,
refreshing the page and like trying to get their latest content.
Get your popcorn and wine ready on a Friday night.
Yeah, like I mean, it's enjoyable. Like I've watched, the next gen kids for sure. Like they've put out some pretty funny stuff, and it's been entertaining to see them sort of improve and come on up. So they were in the house the other night as well. We were talking about Doug and
Yesterday,
Andrew
yeah.
and Brad and stuff. But the next gen kids were here as well, and they had a good time. It's always good to see them out. So no, I enjoy the content. I love seeing the vloggers getting out on the felt and everything, but it just takes a lot of time to like go and watch all the different videos and stuff too. So it's also just, a time sink that I don't participate in very often, I'll say.
My defense range.
All right, 5 ways to a flop, 7-5 deuce, 2-tone. Josh betting with his pair of 5s, which is the best hand at the moment. Brad has a couple of 4s, backdoor straight and funky flush opportunities, so he's going to call. And Dante here with bottom pair going to check call 100 as well. 6 of hearts on the turn doesn't change anybody's hand immediately. However, Brad does pick up a big spike in equity now. Up and down straight draw, and the only heart flush draw as well. Check, check. Over to Brad. His hand isn't very vulnerable, so he could certainly think about putting in a bet and trying to get a 5 or a 6 to fold. So he is going to go for that route, and this just very well may work. And it does. So Brad with a hand that can safely bet and call a raise. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and just take it down right then and there.
I didn't have a hard
And
time.
what's good about all the vloggers and more vloggers that are coming into the game is they're getting audiences who wouldn't have seen poker or played poker otherwise to come more into the game. If there's anything that I like about the vlogging is that it's getting more audiences, not only in the U.S. but from around the world that's never been to a casino, have never played poker. And if you go down and you just look at the YouTube comments, they're like, oh my God, I just found your channel. I've never played before. I want to get out there and play. And then all those people come in like they did yesterday because they want to meet these guys because in their eyes they're mini celebrities in a way. You know what I mean? Take pictures with them and they wear their gear and their shirts and they sign autographs. It's really cool to see that these guys are, Brad and Andrew as well as other vloggers out there, they're kind of ambassadors to the game.
Yeah, 100% correct. We've got a bunch of straddles happening. 5, 5, 10, 20, 50, and 150 all out here on the felt before these players even look at their cards. And now we've got some quick folds over and around back to the blinds and straddles marked here in the small blind with a couple of sailboats. This is a hand that, it's just too difficult to play this hand well, given the fact that there is a $150 blind out there, and you are going to be out of position the entirety of the hand if you raise and get called. So letting go of the fours there, very understandable. Andrew here has like 15, not even 15 blinds at 150. Well, somewhere in that ballpark. He's going to raise to 3 blinds with ace-3 offsuit while he smashes down some Doritos. And DQ over here going to call with the jack-9 offsuit. So a couple of raggy-ish hands going at it. DQ outflops Andrew with a pair of 9s, but it is bottom pair. And Andrew will continue for 230.
Andrew's shaking his head as he makes the call.
Yeah, DQ snap called that. Stacked pot ratio just a shade over 1. 8 of clubs on the turn. Quick check, check. And a 4 of clubs on the end. No good for Andrew. Check, 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 check. DQ wins with a pair of 9.
And he
There you
dances. And one last thing that I'll say about, with Brad and Andrew being like the kind of pioneers of the vlogging world is that the folks that are doing vlogging now, some of them have got their inspiration from watching Brad and Andrew, that are new to the game, new to poker and stuff like that. I was talking with Poker Face Ash, a couple of weeks ago that she started watching, Andrew Neeme really early on, and that's how she, was starting to kind of learn the game and stuff like that. And I think she just started her channel a couple months ago, and she already has like 12K subscribers, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
just little inspirations like that is just, it's really cool to see.
Yeah,
just grow the
absolutely
game.
right. All right, so let's see here. Take a look at the like counter. We have reached the 1K likes mark, so we are going to be doing 20 minutes of extra time. Thank you guys for hitting that like button. We do appreciate it, and you will be rewarded with a little bit of overtime here on TCH Live Thursday. Space Cadet, Shut 'em Down, Parkerista, and where was the other one? M. Mac, thank you guys for subscribing. And what do you guys say we get Brad back here, do a little bit of commentary with Brad Owen. So producer David going to go out and grab Brad. We'll bring him back here momentarily. We'll send David out on an expedition for snacks and bevies.
Oh, yeah.
Hang
break
out
time.
with Brad for a little bit, and then get back to regularly scheduled programming.
So I get to sit down and play Brad's chips while he's here, right? That's how we're doing it?
I think that's right. I think that's right.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Then everybody start calling me Brad. They saw me on the stream with name Brad.
Yeah, there you go. All right, I'm going to go ahead. Actually, I'm going to ask you, would you mind cracking that door just so that Brad can get in?
All right, guys, I'll see you in a bit. Enjoy Brad Owen.
Well, you don't have to. I'm not trying to kick you out necessarily. Just asking you just to crack the door so that he can get in.
Okay.
Although I guess David could probably let him in anyways. In any case. Gotcha. Okay.
5-10, 5-50 double shroud. Hold.
Okay. Cody here said that playing with me made him want to step up his game. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, you'll have to remind me here in the chat, Cody, but you were one of the newer players to the the World Tavern Poker crew just before I left. I think that's right. Let's see here. The Asian Cow, thank you for subscribing.
They got some funny names.
Oh, yeah.
In some of these
great
streams.
names. All right. E with a couple of ducks. Flops bottom set. DQ has bottom 2 pair. Josh in here with a couple of 5s. Bets 200 after check 2. E goes for the check call, and DQ goes blasty. And this is the spot that E was waiting for. Both of these players starting the hand about 7K deep. Back over to E now, and he can play this as a call all day. No flush draws out there, and a pretty meaningless 3 of hearts here on the turn, at least insofar as E is concerned. Does give DQ additional outs, and he just rips it in.
Oh, man.
And he's like, all right, if this is how it happens, this is how it happens. I'm not folding a set. And it is a fair fight, except 5 of spades on the end makes it to where E's hand wins. Would have given whoever else was in there a set of 5s on the end. That would have been pretty gross. Josh.
I know, right? I folded the way.
But as it stands, DQ, bottom 2 pair on the flop, turns a heart flush draw, gets it all in. E calls it off, and Brick City Knights on at the end. So E going to get the full dub up to 15.2 thousand. DQ down to a nub, and he will be reaching for the old Packaroo. Pull out some more stacks, get himself
15K
back
pot.
in there. Yeah, 15K pot is right, man. Only here on TCH Live Thursday. Let's go.
So True Poker Dealer said, I interviewed Greg P. recently, and he said that Brad and Andrew's poker blogs years ago helped him learn the game in the first place. I mean, yeah, it's definitely good for especially someone who's a beginner and has never seen before. But as Brad and Andrew have played over the years, I mean, their content and even their knowledge of the game has definitely got better and better and better and better. And they have some good good advice for players learning to play the game, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Brad and Andrew, they're just very relatable guys, right? So
Yeah.
like when you do go on to Brad's channel and you watch a video, it's just like you. Like you can feel like yourself seated at the table, like experiencing the hand just the way that he did, because he's a very relatable guy and does like a really good job of making the content understandable for everybody, from someone who's very experienced to someone who's less experienced at the game. And
you know,
yeah.
Brad has a lot of really good humor, too. He's very humorous in his videos. And I went and just kind of curiosity, I watched his very, very first one and then kind of some in between and then the last one. And, like, the way he goes through hands, like he does with, like, the way he talks with his voice inflection. I don't know if you noticed that. But he's like, okay, I got 2 pair and this and that. And, I'm not saying it right, but he's like, all right, he bet 200 here. I think I should call. I got a backdoor flush draw and a gutter. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah.
That's how he talks. And it's fun to listen to sometimes.
And yeah, and he's got that cadence too. It's like,
Yeah.
and then this, and then this. Yeah, no, it's fantastic.
And he's very, very humorous too. Like I remember someone made like a blocker bet like Josh did there for the 500. He's like, he's trying to make his own price, but this isn't a garage sale. This is the Bellagio or something like that. And I just thought that was hilarious.
Yeah. Dante here with a couple of Judies, Jiggities, well, however we want to call them here tonight, as E is still accumulating his massive chips into more manageable stacks. He'll get out of the way. DQ and Andrew in the mix. DQ has reloaded up to 11,000. 7 of diamonds. He's going to flop second pair on this ace 9-3 two-tone board. Andrew has a whole lot of not much, and Dante still with the best hand, pair of jacks. Effective second pair is just going to check. I take it all back. He did not check. He is going to go for the bet. 175. It's about 2/3 pot here. And I think if your intention is to get everyone to fold out their nonsense and just sort of take it down right then, you can bet a little bit smaller. But does go for the bet of 175. Check, check on the turn, and what do you know? It's a 7 on the river for DQ to make 2 pair. Does complete the front door heart flush draw, but I would like to see DQ go for a bet. He does. Bets 450. And it looked like he bet from it looked like he bet from E stack.
He's trying to get some of it back.
Yeah. He gives the pink back. I love it. Yeah, so he's like, he's just got nothing but red chips, so he's like, no, I'm not gonna bet those. I'm gonna bet 450, but I'm gonna use your pink chip really quick. I'll give it back, I promise. And there we go. We see him return it at the end of the hand.
So what did DQ buy him for? Oh, he has a lot more coming. Oh wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
he was
He's probably
reloaded to
matching.
11K before that hand, but the
Okay.
chips were on their way. And here we go, 5, 5, 10.
Live 10.
Cards dealt out. Greg P looking down at number 1 in UTG1. Let's go. Raise up to 35. And he's like, please don't let this play out the same way as last time, where it was just like 18 callers and and then a double board pair or whatever happened last time.
He may not get any callers except for DQ because he will call any 2.
We got Brad in the mix as well. He's going to make the call from the straddle position. Ace-Jack offsuit. DQ with 8-3 offsuit.
He got to
Queen
defend his big
10.
blind.
Yeah, Queen 10-7 rainbow. Brad flops a gutter to Broadway, but Greg will continue for 1/3 pot. Yeah, Brad can check call this. Gonna be ahead some of the time. His opponent can have things like, King 9 suited, King Jack. You never know. Deuce of hearts on the turn. Brad checks. Greg will size up here, probably 150 if I'm not mistaken. 175. Brad goes for the check.
And in just a quick minute, guys, we will have Brad Owen coming in and doing some commentary a little bit. And since we're on a delay, he'll be doing a commentary on some of his hands. So I will take a break, and he will be here with Aaron, and he will be here shortly. I got 1.1K now in terms of likes and over 2,300 watching live.
Hell yeah, let's go, people. Aaron Caldwell, thank you for the subscription. Hell yeah. Brennan Murphy here trolling us a little bit. He says, hey, TCH, do you guys ever do these streams from the Austin location? Yeah, we do, like tonight and stuff. I hope you're just kidding, but if you're not, I tease, I kid. We definitely do. We stream from Austin. We are streaming from Austin right now, and we do each and every week, Monday and Thursday. Chase Hudson, thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the team. All right, DQ here, going to raise it up to $60 from the small blind after Josh had limped in early middle position. Greg P calls from the straddle position, as does Josh. Queen 3-3 flop, a couple of diamonds, 1 heart. Okay. 9 of clubs on the turn. Bet a 50 and a call of 50. Yeah, draft open or closed it. Do you mind just cracking that open again? Greg here. Going to continue going for value on the turn, and Josh with just ace high, going to be in a pretty tough position to continue. Had the ace of diamonds as sort of a backup plan on the flop. Ace high going to be good some of the time as well, but against the continued aggression and no turned diamond equity, it can just safely fold and get out of the way, even though it doesn't feel great.
Jeff W. Is Texas Card House a whole casino or just playing poker? It is currently just poker. Most of the games, table games, craps, and stuff like that you see at a whole casino is currently not legal in the state of Texas outside of some reservations in certain areas, but it's just poker here.
Just poker. All right, Brad is here, so we're going to send David out to do some exercising, and we'll get Brad in here momentarily. So,
all right, guys. Brad Owen coming in. I'll see y'all shortly.
All right, sounds good, buddy. All right, as Brad takes a seat and puts on the headset, I'm going to give a little shout out to Slinky V and Vincent Peroni. Thank you guys for joining the crew. And Brad, what is going on? Brad Owen here in the booth with me. How's it going tonight?
It's going well, man. I mean, it's not going well, but it is a fun lineup, that's for sure. I'm probably in the best seat, to be honest, and haven't really been able to take advantage of it too much. So, interesting situation that I'm in here. Oh, there's me putting in the cold fucking 4-bet. Sorry, can I swear?
Yes, you can. Feel free.
Yeah. Sometimes you have 3 deuce offsuit, and you play it like aces.
Around here, affectionately called Little Slick. So, yeah, putting in the 4-bet Little Slick, I like it. Why not? And DQ not folding his 2 cards, so
He's got something. Oh. What did Jazz have?
Sorry, I don't recall, actually. But he let it go. Okay. Chaz released his hand. DQ calls in position the 4-bet to 550. And still best with king high. But you continue for 400, which you're just going to do with your entire range. And hey,
I do have a gutter there.
I like how you just snap turn it over. That's good. Show them that you can play any 2 as well.
Yeah, interesting. So I think I'm in for 7K, so I'm stuck 1,500 at this point.
Okay.
And I'm out for revenge, so I'm gonna wreck people's worlds. That's my goal.
Nice. So we lost the stream for a little bit. We were down for like 25, 30 minutes, and we just sort of freestyled back here. I did some raps and some
Yeah.
breakdancing.
Nice.
During that time, we noticed that things happened.
Greg,
Pots were
yeah,
won
man.
and lost, and
Greg got me good, man. He so I don't know where the stream cut off.
10 live, 25 double straddle.
on what hand though?
King Queen.
75. Fold.
Greg went all in.
Fold.
Is that offsuit?
Okay. All right. So you remember this hand?
Yeah. So hand goes. It's a straddle pot. I'm on the button with ace-7 of clubs. DQ limps in. I raised to 75 because I figure I have the best hand, and DQ is never folding anything ever.
Checks out.
And Greg 3-bets to 275, I believe. DQ calls. Greg's been 3-betting a little bit. Seems like that's his strategy out of the small blind. Anytime Andrew or I open, he's got to make a vlog.
Yep,
So
yep.
so I was contemplating. I was kind of thinking about 4-betting, but then I was like, my hand's good enough. I'll just call in position. And the flop came ace, jack, 5, rainbow. Greg bets 250, so he down bets. DQ folds, I call. Turn is 6, I believe, and there's no suit out there. So it's still rainbow. Greg bets 700. I call. River is a king, which is kind of the worst card in the deck for me because, you know, he could have ace king. He could have, like, somehow have kings or queens. That was kind of, like, on my mind. And then he rips it. And in my mind, I thought he ripped it for 2,300. There was I think there was, like, a count. And then I was kind of staring Greg down for a long time, and I folded. He got it through. He showed king queen offsuit, and yeah, he won the hand, man. He bluffed me good.
He bluffed you good. Is it going to make the vlog? I don't know.
Dude, that's the thing is that I wasn't actually planning on making a vlog of this, but now that I'm stuck, and now that that hand didn't even make the stream, I told Greg that I would make a vlog of it no matter what to show the hand.
All right, nice. Well, Greg, you earned that one. So
He did.
shout out to Greg Potter there.
He did. I mean, it's not fun to get bluffed, especially on stream, but I like Greg. Good guy. I mean, that fucking asshole. but I like him. I like him. Good guy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so there will now be another vlog from this trip. So we're to Houston, filmed last night, and then, yeah, we'll show some stuff from tonight. So I don't know. I suppose there's some chance I just add it to the end of last night's video that I'll make, but yeah, we'll see.
Right on. We're getting caught up on the action here about halfway through this hand. Turned top pair for Greg P, that fucking asshole. Dante here had flop top pair of queens and does no longer have the best hand. 3 of hearts on the end changes nothing. Mark misses his inside gutter straight draw. And Checky and Mark gonna come out blasting. He says 10 high, no good. Let's see if I can take this down with about 80% pot size bet. And Greg here, top pair, blocks the straight.
It's always multiples of
But
green.
doesn't seem to be too keen on calling just yet. Perhaps a little dog and pony show to keep Dante in the mix if he does just put out the flat call. And Dante here. I think if Greg folds, which he surprisingly does, then I think Dante may actually have a call here with the same blocker. But yeah, is a little bit of a challenging spot, and he's just going to get out of the way.
Got him!
Well, there you go. Mark just making things happen. Why not? 10 high.
Holy shit!
So how has it been out here tonight, like in terms of the games that you normally play, like sort of back in Vegas at the Bellagio and such? Like much different game, or?
There's a lot of weird dynamics going on. So Andrew and E are really handcuffed because they have DQ on their left, and you know, he's liable to kind of do anything. You've seen him either 3-bet or whatever with like 10-3 offsuit and stuff. And so that's going to make it very tough for them to play very many hands. My strategy is pretty much to ISO DQ, and then everybody to the left of me has been playing pretty snug. So like, or at least from my perception, I don't know what the VPIPs are or whatever. I have no idea. But
we also have no idea because everything reset when we went down.
Did it?
So it's all back to square one.
Okay,
And we're up
great,
to hand
great.
21 right now, but
yeah.
okay.
So I'm in a great position. Haven't been able to capitalize on that. I'm stuck. So yeah.
Well, perfect time for us to take you away from the table and remove all possibilities of getting involved in the hands.
Oh, this is I5. This is like a giant straddle. So DQ put the quad on, and I put the 160 on for the straddle. So, and then DQ, it folded to DQ. He raised to 380. I called for 220 more, I believe. Yeah. Oh, we got the graphics here. What a dream.
Yeah.
And we don't know what DQ has. He did it in the dark. I called in the dark, but I put my cards over the reader at least. And then he bets 300 in the dark here. And I have like the worst hand I could possibly have for calling dark. And DQ has Jack 9 offsuit with the Jack of Diamonds. So he has the gutter with the Jack high flush draw.
Yeah, he had the nut basically. And
I mean, that's like the best hand. And then I go to the booth. So that's where we're at. We got $10 donated. Greg Potter is probably better in the box. First hand he dealt to me was quad 5s, LOL. Brad, I enjoy your vlogs in Austin. They're all funnier and more interesting than usual. Yeah, man. Well, thanks for the $10 here. And the vlog from last night will be no different.
Heck yeah, man. Yeah, really looking forward to seeing those videos come out. It is always great when you come on down to TCH here in the state of Texas. You've sort of been to all of them now and really made the rounds. What was your experience down in Houston here just earlier this week?
We got a great turnout in Houston. It was awesome. The whole place was filled, and yeah, I was just really happy about it. The first trip to Houston, there wasn't like a ton of energy, to be honest. So
okay, and that was your the previous one, and that was
Yeah.
when, back in like February, March or something?
it was like, I don't know, it was like 2019, so it was quite a while ago.
Oh, way back when. Okay.
So I was, a little hesitant. I just didn't really know what it was going to be like when we came up, but like people in Houston showed up, so that was real cool. I was really happy with it. Place was filled, and yeah.
All right, interesting hand announced from junior producer Seth over here. We got DQ over here with the Maple Bagel Special, King 5 of clubs. Greg Potter here with 2 black 9s. 6-4-3 flop. That's going to be an up and down straight draw here for DQ. Backdoor club flush draw as well. Greg Potter over pair to the board. And the pre-flop betting league check, bet 175, and a check raise to 675. Greg goes for the check call, and there's a pair of 5s on the turn for DQ. Not the card he was hoping for, but does pick up a pair. And that's good enough to fire out another bet. Several pinks and some blacks lurking behind the graphic there. Bet of 1.2K.
Yeah, this puts Greg in a very tough spot.
Yeah, Greg pretty much has to decide right now if he wants to play for it all, because he's got 2.9K stack to pot ratio already at 1 for him. And you don't put 1.2 in there if you're not willing to put the remaining 1.7 in on the river, pretty much no matter what the run out is. DQ flashes him the 5 of clubs and is probably telling him a story that's like, yeah, bro, like I totally got you and you should fold and stuff. Maybe in a little bit of a different version than that. Maybe not verbatim, but see how Greg responds. We've noticed here as well, I don't have the audio channel from the table in my headset, but we've noticed a lot of talking back and forth and people having a jolly good time. What has DQ mostly been talking about in these sorts of spots? Anything and everything, or
DQ's been given the rundown for like everything that he thinks about every hand that he's in, which is a very interesting dynamic. So he'll basically be doing a vlog at the poker table where he's just like, all right, you bet 300 here, you must have this hand, or I put you on this, and you know, you probably have some middling pocket pair here and you don't know what to do with it.
nice. All right. Well,
That's what I imagine is going on
shows him
here.
the 5 again. He's
Like, oh man, I left at the worst time. It looks like everyone's having a great time. He can't even hang out at the table. He just laughed and stood up.
Oh, okay. All right. So DQ has showed him both of his cards.
It's also very possible that DQ has showed E and or Andrew his cards, because DQ's been he's been showing everybody what he has.
Everybody knows what DQ has except for Greg, and Greg is going to fold. Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, DQ is so fun to play with.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean, the
this
thing
is very
is that
exciting.
Greg has a bluff catcher, and I think this is a pretty big game for Greg. And so Greg knows that if he calls on this street, he's going to be facing a shove, and he doesn't want to have to play for all of it with a bluff catcher.
And yeah, and you know that your opponent, like, while your opponent can have, like, just a pair of 5s, which he does know his opponent has a 5, he could also have 5, 6, 5, 7, 5, 8. Like, all of those hands beat him. And it's sort of like not until you get up to 5 king that you really start to feel pretty good about your hand. So, yeah.
Oh, it turns out I'm still getting dealt in. All right, no, that's cool.
Yeah, we really just got word from the table that they wanted, yep, okay, they got your Bradley dollars out of the blind, and you weren't there to defend them, so
I mean, that's
sorry, buddy.
ridiculous.
Yeah. Mission accomplished. $2 super chat here from Max, who says, come to Chicago, Brad. All right.
Yeah, Chicago is one of my favorite cities. We've been out there with Chicago charitable games, and probably will come back at some point.
Excellent. It's been a while since I've been up to the Midwest. I went to grad school in Madison and made it down to Chicago a couple of times, but yeah, we had Potawatomi over in Milwaukee, so that was like the closest big like WSOP stop. So that was sort of more where people from my neck of the woods ended up.
You ever hear some old Phil Hellmuth stories from that neck of the woods?
I actually did, yeah. So Phil Hellmuth grew up in the Madison area, and yeah, plenty of people were very familiar with him and his antics from his childhood and such. But of course, I never interacted with the man myself. But it's been pretty exciting, all of the stuff that's been happening in the poker community recently. Has anybody reached out to you and been like, "Hey, Brad Owen heads up challenge"?
No, that hasn't. I mean, I did a 25K heads up tournament, so that was nuts, man. That was by far the biggest buy-in that I'd ever played, and you know, I really didn't have any heads up experience going into it. And I faced Daniel DeVoris in the first round, so that was a tough.
Yeah, low-level fish,
tough draw.
right? Yeah,
Tough draw. Yeah, but it was fun, man.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, Daniel's like a super nice guy, so worked out.
Heck yeah. But you won't be tangoing with Phil Hellmuth in a heads-up
The
battle
guy
anytime,
can't be
or?
beat. We'll see how he does with Dwan, you know. That's
Yeah.
coming up. Oh, yeah.
Junior producer Seth is ready to put his money where his mouth is and wager like 1 Doge on Brad
Dude,
Owen.
you just can't win in these things, man. Keanu Durjan says, Brad, you are a too fishy player. No respect. You know, you play tight, you try to win in these other streams, and then you loosen it up, and you're too fishy. So it's rough.
It is, man.
Thin, like sweet spot.
Right, you are. 9-3-3 Rainbow here. DQ's playing the Gordon special once again, unsuited this time, and Josh just with ace high. I go ahead and bet 50. DQ calls with the king high. Brick City on the turn. Josh still with the best hand, but we go checky and another brick on the end. Ace high is just going to win this at showdown.
Check. Let's see.
$2 super chat here from Pez. Wants to know your opinion on the action in TC versus Nevada. I guess that's Texas Card House versus Nevada.
Yeah, the action is infinitely better here than it is in Las Vegas. Las Vegas is probably the worst place to play cash in the entire U.S., to be honest. So a couple places like Texas, Florida, Arizona, maybe a couple other places on the East Coast that are very, very good. Lots of action. And I think Texas is either 1 or 2 in terms of action. So, yeah, it's a lot of fun to play out here. But, you know, you can get wrecked as well.
Yeah, these games play so much bigger than the blinds would suggest. Like, I mean, as soon as you've been around the block once, like, you know what you're in for. But if you come in from, like, out of town, for example, and you're like, oh, I'm going to go play some 2-5. Like, why not? And then you sit down in this game and you're like, wow, does everyone here really have 3,000 in front of them? Like, what happened? Yeah, that's normal for us, but can be quite disconcerting for some folks.
Sure.
Let's see. So, again, these cumulative winnings are not going to be correct. They are updated only as of the restart. But we do see the E got that very nice double up through his tablemate and neighbor on that one hand. Bottom 2 pair against the flop bottom set. That was a spicy one. Speaking of spice, Josh has number 1, and he's going to drop in a 3-bet to $45. You weren't there, so they're missing a straddle, so they're playing for $10 blind, I think it is.
I mean, Greg needs to step in and straddle that. It's Greg's fault.
He tried, but they were like, we have to deal Brad in, and
okay.
so there
All
was
right,
a
fair
missing spot. He could have done the sleeper. I think that would have been allowed, but
No, I think they're...
oh, he did a blind raise to 10. All right, he did.
Okay,
You
all
don't
right,
have to
okay.
throw him under the bus and leave him for dead, but he is a, giant fucking asshole anyway, so, you know.
Yeah, man. Yeah. No, Greg's like the nicest guy, man.
All right.
Giant dick, but nicest guy.
You are what you eat. That's what they say. Okay, DQ here, 4-bet to 155 pre-flop. Continues on the flop for 175. Josh just calling in position. DQ now checks the turn, drawing dead. Josh bets 400 and gets the job done. All right.
You said, has Brad been asked any of the questions from the chat yet? I have, so I answered that question as well. Crushing the chat right now.
Yeah, so sorry if you did ask a question in the chat and we didn't get back to you. So, yeah, I mean, we've been doing our best here, you know. There's a lot of volume. We're doing our best. But, yeah, so what's next on the calendar? What are you up to after this stop here in Austin?
Andrew and I are doing our first meetup game in Las Vegas for a long time. So we're going out to Resorts World. That'll be August 20th. Excited for that. Haven't really had a home in Vegas for a little while. So Resorts World is kind of like the perfect partnership for us.
Okay.
And then we're gonna do meetup games once every 2 months at the Hustler in LA.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah. And also we have the WSOP going on, possibly. Who
Yeah.
knows, man? Are you
Fingers
coming out
crossed.
for that or what?
Yeah. Plan is to come out there with a couple of buddies. One guy from Chicago, another buddy from here locally.
Okay.
We got an Airbnb already booked, and we're gonna be there for the first week and a half. So
Okay,
reunion
nice.
through the Millie Maker, basically,
Sure.
and everything in between. Then hopefully we just ship all of those tournaments, right? And then we'll probably go to New Zealand for a month, just sort of vacation, and then come back and play the main. That's the plan.
It's like a pretty standard WSOP schedule.
yeah.
Play a week and a half, go to New Zealand, come back, play the main.
Yeah.
There's a
and
lot
then
of people
ship
doing that,
too.
actually.
Yeah.
That I know.
And then I'm going to go back and buy New Zealand. I think I
Nice.
think 15 million or somewhere in the vicinity.
Okay.
To get the job done.
All right. Well, I'm gonna head back into the game, but I'm pretty excited to play. So,
All right.
thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Good luck in there. We'll be rooting for you, and yeah, go take some stacks off of these fools.
All right. Thanks a lot, man.
All right. All righty. So that was Brad Owen. He's going to go ahead and hop back on the table, get himself back in front of his stack, and see if he can add some chippies to it. We are going to get David back here in the booth. Let me go open the door for him. I'll be back in 1 second. Okay. And I'm back. There we go. Let's see. What do we got going on here? DQ is 3-betting. And he's got king 10. E has queen 10. But they're both the same suit, so he is going to call, play this one out of position to an 8-4-3 two-tone board. No spades in sight. Check fold coming up. Perhaps confirmed. Bet a 300 there from DQ, and he will drag the pot. All right, so you guys have helped us reach the 1,000 like mark here. We're up to 1.1 thousand likes on the counter. That means y'all are going to get an additional 20 minutes of overtime here on TCH Live Thursday edition. And yeah, here we are, moving right along. Nice little heap of chips there in front of DQ as he collected his last pot. And Josh over here, he's going to blind limp as he had some business to attend to, a bevy to crack open. And he will open limp the unsuited little slick. Andrew will wake up with number 1, 2 red aces from +3, raise it up to 45. DQ saying something to the tune of, I have cards and chips to stack, so y'all are going to wait while I prepare this raise to $170. Thank you all for your attention. Please continue. Looks like it's going to fold back over to Josh, who is going to lament the loss of his $10 with a little slick, and he'll let it go. Andrew now on 1.6K and a premium hand up against the loosest player at the table. He's going to go for the 4-bet. Ooh, reload on the Topo Chico. Thank you very much, David, back in the booth here. DQ going to make the call for 255, pot swelling to 880. And monotone flop, 10, 5 deuce, all hearts. Andrew has the ace of hearts and the overpair with 1.2K behind. Stacked pot ratio about 1.3. He can easily go for a small down bet continuation here, somewhere around 300, 1/3 pot, and then pile it in on the turn. Something of that nature is going to be pretty effective to get all the chips in. But his opponent has 9-4 offsuit, no hearts in sight, and he's going to snap fold to the down bet of 245. Andrew shows him the ace of hearts like, I don't know, that was pretty good, right?
Is that the one where he blind bet without looking?
DQ very well may have on that one. I certainly wouldn't be surprised if that were the case.
You know, it's funny, when we were talking to Brad and Andrew yesterday, we were telling them about DQ because I think they've kind of heard about him because they've seen him on just on streams playing here and stuff like that. And like it was just, he's just a total wild card, man. Any two cards just raised randomly, and just him coming back here, and most of it was talking about DQ. It's just pretty entertaining to see.
Yeah, no, fantastic guy, great player, and yeah, plenty of action. That is DQ for you. Love the style too. The the cowboy hat, the sunglasses, the rolled up sleeves. He's just loving life. Yeah, the chair, the freaking chair that he brings in.
Yeah, it brings the whole chair. I like how Brad's saying he's pretty much doing a vlog while he's there. You know, just saying what he's thinking and what you potentially have.
Hell yeah. Poker out loud in person here. All right, what do we got going on? Raise with 35 from Greg Potter on the button. 10-7 suited. Dante flats out of the small blind. Definitely a spot where I think you can go for the squeeze, but he makes the call. Mark comes in with the Jack-5 off, and Josh is going to go for the squeeze with a couple of 9s. 175 to go. I think this may be just a tad on the smaller side. However, if this gets through Greg, it's very likely to get through the remaining players, even at this size. But Greg wants to see a flop, and this may price in the other players. However, Dante now going to go ahead and fold the ace-jack. Doesn't want to play this one first to act on all remaining streets. So heads up to a flop. Jack, 8-7. Josh maintains the lead with a pair of 9s and a gutter. The jack high straight. Greg has bottom pair with a gutter of his own. Bet 175 from Josh over to Greg Potter, and I think if you're gonna see a flop with a hand like this, you kind of got to keep going. Ooh, and he's gonna go for the check raise. I actually don't mind this at all. Your hand is not beating any of your opponent's value, and this is also kind of a connecty board to where you could actually push them off. Problem is that Josh has a hand that he's not folding, so he basically snap calls it. Pot goes up to 1.4 thousand. Josh checks this deuce of clubs turn, which changes absolutely nothing. If Josh was ahead on the flop, he's still ahead now. And Greg has to decide how much to go for. Now, if he does, and he will, this looks to be 750, somewhere around half pot. It is 750. Back over to Josh. Have to ask yourself, what would your opponent do this with, right? 8s and 7s are solidly in Greg's range for sets. But then there's really not a whole lot else. Like, what else raises here? I mean, there's just sets. Really just sets. 7-8, I suppose, could dream of raising there just to try to get all the money in against an overpair. But not a lot of hands, as those would be suited varieties, and only 7-8 of hearts and 7-8 of diamonds available given the board texture. So Josh does make the call on the turn, goes for the check. Stack to pot ratio is, I mean, about 1/3.
Yeah.
But Greg's going to go for it anyways. He says front door spades came in, and I know I don't have the best hand, so let's see if I can get him to fold now.
Yeah. I mean, that's his only move in this situation as well. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, with Greg's been pretty snug pretty much all night too. So whatever he's repping here, it's repping it pretty strong, and we're probably going to see a fold from Josh. I think what was keeping Josh in there is the fact that he did have a gut shot. I'm not sure if he thought his 9s were good or not. Maybe if he was on a flush, if he put Greg on a flush draw, that's why he was calling. But I think ultimately we were probably going to see a fold here, even though he's invested that much into this pot.
Yeah, definitely possible that it goes down the way that you've said. The other side of that coin is that Josh has invested a lot of chips.
Yes.
And while his opponent could certainly have front door spades as part of a check raise bluffing line that just did get there, I don't know. It's still kind of tough to fold when you've invested so much, right? It's like, I mean, I put it all in, and I was going to go all in. Like, I was going to check call all in on anything that wasn't a spade. If that's the answer, then okay. You know, you had a strategy, and Greg snap turns over the hand to show him it was just a pair of 7s.
Whew. I think sometimes too, when players that are playing that don't play for a living, they take into account you know, how's the session has gone so far. Like Josh was already in for a buy-in. He got stacked earlier. I don't know how much he brought with him, but let's just say this maybe is, if he loses this, he's gone, and maybe he wanted to keep playing. So I think sometimes those things, sometimes too, just factor into, you know, everyday players are making a fold like that.
Yeah, I mean, and the other side of it is like, I mean, absolutely the spade coming on the end, all of the logical bluffs that your opponent may have, like, you know, spade flush draw. There weren't a lot of spade flush draws with a pair like combo draws, but just like all of the logical hands got there in addition to the ones that were already going for value, like 7s and 8s. Like sets of 7s and 8s are still going to pile it when check 2 on the end, because it's like, well, you probably don't have a flush, or you would have just like ripped it in. So I don't know. Let's see what happens. So I don't think that folding there is just like a terrible play by any stretch,
no.
but you've invested so much that it's like, and this oftentimes happens, right? Like, you're about to put so much of your stack in that, like, on the river decision, stack to pot ratio is like around 1/3, and you just really shouldn't be committing the chips on the turn if you're going to then fold on the river.
Yeah.
And I know that that's not necessarily true in all scenarios, particularly in tournaments, but in a cash game like this, I tend to lean more towards like making up my mind on that turn decision. Like,
Yep.
I am putting my chips in, not because I want to try to improve and get there, but because I am just,
Not folding.
you have enough bluffs that I'm just going to call down. And it doesn't matter what comes on the river. I'm putting the rest of my babies in there and see how they fare.
Would
when
you
turn
like
your
to see a
cards over.
jam from Josh on the turn there?
Um, no, I don't think a jam really accomplishes much, but I do think if you're going to call, if you're not going to fold, then I think you go for the call and then the check call on the river no matter what it is. But, I mean, it's easy for me to say that having seen the cards, but I do intend when I'm at the table doing making the plays to make those decisions in advance as well, right? So that you then follow through on them. But you have to stick with it. You got to be like, this is what I'm doing, and then stick with it, no matter if the 4 of spades rolls off and your guy puts you all in.
Yeah.
All right, we've made it to a river here after a bunch of checking, and DQ betting 600 on the river 9, which does give him the best hand with a pair of 9s. And Big Daddy Chaz in the tank trying to decide if nut no pair is worthy of a call for a full pot size bet. And with the hands that have been shown down, Chaz reluctantly releases because he knows that DQ can just have a bunch of air balls all the time. But, yeah, he does also just not pay it off. Says, you know what, if I go all the way up to my non-paired hands for a call off here, I'm going to be calling a little too loose. I'll just call with my pairs and fold the rest of it. 5.
And on that previous hand too, great play by Greg of just sticking with the line that and the story that he was trying to say in the first place. I mean, honestly, I've personally played that same exact line when I had a flush draw. You check raise someone, you bet the turn again, and you shove based on the pot stack ratio there on the river when I get there. And so that very well he could be playing just like a flush draw too. So
Yeah. Yeah, and that is the hidden gem of that whole hand and how it played out is the stacks and how they relate to the size of the pot as the bets went in. And it can seem like this sort of like, well, whatever, like what was he going to bet on the turn that wasn't 750? Like, okay, find some number that was pretty close to 750 would naturally sort of make sense given the size of the pot. But there's another quantity at play there, which is the remaining stack size for the effective player, and that's where things really went off the rails, right? Is that after the call went in, there were no chips behind, right? So it's like the bet size almost also didn't make a ton of sense for the player that was like quote unquote bluffing if he was bluffing with a spade draw, right? He may have just piled it in with his spade draws on the turn to try to get maximum fold equity, right? So anyways, there's just a couple of different ways to think about that. Let's get on to the next one as DQ has outflopped Dante. However, Dante, with the pre-flop lead, is going to continue. And for full pot on this board, ace, 10, 9, 2 hearts. Dante with the gutter. Now going to go for the check, check, and picks up a pair of kings on the end, which is going to be best at showdown. Dante happy to turn his cards over. And DQ is like, well, I had you for a minute.
if you haven't noticed, pretty much every time you could make a bet, DQ is going to almost always call you on the flop. And then if he doesn't have much, it's pretty much check, 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 check. You know what I mean? Every now and again, he'll also make a really big bluff too. But he's pretty much always going to call you down on the flop, no matter what he has.
Yeah, it'll make it very difficult to play like a traditional style against a DQ or someone that plays like him, almost like a J-Stack as well, right? Like, it can be very difficult because if you try to run your usual lines and play your usual game, which is like, I'm going to have a lot of continuation bets, my opponents are usually just going to fold right away, and then I can reevaluate on the turn as to how I want to play it. It's like you need to be more selective about the hands that you continue with, just like blast, blast, blast. And also you want to try to be a little bit sort of like tricky because you can induce a lot of action from these players by feigning weakness, right? And even like some of these hands that you wouldn't naturally think of as like a strong hand that you would be like trapping, you can actually do that with, depending on board textures. But yeah, the nuance of this game is never ending, and it's just what a fantastic game, and what a fantastic game here tonight on TCH Live. If you like what you're seeing and you haven't already had an opportunity to do so, please do rear back and strike the like button with all of your might. We would appreciate it very much. And if you would like a special shout out, you can drop us a super chat or super sticker, and we will give you that shout out. What do we got going on here? Just backdoor 2-pair for Brad,
And we still don't know what DQ has.
but he's going to pay it off, as I can't imagine he can defeat 2-pair, and he cannot, as he will muck his cards. And Brad getting back in the mix after his chat with us here in the booth, picks up some of those dollar bills.
He's getting his Bradley dollars back.
Oh, yeah. Carlos Vega, thank you very much for the subscription. Welcome to the team.
We're at 2,300 people currently watching right now. 1.2 likes.
1.2 likes.
1.2K. There you go. 1.2K.
Who
likes.
left that 0.2 of a like? Like, come on, man. Really?
Tell DQ to read his cards. I think he somewhat does that on purpose, not to go all the way through, but like just as a mystery, if you will. Like once the flop comes, then he goes like, okay, now I'll show you guys my cards.
And you can see that he's positioned his little card marker or whatever there, like right over the scanner. I mean, yeah, it's a little bit of a like meta game, side game, whatever that he's playing with us.
Yeah.
And you know what? That is his right, because DQ is DQ, and he do what he do. Brad with the jiggities.
It's a
Gonna raise it up
$200 straddle.
500. Yeah, I think that was 55200. Yeah, it was 55200. DQ makes the call, probably blind.
He seems a little reckless.
Checks over. Brad snap checks back. 9 of clubs. Brad looking to just check call his way to a river and hope that his seatbelt holds. Ace of spades on the end. Checky, checky. DQ says, what do I have? It can't beat Judy's. Jiggities.
There, he's telling him to scan his cards. There you go, 8-4.
He had a pair. He had a pair and a gutter.
I'll tell you, man.
Yeah.
Pair and any type of draw, he's in there.
That's right. So
At that game, he's
Bradley in back-to-back hands, stacking them chips, moves up to 6.9K and sits himself in the $10 straddle position, puts those chips out there.
he has no respect for him.
I'm not sure if E offered Pokemon from his special grab bag of Pokemon that he has, whether or not he offered a Pokemon. I sort of assumed that he would, but I don't see one sitting
Who?
over there
To Brad?
for Brad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He had his bag earlier, so I don't know if Brad took one or not, but
Yeah. And let's see it. And Chaz also doesn't have one out in front right
that's
now.
surprisingly because he normally does have one of those.
Might be the best. Hit it with.
Chaz raised to 30. King 9 offsuit in the cutoff. Andrew gonna look him up from the button with Queen 9 suited. Brad and DQ make it in there.
Sorry, I was saying I told E to put all his Pokemon just right in front of him because he has like 45 of them.
That
Right
would
all
be a
over the
herd.
stack.
Yes. The grip of Pokemon. All right, we check all the way through to a third club, which also pairs the board. Check through once again, and Brad is going to make 8s full on this run out. And he says, all right, put a black chip out there and see if I can get anyone to bite. And DQ does bite. He says, nah, bro, we chopping. And, oh, no, we're not. DQ may have had a 3. I guess that's possible. I think unlikely. Also may have had an ace. Perhaps also unlikely. But no matter how you hack it, Brad just won like 3 pots in a row, and, you know, there you go.
Yeah.
On a heater.
He got refreshed coming back here and talking with us, and now he's back in there. He was eager to go. You could tell, like, at the very end, he's like, I'm ready to go play. Like,
Yeah.
he wanted to get back in there.
He didn't want to go through the blinds again and have all those Bradley dollars just,
Yeah.
you know, vaporized right in front of his very eyes. He could hear their cries
I think he missed one orbit, maybe one full orbit, because he's back. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
back here around 15, 17 minutes, something like that.
Raise to 35. Fold.
Sounds about right.
Fold.
All right.
Oh, nice here. Fold.
Hell yeah, let's go. Dante
yeah.
here, raised to 35
Three
in
players.
the under the gun position here. Queen Jack offsuit. All right, DQ gonna call from the small blind. Brad in the big blind. 3 ways to a flop. Queen high. What do you know? Top pair for Dante.
I predict DQ as a 4 and maybe a 10.
Ooh, bold prediction. Checky, Dante. Bet 65. DQ
He has
has
a
4 and a king. And he picks up a backdoor straight and flush opportunity here. Check. Bet a 125 from Dante with his top 2 pair now. And let's see DQ go for a check raise here, potentially. Does have a hand that performs quite well on that line, and indeed grabs a fistful of chips and fires them across the line. Of course, we can see Dante's hand is far too strong to be folded at this point. Puts in the calling chips, and I see a spade on the river.
Wow, he got there.
DQ backs into the king high spade flush, bets 1.2K, slight overbet to the pot, and Dante with top 2 pair, but a pair of 10s on board, so he loses to any spade. He loses to a 10. He loses to ace king. It probably doesn't exist, but like king 9 is a possibility, and he does let it go, so DQ will drag the pot, but doesn't get any additional Dante dollars.
All right, that's my time with you guys. Dealer change ball pot. Josh is coming.
All right, well, that was an exciting hand, and DQ just ran pure into the river on that one.
Yeah, it's either he's giving a lot away or he gets there randomly. You know, he's a character, and if you talk to him in person too, he has so much energy. And sometimes he when he's talking about himself, he goes DQ, and DQ did this, and DQ did that. You know, it's he's just a character, man. Great guy, always a smile on his face. Even if he gets stacked like he did with E earlier, he's never upset. Nice hand, you know what I mean? And
Sure.
you know, that's always great to have. You know, when you're playing poker.
Yeah, absolutely right. Enjoying the game. For the love of the game and for the love of this next game, everyone will put $25 in the pot before they see their cards. So that's exciting.
We haven't really seen a big PLO bomb pot. You know, it's been kind of bet fold, or one got all the way through with king high, so we haven't really seen any type of fireworks. And actually, I think DQ has won the biggest PLO bomb pot ever. It was like a $45,000 PLO bomb pot. Do you remember that one? About a month and a half ago or something like that.
Yeah, that's pretty spicy
Yeah.
when that many chips get in the middle. So, yeah, let's see if we can conjure up something in that vicinity on this one.
So we have a question. Why does the dealer wear headphones? So the dealer is talking to junior producer Seth back here in terms of what the action is happening. So anytime someone checks, you know, someone bets a certain amount, she's telling our producer back here what is actually happening, so you guys can see it right there on the screen, and then they can communicate back and forth with what's going on. So that's why the dealer is wearing a headset.
Yes, indeed. The action tracking software must be manned at all times by the junior producer Seth in order for this train to continue. We've got a bunch of checking over to Big Daddy Chaz, who has flopped top vote and a 3 blocker, so he knows he's not beat by quads, so he bets 225. 4's full, and DQ makes the call. Now over to Mark, who's sitting on an up and down straight draw with an overpair to the board. If there was a heart out there, he could maybe think about continuing to sort of like back into a heart flush. But yeah, all around just kind of a weird spot. You could be drawing to exactly what he was, which was a random 6 to try to make a better full house. So definitely understand the fold there. 8 of hearts on the turn. Big Daddy Chaz slows down now with a check, hoping to induce something from DQ, who we see now does have a 3, but it's a naked 3. He checks back. And another 4 on the river. How about quads? Here for Big Daddy Chaz. 675 in the middle. Could see him going for something around 300 to 400. Don't want to make your price too big and scare off your opponent. He's going to go for 500, and DQ is going to find a pretty easy fold. Even shows him the 3, so yeah, just a little bit too large of a sizing. As Big Daddy Chaz also shows him the 3. I love that. He's like, yeah, I had one too. But yeah, I think it's just tough to get paid by anything, especially when you do have the 3 blocker, which is maybe the argument for Chaz to just go big. He's like, well, maybe you have like pocket 8s or something, like once in a blue moon, right? But I'm not going to bet 100 here and try to get paid by whatever bullshit.
At least DQ didn't call thinking he had a boat, and still would have lost if he had a boat. You know, we've seen that happen a lot of times.
Yeah, I think DQ's been around the block enough times to know how PLO works. But you're not wrong. We have seen that plenty of times. I saw it several times yesterday.
Really?
Well, because we had all the people coming in for the meetup game. So we had a bunch of people that like love Brad and Andrew, and they wanted to be there and see them. And Doug Polk, of course, was here. So it was a very exciting time. But we had some people who were maybe a little bit rusty or hadn't played certainly very many PLO bomb pots, right? They came here to play Hold'em, and they're like, what are we doing? PLO bomb pots? Playing some hands, and you know, they turn over their hands and confidently announce something. And you're like, I'm sorry that you had to learn this way, but your hand doesn't play like that, and you have indeed lost. All right, heads up to the flop. DQ out-flopped heavily by Dante, who picks up further equity on the turn. DQ runs for the hills, as he should.
Yeah, probably the funniest moment I've seen in PLO bomb pots is me and another guy went heads up and got it all in, and the board was ace, king, queen, 10, and he had pocket jacks, and he turned his cards over. He's like, I got a straight. And we're like, no, you don't. You got to use both cards. He goes, I do. Jack, jack. He's like, no, that's not a straight.
Yeah, you used Jack, jack, and that's not a straight. Yeah. No, that is pretty funny, and it's the trial by fire that we've all gone through in our understanding or lack thereof of the game of Pot Limit Omaha. You get in the streets, you fumble around for a little while, you get kicked in the groin several times, repeatedly usually. And it hurts, and you learn, and then you do better next time. Or you don't. But we love you none the same. All the same, none the same. Words are hearts. All right, raise to 100, call, call. No more Bradley dollars going in the pot. Dante folds a couple of deuces. I think I'd call. Josh with the Maple Bagel Special. The God on Nuts, King 5 of clubs, flops some backdoors. Chaz with the Judies, E with the top pair, DQ with 3 to a straight and a gutter ball. Picks up a double gutter now, 7 of hearts on the turn. E still best with top pair. Big Daddy Chaz weighing his options here. It's still multi-way, so I think, yeah, the check is in order. He does put the check in. E is going to feel inclined to go for a little bit of value / protection now. Gets snapped by DQ, and we're going heads up to a river. And there's, I thought that was, yeah, nope, it needed to be a 6 or a deuce, so that doesn't come in, and E is going to have the best hand.
So we had a question in the comment. How do you ensure the integrity of the game isn't compromised with chips, cards, and prevent hackers from getting into the program themselves? I don't know the answer to that question. Do you?
Yeah, so we have stringent security in place here to maintain the integrity of the game. We make sure that, first and foremost, none of the players at the table are allowed access to their phones, headphones, or any other electronic devices. So aside from having like a watch or something on, you know, like all electronic devices are kept away from the players at the table. So, you know, no funny business can go on. No one can be.
Go.
Yeah, no one can have information given to them. Pardon me. That's the first line of defense, and that's basically what you're looking at there by everyone being told up front, don't have your phone out at the table, no headphones, etc. And then, of course, we maintain strict control over the control room to make sure that no one has access to the technology back here. Nobody can bribe the hamster and try to get the inside information. It's not happening, people. Okay, Dante here, Jack 9 of clubs. Gets flopped into the basement by Big Daddy Chaz. But Dante with the pre-flop lead is going to continue betting. Chaz called out of the straddle, goes for the check call. Dante obviously hoping for a fold there, but he's going to get a 4 of diamonds on the turn. Everyone here talking about Brad being on his phone. Well,
yeah.
Brad is a vlogger, so he's also going to be taking some video. So there were some exceptions made for him. But I assure you that junior producer Seth is not communicating any information to Brad.
Literally everyone said that. Brad just used his phone. Brad just used his phone.
Okay, well, there you go. There you go.
Brad does take notes on the on hands for his vlog on his phone. He does do that. So when we were playing with him yesterday, as soon as the hand's over, he's typing in the notes on what happened, what was the bet sizing, and stuff like that. So
6 of clubs here on the end gives Big Daddy Chaz top 2 pair. Dante, after betting flop and turn, now goes for the check. And Big Daddy Chaz now going to bet Dante quick fold. That's going to do it.
But what is Dante hiding in his beard, says Jacob. In terms of knowing what's going on.
We'll never know. That beard is very elusive. The elusive beard? I'm not sure if that's a word that could be used to describe a beard, but who knows?
And Brandon, we are on a delay. We're on a 15-minute delay.
All right, 5, 5, 10, and 20 out there. If E puts on the 40 or the 50, I imagine. Yeah, DQ's like, hey, put your straddle out there so I can
get the 80.
agree.
100. Brad? Nope.
Yeah, Brad ain't going to orphan those babies out there.
So what's the biggest straddle you like to do? I know that comes around in our games from time to time in 2-5 and 5-5.
So my feeling is that, like, I'm very happy to put a single straddle out there. We play a lot of 2-5, so like the 2-5-10. I'll put the 10 out there a lot, like, to try to incentivize other people to do so. We play such deep stacked poker anyways that by putting the third blind out there, you can help increase the size of the pots, and I like to win more money. I like money, and then it's just sort of adds another dimension to the game. So if I can get the single straddle out there and other people pick up on that, that's great. And if there's a lot of incentive and other people are putting double straddles out there, I'll do it as well. We were playing earlier, and the double straddle was coming out on a fairly regular basis, so that's pretty good. But
where do you cut it?
I mean, I wouldn't say that I like cut it off somewhere. Like I refuse to do that. But
yeah,
I mean, like on the stream in the past, I've put out a $100 straddle, but that does start to get to the point where usually, regardless of the stacked ups, I'm never playing with so much that like a $100 straddle.
Yeah.
I'm like, I still have like 100 blinds here.
It's not sustainable.
Yeah, that you're down to like 20 to 30 blinds or somewhere in that vicinity. And now we're playing tournament poker where it's like I'm just gonna like rip it in with ace-9 suited. Like that doesn't feel great. So that's less of like a fun poker strategy, deep stack, like maneuvering game, and more of a just like, well, let's ship it in and hope to just take down the blinds or flip for my entire stack or whatever. So anyways, that's my take on that.
And that 50, was that the quadruple straddle or was that the triple straddle? Which one was that one?
I'm not exactly sure, but like the single here is the 10, the double is the 25, the triple is the 75. So I guess we had a quadruple straddle on the last hand. All right,
the
Brad.
most I've done was a triple. But usually I'm good for the first or the second one. Triple and quadruple, I'm like, eh.
It starts to get pretty big, that's for
Yeah.
sure. Even if you just go in immediate increments of 2x the last one. All right, folds over to Mark on the button. He's going to limp the ace-8 offsuit. Going to see if he can induce some limps from the remaining players. I love this, Josh. Jack-5 offsuit. He's like, this hand sucks, but you know what? I'm going to rip it in and get ace-jack suited to fold because, like, I don't know. I look pretty strong, and maybe Jack-5 is the best hand sometimes. The problem is that there's a DQ over on that end of the table. Oh, no. Safe for Josh. It's a little slick.
And he's thinking about it.
DQ giving him the grin, the side eye. He says, do I really want to put 1.2K in there with 3 high? Maybe. Maybe. Nah. Fold and hold. The old fold and hold with 3 deuce. And now over to Mark, who limped the button. This is a jam for like 13 blinds. But it just never feels good to call someone's all in with ace-8 offsuit. And Mark will fold. So Josh is going to pick it up, and he shows the table Jack-5 like, yeah, I got some cojones over here. Who wants to see him?
Well, there's 20 minutes left of the stream, so I figured. Oh, there's an hour? Oh, 40 minutes.
We have
40
20 minutes remaining in our regularly scheduled
Oh, yeah, we got the
broadcast.
overtime now.
But y'all earned some overtime by slapping the like button around. We appreciate you doing that, and so you get a little extra here. TCH Live Thursday. Aaron McAvoy, your host here, joining me tonight. David De La Pena, junior producer Seth running the show. Producer David and the rest of the TCH crew here bringing this program to you. Free on the YouTubes. And speaking of the YouTubes, my YouTube just self-destructed, and I need to pull it up on my tablet once again, apparently.
Boop. Someone asked, plus the bonus time when the stream went down. Are we doing that as well?
This is like the hanging Chad sort of recount here. People trying to get every
Well, it's
ounce.
good that they want to keep watching. You know,
That is
that's a
good. Yeah, I
positive.
can't complain that
Like,
they're not
you
like,
guys should shut it off now. You know, like, let's get it going.
how many dislikes until you guys shut up? I'm sure there's some troll out there.
Well, we got
thinking that.
25. We got 25 right now.
No, we have just summoned the beast, and now no, I'm kidding. We'll pretend that conversation didn't happen.
Hit the like button.
Okay. Looking at the chip counts there, E is the big dog with 15,000 chips in front. 5-5-40 poker here on TCH Thursday.
Brad, David De La Pena is God. Okay, I appreciate that. Someone get Chaz a beer. So that means this stream should go to midnight, someone was asking. Bonus time, please. More and more people would like to watch. Well, we appreciate you guys.
Hells to the yeah.
We're at 1.3 likes. Can you get to 1.5 before we're all said and done? Almost
I think
2,400 people watching.
I think we definitely can. It is within the realm of possibility. We just need to channel it from all of you. You guys hold the keys to the 1,500 likes. All right, Big Daddy Chaz in the mix here on the button. Jack-8 offsuit. He is channeling his inner DQ, who played the Jack-8 offsuit to great effect earlier. DQ is on a superior hand, King, Queen of Spades, and Chaz is like, all right, I'll play this in position and see what happens. So heads up to a flop, 9 hundies in the middle. Big Daddy Chaz squeezing his head, putting on the visors, doesn't want to see the flop. It's ace, jack, deuce. And Chaz has flopped a superior hand, but DQ is betting with a gutter to Broadway, backdoor royal flush draw. 450 to go. Chaz not going anywhere when you make a pair against the man in the cowboy hat across the way. Puts on the blinders once again, says, I don't want to see peekaboo.
Why is he doing that? Does he only do that with DQ?
I don't know. I think it's a fun little game that they're playing. Oh, he's going to peek now. He says, oh, Jesus. It's another overcard to my pair, and it is a good card for DQ as he picks up the best hand. Oh, and terrible run out here for Big Daddy Chaz. It's another ace on the river. DQ snaps out 2 pink chips for 1K. Big Daddy Chaz has sniffed out some of DQ's value bets earlier and made appropriate folds. This one going to be a little bit tricky. He chops with all the jacks except for exactly King Jack. He also loses to all the queens. That's not great. Could be an ace in the mix every once in a while, but DQ also doesn't, quote-unquote, deserve credit for an ace all the time. So, but Big Daddy Chaz, once again, recognizes, yeah, I guess he just got it. I'm not going to pay you any more money, so just take what's in there and be happy.
Dominique Garrett asked, do they play stud here? Have they run that? I would assume that would probably be more likely in the evenings when they do other games or mixed games or.
Yeah, so we will play any game. If you want to play it, we will spread it if it gets enough interest. So it's a private social club here. Basically, the games that we want to play is what the club puts on for us. And so, yeah, you want to come in, bring a couple buddies, and get a game of stud going? Absolutely, will happen. And then it's just a matter of trying to fill the game and make it exciting and something that could play on a regular basis. As of right now, stud probably not the most popular game in Texas or anywhere else, so not going to be a regular appearance on the wait list. But come on down, join TCH, and put it up there. Get some interest.
Hold'em is definitely still king. PLO is slowly catching up, but Hold'em is definitely still king.
Yep, absolutely right.
How are Neeme, Owen and Neeme going? I assume they're asking how they're doing. I think they're both down right now. Is that correct?
Brad's sitting on 7K. He went on that mini heater, and I think he bought in for 5. So Brad is up a little bit.
So Brad got it back.
Yeah, not exactly clear, but
I think he said he bought in for 7K.
Oh, is that what he said?
So if the stack is right, he may be even. And then
Okay,
Andrew, I think Andrew's down a little bit.
That may be true. Okay.
He hasn't had the best, cards either.
Well, after our little intermission there, Andrew and Mark are now solidly in the danger zone of being replaced by Will Lottie, both sitting on 15% VPIPs. Somebody go rattle the cage. Wake Will up. We keep Will right next to the hamsters, and so yeah, we'll have to go rattle the cage. Make sure he's still kicking. All right, 5-5-10 here. Dante gonna be first to act.
Well, I got a question for you guys in the chat. What games do y'all like to play? Do you play Hold'em? What's your favorite game? Hold'em, PLO. Do you like stud, short deck? Do you like mixed games? So what do you guys like to play when you play poker, either with your friends or a social club or at a casino? Throw it in the chat, and we'll see what Gary says. Stud on the East Coast. That's what Bob said.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I like playing stud. I think it's a fun game. It's a cool aspect of the game when you have information about each player's holdings by them having up cards. But yeah, it's just, I mean, it's like a game of the past. You know, it used to be very popular, still popular against sort of a certain older guard. But yeah, these days it's really been sort of left behind by the Hold'em crowd.
Yeah.
Three ways
go ahead.
to a flop here. $400 in the middle. DQ in there with 7-3 of clubs. Finds 1 club. Backdoor wheel draw, I suppose, as well. But Mark here, top pair, jack kicker. Checks through. 7 on the turn. There's more checking happening as we now have Greg's hand scanned in. He's drawing dead with 9 high. Mark going to go for the delayed C-bet, probably hoping that DQ would sort of go blast off on the turn. But DQ does look to be going for the check call, so some DQ dollars in the pot now.
He's on a 2-pair draw.
2-pair, backdoor trip draw also.
That too? Oh, man.
No, didn't
If
hit
it would have got there, I'd be like, wow.
You always got a runner trip draw. You really do.
Yeah.
Mark here going to finish with the best of it. Aces and deuces with the queen kicker on board. So chopping with all aces. Defeating all queens. Check. Bet a 500 DQ lets it go.
No Limit Omaha. Is that such a thing? I've never played that before. That is such a thing? Oh, okay. Got it.
All right, we got ourselves a nice influx of subscriptions. Reed Marburger, Mike Estes, Eigenman, and Doc Schuler. Thank you guys for signing up, joining the team. We look forward to having you and all of our other subscribers back for all of our future broadcasts. Scrolling up a little bit, we got Critic joining us as well. Thank you for coming along. Tom Staunton as well. Thank you guys for the subscription. And you guys, along with Robin Walker, are going to be coming along with us for the remainder of the broadcast. 10:53 Central Time as of right now. We do have some additional overtime coming on up, so looking forward to that. 20 minutes coming up for y'all. Cooking with CJ and Bradley James joining us. Wouldn't happen to be the Bradley James that I know, is it? Probably not. I feel like that's probably a pretty standard name.
Bradley James?
Bradley James.
I've never met a Bradley James. Have you?
I'm very familiar with a specific Bradley James. All right, ace-5 against 5 deuce here. Dante has the best hand with kings and deuces. He will finish with the best hand if we turn the cards over. But Brad is going to bet 100 here. This is over pot-sized bet and gets Dante to fold the deuce face up. And Brad is like, yeah, I had a better 5, so that should win, right? Skylar Hawker, Bartek Brodowicz, and Mr. Hypnotic 11 also joining the crew. Thank you guys.
3-5 War. Up Dog is my favorite game. 52 pickup plus hold'em. Does TCH run short deck? I don't think we've ever had before. It's definitely a game I'm trying to learn to play more and more and more. Pot limit stud with a capped, so it's underrated. 52 pickup. Omaha high low. You know, a lot of people like Omaha high low, but I don't know. It's anytime where there's just a lot of chops outside of PLO bomb pots, double board. I'm not a huge fan. I don't want to chop all day long.
Here's what I'll say in favor of PLO 8 or better.
Yeah.
People love to chase the low draw.
Yeah.
And so it's a fantastic game for those in the know that are like, I need to be trying to win the high hand first and the low hand if I can. You'll get those people out there that'll have absolutely nothing for a high hand. They're playing a high card, but they're still calling to see additional streets to try to pick up the low.
Yeah.
And you want those people in your game. So
Yeah,
if
true.
you spread some 08 and you got those people coming on in, that's fantastic. So,
I mean, maybe
anyways,
I should play it more because everybody that plays it just loves the game, you know. So they really, really, really enjoy it. So maybe I should play it more.
Yeah, absolutely. Dylan Vandervide, Caitlin Blunt, and Impreza28, thank you guys for joining us. Ryan McLean, I'm going to go ahead and answer this because I've seen you posting about it over and over here, and I just want to make sure that you get a sound answer here. We don't put chips in all the cards, and no one is out there trying to skim the cards and understand what's going on. These cards, if you ever come in, and you should, email TCHLive at TexasCardHouse.com. Come on down, check it out for yourself. You can get on the stream table here, and you'll feel the thickness and the feel of these cards is very unique because you know what? They had to implant a big old RFID chip in there so that when you place it over the scanner can resonate that RFID chip and send back a little bit of information about what it is. But that's all very expensive equipment, and I can guarantee you that all of the tables in here equipped with that so that somebody could try to cheat would not be in anyone's interest. It's very expensive, and it's just not happening. Plus, these cards are really expensive, and if you check out the cards that we use on a regular basis, there's just no way that there's an RFID chip in there. So, you know what? I hope that puts your questions to rest. That's just not happening.
Love that. Dan Vega said, love the live stream. Would love to see more Omaha. That Omaha is happening tomorrow. Is that here or Dallas?
Sorry, ask the question again. I was
Omaha,
distracted.
a live stream?
Coming out of Austin.
It's coming out of Austin. Okay, so Fridays would be the time
Word
to
on the
see
streets.
Omaha.
Mark.
Updog. I haven't played. I can't remember what that one is. Updog.
All right, Mark here. A couple of sevens. The inferior pair here up against E with the toppest of pairs of the jackest of kickers. That's 550. Big chunky bet here into 750. Mark has effective third pair here, and if he's behind, has no real strong outs to improve, just 2 sevens. So pretty tough spot to continue. If you get bluffed, you get bluffed. This is just one of those spots where it just doesn't make a lot of sense to, like, you know, stamp that flag into the ground and say, none shall pass, or whatever nonsense. I mean, that was just all wrong. But, you know, you get the picture. Just picture Gandalf planting a flag instead of a staff, and, you know, that's not Mark, okay? Move along. Dun, 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 dun.
Robin says there's no amount of equipment that would stop the Astros from coming in and banging trash cans for their players.
Yeah. Oh, man. You know what?
Did you read a
like,
funny one?
Yeah, it is a conspiracy. Like, everything's a conspiracy. And you know what? Like, it's good that people are asking these questions, though, at the end of the day. Like, I know I'm just kind of dismissive because a lot of it is just sort of conspiratorial. But honestly, we had a really big thing happen.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that whole thing that went down, it was massive. We all should wake up and pay attention. We should be asking these questions. We should be holding card rooms to a high level of integrity
Should question
and
everything.
making sure
Yep.
that this kind of stuff is not going on. Now, here at TCH, we put in a lot of effort and we maintain a high level of integrity about access to the information and putting a strong delay on it so that nobody can go and, like, tank it out and then see what their opponents have. None of that stuff is allowed to happen. And so we take pride in our level of security here. But no, it does behoove us all to hold each other to a high level, high standard for integrity of the game. Absolutely. We don't want repeats of what we've all seen played out before us. We got a nice big 3-bet here from Big Daddy Chaz. Suited wheel ace. Greg P was the initial raiser to 300. Queen 9 of hearts. That's going to shrink up pretty hard. However, now getting a price after DQ calls from the straddle position. Greg closing the action could put out 475 into a pot that's going to go up to just about 2.5, and he will. Three ways to a flop. Jack and a couple of threes out there. Nobody that we know of has connected with this.
DQ may have a 3.
He may have a
we
3, he
never
may have a
know.
jack, he may have a jack and a 3.
All right?
He may have a king and a 4.
But he
I
keeps
don't
us in mystery.
That he does. Big Daddy Chaz, first to act. He's going to bet 500 if I'm not mistaken. 600 it is. 1/4 pot. is a great sizing because it's going to put a lot of your opponent's hands just into a spot where it's like, I just don't have anything. How could I possibly continue? And then he doesn't have to allow his opponents to realize their equity and just wins with ace high.
Yeah, he probably had, and he did have the best hand there because obviously DQ is calling with any pair. Obviously, he's calling with trips, but so even with ace high there, he was good.
Yeah. Yeah, but very nice result. We'll just go ahead and take that one down right there. We had the cumulative winnings graphic up for just a fraction of a second, so if you didn't see it, too bad. We will try to get that back up here momentarily. I think there's just a little hiccup in the action tracking software. It just sort of automatically scrolls through those graphics to give you guys a hint of what's going on, and then sometimes it just pops up and goes away before you know it.
Yep. We had a question earlier. What's the lowest stakes here? The lowest stakes here is 1-2, and bomb pots happen on those tables as well. So it's 1-2, buy-in, lowest stack 100, and it goes up to 300, and it's a cap game at 300 for the lowest stack. And we get some 2-5, every now and again 5-5, and then on Mondays 5-10 runs.
I had you dominated. I had 3-5.
Went to showdown.
Right.
Yeah, those are probably off. I would assume those are off. But went to showdown.
Yeah, everything since the reset, not quite going to be fully updated. Five, 5, 10, 40 are the blinds. Brad going to be first to act as we have officially moved into overtime here. 11:03 Central Time. 2.2 thousand of you fine folks watching, and we are creeping on up towards the 1.5K likes.
I have a feeling we're going to see some really big hands towards the end of the stream. I don't know why, but I just got a feeling we're gonna see some hands.
We're going to see it. Well, Mark, he's got a couple of sixes, raised to 125, and gets a call from DQ out of the straddle. Heads up to a flop, 270 in the middle, jack, 7 deuce. Not the worst flop in the world for Mark, but not great. DQ checks to him, and Mark's hoping to just take it down with a bet of 200, but DQ says, nah, bro. Whatever you got, I got better. And he's indeed got better now. He turns 2 pair, 8s and deuces.
2 pair good, I'm telling you.
And honestly, I disagree with the continue here from Mark on the turn. Like, yes, your opponent is kind of crazy and they can have all kinds of stuff, but like targeting an ace high type hand to try to get value from it is just, it's a little too thin. I'd rather just get to showdown, turn the 6s over and win.
And he just snap called a raise from DQ.
It was a min click,
Yeah,
so I
min
don't
click.
hate calling. But like this pot has grown sort of unnecessarily with a 4th pair holding. It's just not going to be good often enough to go like this. And now here's an overbet on the end. Mark is just going to be able to sort of get out of the way here, I would suspect. I mean, the only other way to play his hand would be to rip it all in with the straight blockers. But you've also got to worry about 9-10, which you don't block. So, I mean, your hand just totally blows, and you should just punt it, which he does. So that part was well done. And, you know, this is not to be, like, too critical. Like, your opponent has 8 deuce. Like, he's going to have all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
But the thing is that every time you build the pot and your opponent continues, all of the nonsense that you know that they're going to have in their range gets deleted. Like, they would have folded it, but now they called you. So now that they're calling you, most of the time they're going to have a bunch of crap, but because they called you, now they don't anymore. So it's like betting is actually doing the reverse of what you want it to do. And that can be a tricky concept, and I also just understand, like, just hoping, like, just fold your overcards and stuff. I don't want you to suck out on me. But anyways, just a challenging sort of spot to be in.
Betting into DQ at times is probably not wise. You know, checking or letting him bet into you, especially when you have a really, really good hand, it would be a good strategy. Because he will play any 2, and it's really, really hard to put him on a hand. Even when you think you're ahead, he may be behind. Now, you can catch him, just like he did earlier. You know, 2 pair versus a set. You can catch him, and that's great, but before you catch him, he's going to catch you.
Yeah. All right. R. Tyler Wade and Troy Lukowski, thank you for joining the team.
Oh wow, they got 1.5 likes and 1.5K. Everybody in the chat was like, "Go like, go like, go like, we did it!" You know, they're all super happy. Appreciate it, guys.
Hell yeah.
1.5K likes. Can you get to 2,000 before we're done?
Dude,
It's
all
2,200
right.
watching. 700 more of y'all, unless you already liked. And those are new people. Go ahead and hit the like button.
All right, we are about to go multi-way here as DQ is, oh, I take it all back. DQ is going to squeeze, not put in the flat call.
With a nice squeezing hand, might I say.
Yeah, and he won a pretty good pot not too long ago with this exact same holding, King, Queen of Spades. Let's see here, mark the initial razor, King, Queen, offsuit. That hand shrivels up pretty quick, and he does just let go of it. Big Daddy Chaz follows suit, and now E has everybody's faith put into him, and he says, "Can't do it, boys. DQ gonna take it down."
When I raise and you 3-bet me.
Have you played with DQ?
I've not had the pleasure of playing at DQ's table. No, but one day, I hope to remedy that.
Yeah. I have to play with him someday. If you follow him on Instagram, his stories and stuff like he just went to Vegas like last week because he was playing with a bunch of very, very deep stack people and some pros. And it was very, very interesting to kind of go through the stories and as he's walking through playing out there and playing with these guys and the pots and the big hands he's winning and losing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Apparently he had a pretty darn good run. Last Resort, 69-13. Young Knee, sorry if I'm mispronouncing anyone's name tonight. Mike 33, thank you guys all for joining the crew. Brian Tipton wants his shout out, and he's going to get it. Brian Tipton, what's up, bro?
T7G, T7G. If we can do 2K, they should do an extra hour.
Well, unlike the hamsters and Will Lottie, we actually need to eat and sleep. So.
Right?
Ooh, all right. We've got some things happening here, depending on the turn card, and I suppose just the action here. Greg Potter has flopped bottom set. This is sort of a wet board with the hearts out there. I mean, I guess maybe not wet the way to describe this, but there is a heart flush draw available, so Greg could have gone for the check raise, but he goes for the check call. Andrew here with just ace high, backdoor hearts, picks up a pair now on the turn. Greg checks once again, and Andrew going to try to get to showdown with his second pair top kicker, and there's another heart on the end, maybe a little bit of an action killer, but still with Andrew controlling the ace of hearts, this should be a bet and a call. A lot of the time depends on the sizing that Greg goes for. Let's see if he goes 275, or maybe he go a little bit bigger than that. Ooh, he did, 450, big polarizing bet. Perhaps thinking that a king will never fold, and therefore he will target those hands. However, when your opponent checks back the turn, sort of takes a lot of the kings out of their range, and now you might just be pricing your customer out here. This is a little bit of a disaster if Andrew finds the fold button. And I think a sizing just a little bit smaller, you know, the 275 is going to get called by all of your opponent's range, including a hand like Andrew has here. And let's find out, though. Maybe he picked just the right size to make Andrew believe that he's full of it, and indeed, he has made it look just a little too fishy. So what do I know? Greg P. putting on a clinic shows us how it's done. Gets paid to the max. Take it down.
I was somewhat surprised. You know, I don't know. I was somewhat surprised that he was going to make that call there. But I agree. It should have been slightly a little lower. But hey, in that case, it worked, and he got the max on that.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's part of the fascination of doing the broadcasting, sort of going back to that question we had earlier about, like, what do you like about doing this? And the there's a word, it's eluding me because words are hard, but the diversity, hey, there we go, I conjured it. The diversity of plays and the way that people approach this game is always going to be unique to each individual player. Like, there will be times where I'll do a cast for a stream and like I'm just like nailing it, right? I'm like getting like 9 out of 10 calls where I'm like, I think he's going to do this, and I'm just sort of in tune with how the players are going.
Yeah.
And then there are other times where I'm like,
Completely
I think
off.
he's going to do this, and I'm like 1 for 15, just
Yeah.
like over and over wrong, and it's beautiful, right? Because not everyone's going to play like I do,
Yep.
and that's great. That's fantastic.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about poker is, in true reality, there really is no right or wrong way to play. I mean, there's better ways that are more, efficient to get the most value and stuff like that. But there really is. I mean, you can play literally any 2 cards and make all types of crazy bets, and at times get paid, and at times not. So that's
Yeah.
the great thing about this game is that really anybody coming to the table can be a challenge to one another.
Yeah. Yeah, a basic understanding of the mechanics of the game is really all you need to get out there on the felt and mix it up. Big Daddy Chaz here has the superior hand with the pair of 7s and the 6s on board. Ace comes on the turn. Mark decides now's the time to shut it down. And let's see if he goes for a bet check bet line. It's a little bit weird when you do it in the best card for you came on the street that you checked. So I don't think this is going to get through. But Mark is going to give it the old college try, and I guess I'm totally wrong. What do you know, 1 for 15, 1 for 16 on tonight's broadcast. Big Daddy Chaz, he had a read and he snap folded.
Were you here when Trey's wife came and played? And apparently she had no idea what she was doing, but she was crushing the table.
Oh, nice.
Did you hear
All
about
right.
that?
Now that you say that, I kind of there's a figment of a memory about it, but I didn't see it. I did not witness it with my own.
I wasn't there, but everybody was talking about it for over a week. She had the nuts, nut full house, nut quads, and all this, and she would just call randomly. She wouldn't raise because she didn't know what to do with the situation. But she, she knew what a flush beat a straight and stuff like that. But she literally was just playing just to have fun, and I think she won $2,000-$3,000.
Dude,
or something
beast
like that.
mode. That's fantastic.
And Trey, he just moved to the Houston area. Him and Jack, 2 of our local 2-5 players that would play on a daily basis. So hopefully they have some good times at the TCH Houston location out there.
Absolutely right.
Gambling, cabbie. Betting into DQ is like hoping your blizzard from DQ doesn't fall out of the cup when you turn it upside down.
There you go. There you have it. 9, 7 deuce, 2-tone flop here. We're looking at a PLO bomb pot. Everybody going to try to get their cards scanned in so we can take a peek at what they're working with. Josh here has queen high diamond, so he's going to bet 150 after being checked 2. Action tracker getting caught up as Big Daddy Chaz will release his hand into the bin. We got some folds happening, and then we've got DQ happening, which is a raise to 650 now. Brad out of the way. Greg, Dante, Mark, all folding. And now Josh in a spot where he's like, okay, I have top pair, king kicker, and queen high flush draw against a guy who could have who knows what. But I also only have 1.2K behind, and it's 500 to call. So do I want to play for all of it, or do I want to just bow out right now? Those are the words rattling around inside of Josh's head. There may also be some DQ words rattling around in there, as he seems to be giving him a little bit of the business.
There. Now, see,
There it
he
is.
had his card
Ooh.
protector on it, and then he moves it over. 7 9.
DQ had top set and
7
more pairs, just all of the things. He's like, that was my board.
I had the diamonds.
And indeed it was. So
Yeah.
Josh will avoid some.
Your observation earlier is correct. He does put his card protector over that, It has everyone in mystery, and then when he wants to show everyone, he shows everyone.
Yeah.
My diamonds
Yeah,
used
that's the way DQ rolls, and the way he's gonna keep going. Some Bradley dollars going in without a Bradley to defend them. 5-5-10 coming up. Time to get out there and scoop those dollar bills, y'all.
Michael says the players that don't know what they're doing at 1-2 and are self-described newbies are the scariest. It's so funny and it's so true. The players that have no idea what they're doing. I mean, you know, it's fun to say the least, but I mean they're calling with God knows what, or you know, they got a pair, they're in there, you know, they're trying to hit whatever, and it's crazy how much they run good sometimes, and you're just like, what? You called with that? All right, well,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, the beauty of the game is trying to figure out your opponents. And, like, you play enough, you sort of get good at it, right? You kind of sit down, you just look around, you're kind of, your initial, like, I mean, it's just like stereotyping, right? But you're like, all right, I've seen this guy before, you know, I've seen this gal before. You know, like, you kind of just pigeonhole them based on past experiences. And then you either, like, confirm or deny that initial whatever by how they play certain hands. And then, yeah, like you'll see somebody make some plays that just make your forehead scrunch up, and you're like, how does anyone do that? What is that, right? Like, what I don't even know how to classify what this person just did, and it's amazing, right? Like the whole rest of the game, you could just have no idea. Like, I don't know if this guy knows what two cards he actually has in front of him with the way he's playing them. I don't know.
The thing
like,
is, when players are doing that, I think it's always good to be extra nice to them because you want that, right? You want them to keep somewhat playing like that because eventually you're going to catch them and you're gonna get them and get them all back. So and also you want those players to continue to come back and stuff like that. If it's their first experience and they don't know what they're doing, and some player who's a better player is maybe mean to them, maybe they won't come back to the game. So I think it's always good to. And Doug Polk was really good at that yesterday. He was really good. He by far knew he was the best player in the game. Oh, we got a hand thrown here. Hold on. 25. 3-bet.
I don't know. I mean, Doug might have been the fish at that table. I don't know. All right. Yeah, let's take a look here. We've got a raise up, a bunch of calls, and then Mark here going for the squeeze. 9-8 offsuit hand selection here. Just going to end up bloating the pot, all things told, because Brad and DQ are coming along. Both of those players representing spades.
9-3.
And 3 ways to this flop. It's 2 6s and a 5. Nothing for anyone. Ace high is best, but Mark with the pre-flop lead. 2 overs and a gutter, and he checks. I'm pretty sure if you're going to squeeze, that is the flop to continue on, but Mark thinks otherwise. He did go for the bet check bet line against Chaz and got that one through. He's going to continue checking, and Brad, with his ace high, may feel like, yeah, let's just get to showdown. I think I'm fine here. No need to bet. Meaningless 4 of clubs on the end. Doesn't change a thing. And would be very odd if someone were to choose to bet now. Wouldn't make a lot of sense.
No.
But let's see how it shakes out.
But if anybody would, Mark or DQ would. Is that 3? Is that 4? 335. Oh, and he took it down.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, no one else had anything, so whoever's going to take a stab at that is going to get it.
Yeah, I wouldn't have hated Brad taking a little bit of time to try to piece that one together of, like, how can he actually have a hand that's good? But there's also plenty of ace highs, all of the ace highs that can beat him. So even if Mark was just, like, sort of randomly taking ace 9 and being like, I don't know, I guess let's bet this and see what happens, like, Brad would lose to that. So, I mean, I don't hate the fold. I mean, there's also even a case to be said for just, like, min-clicking him and being like, I mean, what can you possibly have? And, like, maybe you'll actually fold ace 9 here, right? But all of that is just sort of academic as, yeah, that was not anyone's board, and Mark said, I'll take it, and he did.
Hey, Jedi Master Ted, don't go up to the fish tank banging on the glass, scaring them off. Hey, basically, like, keep those players in. I mean, it's sometimes it's hard to get people to come play poker initially because it's intimidating, especially you don't know what you're doing. Yeah, there's money involved. You're not playing like how we played when we first started for a couple pennies here and there with friends. You know, you're playing against total strangers that are here to take your money. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So I think the more inviting you can be to new players to the game and you know, even help them out a little bit so they can play more often, I think it's good for the game. The more people we can play, the better.
That is absolutely right. Big Daddy Chaz, he's in here and he's going to play. He's got a double down hand and he made top and bottom pair with it.
That's a DQ
Checks.
hand.
Yeah, checks to him. I mean, he's playing out of the straddle. That's 150 after being checked to. And Brad with top pair 8 kicker. He's going to be ahead of quite a few of Big Daddy Chaz's hands that can bet here. So no reason to fold just yet. Play this one in position, calls the 150 over to Dante, who has already folded, as has Mark and Josh. Okay, heads up to a turn jack at diamonds.
I had those little implants put in me.
Doesn't change the texture that much. Is an overcard. But when Big Daddy Chaz continues here, yeah, Brad, he's done with this one. He says, you know what, I could call the flop and try to get to showdown, but if you can continue betting, then I'm just not in a position to defend.
Well, DQ definitely lived up to the reputation that we were all talking about. You know, I'm surprised we actually didn't see more bigger, like, you know, all-ins or folks get stacked. I think we only saw one or two. Is that right? I know one with E and DQ there. Was there another one that we missed? Was there a big one that we missed when we were off the stream for a little bit?
Well, when we were off stream, I spoke with Brad, and he walked us through a big hand that he played against Greg.
Okay.
But he didn't give us the lowdown necessarily on where some of those chips came from. Like, there was like a big hand that was won, and then everyone chipped up. Not everyone, but like you know, like E and DQ, like, you know, chipped up to match the stack. So we didn't quite get the lowdown on that, but we did get a walkthrough on a big one that Brad played there. As
And Greg buffed him off the hand. Is that
he
right?
did, yeah.
Okay.
It was King Queen and got Brad to lay down top pair with a middling kicker.
Got it.
Oh, okay, it was a river pair, and he turned it into or continued bluffing with it. All right, it's the Steam Dola flop of the century.
All in.
888. DQ has ace high. Josh goes all in, and DQ appears to have called
I just felt like that.
and turned his hand over. Like, yeah, well, I got an ace and a deuce. How's that? Josh has not turned his hand over, so if he has a full house, I suppose DQ may not have called. He may have just turned his hand over and is trying to get a read. That's actually what's happened, so I apologize for announcing a call. That did not happen yet. I mean, this is basically a stacked pot ratio of 1 on the jam.
He's counting
So-
his whole stack of 11K for $890.
DQ, he's got to do his due diligence here. All right, he's already shown his hand to the man across the way. He wants to make sure that he can afford the hit. So DQ is counting out the calling chips. He will most likely stack them up and make the call. I mean, you don't love it, but at the same time, like, let's say that your opponent has like ace 10, right? There's 3 eights out there, like a king, a queen, a jack can come, and now you're chopping. If you don't hit a 2, or maybe your opponent is on like a pocket pair of 4s or something, and you can counterfeit them on some good run out. So like ace, deuce, it's not great, but it's going to have enough equity to probably call here, depending on what you think Josh's range pre-flop consists of. This was a raise to 300 on a short stack, DQ calling, and he is going to make the call. And I think this is going to be fairly standard, especially for DQ. So let's take a run out. 4 of clubs on the turn.
No ace. All right.
Queen of hearts on the end. Ace, queen, 888. Josh's hand has been turned over. It looks like threes. Eights full of threes for Mosquito Josh. And he gets the double up. He holds.
Flopped it. Always nice when you flop a boat. But that was a very small boat.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually, so yeah, like, you flop a full house, and that's all great, but, like, imagine another 8 just, like, peels off, right? Like, oh, 4 8s and an ace. That's better than me now. So, yeah, it's certainly not bad, but if you flopped just anything clean, right, it would be almost the same, right, because now your opponent is still just drawing to an ace. There you have it. There she blows. 5-5. 10, 25, and 120. I knew that was coming, just a matter of how big it was going to be as we are moving into just about the 11:30 hour. We've been rocking out here, TCH Live, overtime for all of you fine folks of the world, because you know what? You did your part, we're going to do ours. You guys subscribe, you hit the like button, and we're going to do a little bit of overtime for y'all. Alejandro Betancourt, thank you for subscribing. Joshua Dennis as well. Thank you guys for joining the team. Katie Hackmeister. I love that name. That is a fantastic name. Katie Hackmeister. Thank you for joining the crew. And a real paradise as well.
GME8 is asking you, Aaron, standard, do the announcers play at all? Would love to play with him. They think calling ace-deuce getting 2-1 on 8-8-8 is anything close to standard. What would you say back to GMA8 there?
Okay, well, first of all, if you've been watching the stream at all, then I think you would come to the same conclusion specifically for that man DQ. And then, I mean, like, I'm not saying that like GTO it's like a snap call or something, but like if you run your opponent's range, like ace deuce is actually ahead of a fair bit of their range and has reasonable equity against some of their other hands that you're behind. Like, I just don't think it's like a terrible call. You're getting 2-1, so I don't know. I mean, it seems pretty reasonable to me. Like, once your money goes in, you're getting 3-1, so you need to win 33% of the time. Ace high is going to be beating your. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to walk through it, but like, you know, your perhaps like incredulousness that I could say those words is fair to you. I mean, yeah, it's not great, but I think it's reasonable. Yeah, why not? Also, to your other question, do I play a lot? I mean, I think I play a little bit.
Yeah, we both do.
Yeah.
Come play.
I know. He says he would love to play with us.
We would love to play with you.
LMAO GME Ape, please send us an email at TCHLiveList@TexasCardHouse.com and let us know when you'll be here, and we would love to play with you as well.
Yeah, we'd love to have you on the stream. Yeah, we can play before and all that good stuff. Fly in if you're local. Drive in, come in. If you haven't been here, come out and play. It's definitely a good time.
Hells to the yeah. All right, we got a few more subscribers. Going to drop some shout-outs here. Raymond Mumau, Jeffrey Lout, Jared Lugrain, Lacrosse Tube. Thank you guys for joining us. And what do we got here? Nines, threes, deuces. Everyone gets a pair. You get a pair, you get a pair, and you get a pair, and then you get ace king, which is like, it's like an honorary pair, you know? All right. 200 to call. Andrew will not be calling, and in fact, I think this is just a pile. All that dead money out there, pile it in, see if you can drag to 700 without even having to see a flop. See if Andrew agrees. He's getting them ready. Ciao. He finds one pretty card. DQ snap.
It's like he threw it to Andrew. Like, here you go. I love how everybody's just laughing.
Yeah, everybody enjoying what's going on. And Dante actually in a little bit of a decision spot here. He's going to fold this pretty quickly. But this is why you don't just call 200 with a hand as strong as nines. Like, if you're going to commit chips to the pot, you're going to want to do it with a raise.
Josh may
and I
go
think
for
nines were a good shoving hand.
I think Josh is going to go for it here. What should I do?
Oh, he phoned a
Should I shove it?
Pikachu, or
Yep.
sorry, phoned a
No, maybe not.
Dusclops. He phoned a Dusclops. It told him to fold, and he's going to get out of the way. DQ here in a dominated position. Needs to find diamonds or a jack. It's king high, so ace king is best as of yet. 5 of diamonds on the turn, no change. Jack and a jack only.
Oh, the 2 would have got there, and the 9 would have got there.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Would have been set, over, top pair, ace kicker, top pair, jack kicker, all of the things. And yeah, that could have been fantastic because Dante would have gotten the money in against Andrew, right? And then probably maybe DQ doesn't fold the 2.5K. That was basically it. He probably actually gets it in there. That would have been a triple up for Dante.
Yep.
If Dante would have ripped it in there with the 9s. But instead, he goes for the limp fold and doesn't get paid. All right.
Well, I mean, it was probably a good fold. Andrew's been pretty snug all evening. So him ripping it right there. I mean, it's queens, jacks, ace king.
Well,
ace queen.
It certainly could be, and given the action, you couldn't be faulted for thinking that that's something that could be happening, right? Like once you've just committed the 200 and then you see that action in front of you, it is reasonable to go ahead and fold rather than call off with 9s. But you can take a much more powerful stance in the hand by being the aggressor yourself. And let's remember that Dante was sitting on something in the neighborhood of 13 blinds. Pocket 9s is just a slam dunk jam for 13 blinds.
Oh, for sure.
And it doesn't feel great. Like, did you come here and play all night just to like pile all your chips in and see what happens? Like on one hand, I mean, maybe not. It doesn't feel great. But to limp fold is arguably a bigger
Oh, he
problem.
limped? Oh, we had an agreement. He can't. Hold on. Was that a $200 straddle?
Yeah.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
Oh, Dante limped.
Well, he's limped a couple of other times. Do you not
Oh.
recall the 5 deuce of spades hand?
I think I was looking at the chat. Dante lied to me.
Dante lied to you.
Okay, after this hand, I got something in the chat that we could talk about in a minute.
Sure.
But yeah, I totally agree with 12, 13 big blinds, especially in a tournament setting. Yeah, I'm definitely all in there with 9s for sure.
Mighty Ducks hold up again.
So GME8 responded, said, "Sorry, announcers, I've been a big jerk today, not just in this chat." Laugh out loud. But I do travel to Texas sometimes. I'll absolutely hit you guys up. Yeah, man. No worries at all. We didn't think you were being a jerk. We just thought it was kind of funny in a way. But we would love to have you and anybody else in this chat or all over to come play with us. Follow us on Instagram, hit us up. And always like to have new players in.
Hell yeah. Absolutely right. All right. 5, 5, 10, 25.
Don't you
There
dare.
she
Don't
goes.
you dare.
As we continue here solidly in overtime. TCH Live Thursday special edition of 5-5 match to stack with Brad Owen, Andrew Neeme, and DQ.
I think Andrew Neeme may be up now after that double up.
Yeah, I mean, that was certainly a very appreciated infusion of chippies there in the 1 seat, that is for sure. Because we've had a reset due to our earlier technical difficulties, the cumulative winnings will not be totally accurate, so we won't know exactly how much he bought in for, unless someone paid attention to that from the beginning of the stream. But E here with the jiggities, DQ with the 7-5ities. That's definitely going to be something that sticks. He's going to raise with bottom 2 pair. Greg with just middle pair is going to get out of the way. And E now has to decide how to continue here. He's getting a reasonable price to float and see what happens. And he is going to take that line. But I think this is with some very cautious intents on this turn card. It needs to be something that actually improves his equity. It's not. I think he was looking for a jack He's looking for a jack. A jack or a diamond. I was trying to say diamond, but after
Words
all this
are
time,
hard.
words are hard. And so, yeah, E's just going to snap fold here if it's not a diamond. He's going to want to find a jack.
Yeah, and while we don't have
Okay.
the cumulative winnings, just from watching this, I would think E's probably the biggest winner with that big 15K pot with DQ, and I would think DQ, even though he's been splashy and really fun, he's probably down, I would think, 9, 10K, especially after that one with Andrew Neeme, the 2.5K call.
Yep.
So those are probably the biggest winners, probably up and down 10K respectively.
Arthur Shin the fourth here asking if we can get to $200 in donations, can we get an extra 30 minutes of overtime? You get us to 200 in donations, and then I'll answer that question, and we'll see.
And it has to come from you, Arthur.
We'll be like, I read that as 30 seconds, and I'm sticking to it. Sure. Cade5 here, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the team.
Who would win in a head-to-head matchup, the announcers or Brad Owen?
By head-to-head, that means me and David play together, right?
All right.
I think we could take him.
Yeah, I played with him a little bit
Two-heads.
yesterday.
Better than one.
I mean, you just watch all his vlogs. You know exactly how he plays.
That's right. That's right. You can do the little narrative in your head of like, this is what's going on. All right, everybody. This is the moment that you have all been dreading. It is the final PLO bomb pot of the evening. We're putting $50 ahead in there. We're going to see some cards. We're going to scan some cards. We're going to say some words. They're going to be hards. And then I'm going to go eat some food because it's been a long day. And I haven't eaten any food in a little while. So we appreciate y'all hanging out with us all night, all the way up until this moment.
Arthur said, come on, fellas. Arthur, we're waiting for you. We're waiting for the $200 so we can get a really expensive late dinner.
Yeah.
Where are you going to go to
But,
dinner? You bring food with you?
No, and it's super late, so I'm probably going to have to hit the T-Bell drive-through, something of that nature, which is, you know,
Taco Bell?
that's what we're working with. Yeah,
Oh, you
T-Bell.
got Taco Cabana right here.
Yeah, I'm well aware of where the Taco Bell is.
No, Taco Cabana.
Oh, Taco Cabana. Oh, okay. Is it open this late?
Yeah, it's 24 hours.
Oh, well,
I would
okay.
go there over
You've-
Taco Bell for sure.
You've opened my eyes to a world of possibilities. Brad is going to open fold. He says Queen 7-6 Rainbow is not my board, so I lose.
Is this the last hand?
Last hand of the night
All right.
of this special Thursday broadcast with Brad Owen, Andrew Neeme here on TCH Live.
Last hand, y'all. Everybody hit the like button and type something in the chat.
Yeah, let
We're
us
pretty
know
much done in
if you've
2-3
been
minutes.
enjoying the broadcast. Checky. Andrew bets 225. He's got a wrap up to the 10 and top pair to go with it. Backdoor diamonds as well. He's sitting on a very similar hand. Pair of eights instead of a pair of queens. He's going to call. DQ in the mix as well. We get a king of diamonds on the turn. Does bring in the first half of the backdoor diamond draw for Andrew. But after getting called in 2 spots, he's not going to feel too strong about his pair of queens 10 kicker. Checks it over, E checks, DQ now. Maximum wager of 1.1 thousand. See if he exercises that option. There it is. Bets full pot, I guess it was about 1050. Andrew picking up the diamond there. He can go ahead and peel one off here, and he will. That's going to get E out of the mix. So a lot of his cards are now going to be counterfeit, but diamond that completes his straight peels off. He's not going to feel inclined to continue, and that is about the brickiest brick you could ever hope for. Deuce of spades on the end. Andrew checks on DQ. I think if he sneezes or looks at this pot funny, Andrew is going to fold. That's,
Damn it.
yeah. 1.8K across the line. Andrew with a 1 pair holding in a bomb pot.
I just
Not
really
gonna
want to
get
know
the job done too often.
Oh, there, he shows it. What is it? Oh!
He's got
Come on, Andrew.
He's got the best hand.
Make the snap call.
How do you call, though?
I know.
What on earth? I mean,
I hope he makes
you're
the
not
call.
wrong.
I know.
Yeah.
I just hope he does. It'd be a great way to end the stream. Oh. Come on,
Andrew
it's
pump
DQ.
faking him. He's trying to get that information out of him.
Come on, it's DQ. Call him.
This would be the hero call of the century.
Yeah.
On the last hand of the night, it would make the vlog for sure. I think it would just be his intro, outro for the rest of time. Watch me make this sick queen 10 call on the river.
I just want to see the F it call. Make the F it call. Come on, Andrew.
The problem is Andrew just got some of these chips off at
That's
DQ. He
true.
doesn't want to give them back.
Oh, damn. And he shows it.
Folds. DQ's hand gets turned over, and Andrew's like, "Oh my God, I could have won with a queen." And there we go. That's gonna do it. Take one last look at the chip counts there. E, Big Daddy Chaz, DQ, all the way up there at the top, and a lot of action here tonight. So that's gonna do it for us. Aaron McAvoy here with David De La Pena. We are going to sign off. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. We look forward to seeing you again here on the broadcast Mondays and Thursdays out of Austin. We'll check in with you then. Good night, everybody.
Thanks,
So
guys.
long.
Have a good night.
The Bad Beat Jackpot is growing day after day. Do you feel like you're never going to win? What if I told you that everyone will be a winner? No matter what club you're playing in, if you're checked in and playing at a Texas Card House table, when the Bad Beat hits, you win $100 with our newest and easiest Bad Beat ever. Each and every day, the Bad Beat qualifying hand gets easier and easier to beat until it's won. But as the qualifier decreases, the pot increases right along with it. Additionally, with our new club share bonus, everybody wins. Just be playing at any TCH when the Bad Beat hits, and you'll win $100 just for being at a table. Yes, you Bob in Austin. You too, Sarah in Houston. Tim in RGV. And Dante, you and Big D in Dallas. You take home $100 too. It doesn't get any easier than that. Join the club that started it all, Texas Card House.